This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan, Margaret O Brien, and Senior Hasso. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On the eve of a great national election, I believe there's one thing on which we all agree. That is, that the hope of the world tomorrow rests on the children of today. It is they, the young people, who will make this tired old world a better place in which to live. Tonight's story, The Pied Piper, a hit picture from 20th Century Fox, tells how a handful of youngsters, trapped by the Nazi invasion of France in 1940, become attached to an amazing old gentleman who is allergic to children. That amazing old gentleman is played by Frank Morgan, who's making a new picture at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Hold High the Torch. And tonight he's supported by Sweden's distinguished actress, Senior Hasso. And one of the children whom he saves for posterity is 7-year-old Margaret O Brien, who has recently completed her Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor picture, Meet Me in St. Louis. Young as she is, Margaret O Brien is already a veteran of the Lux Radio Theater, having captured all our hearts last season in Lost Angel. I said then, and I repeat now, that I've been watching stars on stage and screen for half a century, and I've never seen a finer emotional actress. And speaking of children, I have in my hand a letter that I wish you could all see. It's written not only in pencil, but also in Braille, the international language of the blind. And it comes from a group of sight-troubled children at a school in Minnesota. These last two lines say, "Every Monday evening, we listen to your Lux Radio Theater and like it very much. We also use Lux toilet soap and think it is very good." I believe that's the first time that Lux toilet soap has ever been praised in Braille. And to those children, I send our warmest thanks and hope our Lux Radio Theater continues to bring them happiness. And now it's curtain time, and we're ready for the first act of The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan as Mr. Howard, Margaret O Brien as Sheila, and Senior Hasso as Nicole. This is the story of an English gentleman named Mr. Howard, who became the father of 6 children, all in the course of a few days. This sounds a bit incredible, but it's even more incredible when you take into account the fact that Mr. Howard didn't even like children.
No. It's not that I dislike children. I assure you I've never disliked children. It's simply that they make me feel uncomfortable. Children are too bright. It was in the summer of 1940 that I first met little Sheila Cavanaugh and her brother Ronnie. We were staying at the same inn in France, a quiet little place at the foot of the Alps near Switzerland. I'd been fishing there for a few days. Rather fair luck, too. I remember I came back to the inn one evening with my catch. The children were reading in the lounge, and Madame Picard was, as always, standing in back of the little hotel desk.
Ah, Monsieur Howard, you have good luck today, yes?
Yes. 2 very fine trout, Madame. One for me and one for you for supper.
Monsieur, what an accomplishment. 2 of them.
Yes.
Look, children, are they not beautiful?
My father caught 5 today.
Oh, did he? Probably fishing with worms.
Oh, no, sir. He was fishing with an artificial fly. Yesterday he caught 10.
Yeah, really, is that so?
Ah, but children, your father is such a young man. Monsieur Howard, you must be tired. Sit down, rest. I will take the fish to Emily in the kitchen.
Well, thank you, Madame.
Mr. Howard,
What do you want?
I've just been doing my lessons. Will you help me, Mr. Howard?
Help you? Young woman, is that regarded as ethical?
Sir? Oh, it's quite all right, Mr. Howard. Everyone helped Sheila.
Oh.
You see, I have to name 5 states in the United States. And the only one I can think of is Texas.
Texas, yeah. Well, now, let's see. Texas, and then there's California.
Right, California.
And Virginia. Virginian cigarettes, you know.
Virginia.
Yes, and Rochester.
Rochester? Rochester isn't a state, Mr. Howard.
Really? Then may I ask what it is?
Rochester's a city.
Oh, well, it may very well be a city, madam, but I don't deny that. I only contend that it is also a state. A state somewhat north and a bit to the northeast of the New England colony.
But it's not, Mr. Howard. It's just a city, and that's all. It's a city in the state of New York.
Did anyone ask you?
No, sir.
Then you'll be doing me a great favor by keeping your irresponsible conjectures to yourself.
Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, Daddy.
Evening, Mr. Howard.
Yeah, good evening.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, son. Anybody tried the wireless this evening? We ought to be able to get some English news if Berlin hasn't jammed it.
Daddy, is Rochester in the United States a city or a state?
Rochester? Rochester's a city, of course. Why?
Mr. Kavanaugh, have you any corroboration for that reckless statement? Or is that simply your offhand opinion?
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
Mr. Howard told Sheila that Rochester is a state.
Well, I must admit I've never heard the question raised before, but...
And what would you say, sir, if I informed you that I myself have visited the state of Rochester?
In that case, naturally, I'd be compelled to admit that you were right, sir.
Listen, Daddy. I hear planes. Listen.
Yes. Quite a few, I imagine.
They're German, Dad. They're Heinkel. He can tell by the motors.
Ronald, those planes again.
Yes, dear.
They're German, Mother. I can tell.
I heard them going over this afternoon. Where could they have been, Ronald?
I don't know. I can't understand it.
The fighting is all up north in Belgium.
Yes. Unless things are worse than we've heard.
Is the wireless working? Is there any news, monsieur?
There ought to be. It's just about time.
Twice they passed today. Where are they going? Where?
Here we are. I've got it.
This is the overseas service of the British Broadcasting Company, London calling. It would be idle to deny that Britain today faces a dark hour. More channel ports, French as well as Belgian, are now under German occupation. We must prepare to face any eventuality, even invasion. In this hour of darkness, let Englishmen, wherever they may be, in whatever lands beyond the sea, hear again by transcription the words of the Prime Minister before the House of Commons this morning, and be of good heart.
We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches, on the landing grounds, in the fields, in the streets, and on the hills. We shall never surrender. And even if, which I do not for one moment believe, this island or a large part of it were subjugated and starving, then our empire beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British fleet, will carry on the struggle until, in God's good time, the new world, with all its power and might, sets forth to the liberation and rescue of the old.
One moment, please.
Ronald, turn it off. Ronald.
It is worse than we thought.
Yes, but we are well out of it here, eh, Monsieur Howard? They will never fight this far south. We could hide out here for years, and for you and me at our age, Monsieur Howard. That is a very comforting thought.
Have you finished?
Yes, monsieur.
Then allow me to inform you, sir, that if ever again you address one word to me, I shall take the greatest of pleasure in thrashing you within an inch of your life, regardless of your age.
Monsieur.
Madame Picard, there's a train for Paris at 9 o'clock, isn't there?
Why, yes, monsieur.
I shall be taking it. Please arrange with the station master for my reservation to London by way of Paris and Saint-Malo.
But, monsieur, you have only been here 3 days.
3 days of which I am heartily ashamed. I'll pack my things at once.
Mr. Howard.
Yes?
I hope you're not being hasty because of anything this man has said. I can assure you that no one here believes for 1 second that you're here for any but the best of reasons.
No. I'm here because I'm a selfish and pig-headed old man. I offered my services to every department of the government in London. I'm not without experience, you understand, but I was not needed. I was too old. In all of London, I was taken seriously by but one man, my vicar. He suggested to me that I knit for the soldiers. I'm afraid that I took some exception to his well-meant suggestion, but to run away like a sulky child was wrong, and I'm deeply ashamed of myself.
That's not my point, sir. As you say yourself, you're not young. So...
There is no other point. Young or old, an Englishman's place at a time like this is in England. And if the trains are running, I shall be there in 18 hours to knit. An hour later, I was in my room, still packing, when Mrs. Cavanaugh asked to see me. She seemed quite strained, nervous.
Mr. Howard, do you know what my husband does?
No, I can't say I do.
He is an official of the League of Nations at Geneva. And in Geneva, they think that Switzerland is very likely to be invaded next.
Do they really?
That's where we're going tonight, back to Geneva.
But is that very wise if there's danger there?
It happens to be his post of duty.
I see.
But if Hitler does come, there won't be much food. There never is under him. I'm thinking of the children.
Oh, yes?
Mr. Howard, would you take them with you back to England?
Do what? Would I do what?
It would only be to Plymouth. My sister would meet you there, and I know it's asking an awful lot, but...
Well, you mean that girl, too?
Oh, please, she didn't mean to be rude. Sheila's really a very good child, and she'll behave, I promise you.
Mrs. Cavanaugh, No, it's impossible. I'm sorry, but it's out of the question. Really, I couldn't. I simply couldn't. That night, I left for Paris with Sheila Cavanaugh and her brother Ronnie.
Are we taking the train, Mr. Howard? Of course we are.
Yes, we are.
And will we sleep on the train? Will we?
I expect so, yes.
He won't.
What's that?
He won't sleep on the train.
What do you mean? Why won't he?
Because he always gets sick on the train. Sick right on the floor. I don't either. You do. I don't. No, Ronnie, of course you do. I do not.
Now, please, let's not dispute the fact. Time will tell us who is correct, I'm afraid. The argument was settled an hour after we boarded the train. Ronnie was quite sick. With the kind aid of a French lady on the train, I took care of Ronnie as best I could. The French lady had a child of her own. She seemed to understand these things.
Are you comfortable, mon petit?
Madame?
Oh, he speaks French, yes?
Madame, what seems to be the trouble with him?
He is sick, monsieur.
Yes, that I understand.
I told you he'd be sick.
Quiet, you, quiet.
It is strange sickness, monsieur. But besides, he has fever.
Fever?
Maybe he has eaten something. Maybe he has been too hot in a draught. That is the way it is with children.
Well, but does he need a doctor?
Oh, no. If he can rest a little while and keep warm, he will be all right soon.
I see. Well, Sheila, how are you?
Oh, very fit, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Where is little Rose? Rose, viens ici.
Oui, ma soeur.
Récitez pour le petit garçon. Monsieur, Rose will recite for your sick little boy. He'll enjoy it.
Well, thank you. How do you do, Rose?
Comment allez-vous, monsieur?
Alors, Rose, récitez.
Ma grand-tante m'irait tout dans une maison avec une serre vieille et avec une petite souris. Mr. Howard, why are we stopping here?
I don't know, but I shall certainly find out. Don't move. I'll be right back. Just a moment, my good man. I want to know when the next train leaves for Paris.
To Paris? There is no more trains to Paris, monsieur. No trains to the north at all.
But I hold tickets. I shall report you to the management.
Monsieur, do you not understand? The Germans have crossed the Marne. Maybe the trains will never run again.
Never? But I have 2 small children.
At your age, monsieur, that is undoubtedly magnificent. But if this is a contest, I have 9.
Now look here.
Mr. Howard, what is it?
Sheila, I told you to stay on the train.
Listen, there's a bus outside to shot.
Shot? Why shot?
There's a train there to San Melo. The chef de gare just told me.
Well, then let's catch it. By all means, come along. Well, this was a bit of luck, all right. I must say, Sheila, this bus idea was very clever of you. Very clever indeed.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, I expect that if you could break yourself of a certain insufferable pig-headedness, you'd be almost bearable. Are you comfortable, Ronnie?
Yes, sir. Comment allez-vous, monsieur?
Well, little Rose. So you caught the bus, too, eh? Fine. And where's your mother, little Rose?
That wasn't her mother. That was her aunt.
Well, where's her aunt? Good heavens, did we leave her behind?
Well, yes, Mr. Howard.
What is this?
Ennui de papier.
What are you muttering to her?
I'm asking her for a piece of paper her aunt gave her. Voila. Here it is, Mr. Howard. There's something written on it.
Henri Tenoir, Dickens Hotel, Russell Square, London. I don't understand. Who is this Henri Tenoir?
That's Rose's father. He's a waiter.
But of what possible interest could his address be? Oh, so that's it. I'm to burden myself with another female child.
But, Mr. Howard, they haven't any house. The Germans burned it down, and they haven't anywhere to go at all. Don't you see?
Yeah. Come one, come all, eh, woman?
But you wouldn't want them caught by the Germans, would you?
That is not the point.
Oh, don't cry, Rose. You're pretty, Pa. Mr. Howard, I rather like her. Don't you see? Rose can take care of Ronnie, and I can take care of her, so you'll have no bother.
Yeah, that's all very neatly arranged, eh? Well, perhaps I have something to say on the subject. I do not propose to become the Mecca of every unfortunate child in France.
No, sir.
When we get the shop, I shall turn her over to the authorities and leave it to them to get her back to her aunt.
Yes, sir.
It's the only intelligent way to deal with such situations.
Yes, sir. Ronnie, would you tell Rose what Mr. Howard is going to do? All right. Rose. Wait. Rose.
Yeah, it is just a moment.
Yes, sir?
What was the name of that hotel?
The Dickens Hotel, sir.
I never heard of it in my life, but I imagine we'll be able to find it.
Oh, Mr. Howard. Oh, thank you, sir.
We were about 40 miles from Chat when the bus stopped to repair a tire. It was a lovely day. There was a stream just off the road where we sat down to have our lunch under the trees. And then the planes came. German planes. They dropped out of the sky, swarmed down toward the road and the bus. It didn't seem possible that they were trying to kill us. Are we all right? Sheila, Rose?
Yes, sir.
I'm going back to the bus to see if I can get our bags. And children, while I'm gone, I want you to promise me, don't look up that way. You won't now, will you? Stay right here now.
Ronnie, I'm going to look. Don't, Ronnie, don't. Sheila, look. There's dead people there. Dead people.
was still there on the road when night came, and I herded the 3 children into a deserted old barn to sleep. But then I noticed that there were no longer 3 children, there were 4. The 4th was a boy with a pale, thin face and the dull, glazed eyes of a child in terror. He couldn't seem to talk. He only repeated one phrase, over and over. This child, is he with us now?
Yes, sir. We brought him in, sir. He can't talk, Mr. Howard. That's all he says. Lenzama, the German.
Who is he?
His name is Pierre.
How did you learn that?
He told us.
But he can't talk.
No, sir. May we speak to you privately, sir?
Well, yes, of course.
He was in the bus. Didn't you see him? The dead people, sir. They were his father and mother.
I see.
He can't speak, and I don't think he can hear either.
I see. Here, lad. Let me see you. Look up here.
Leolima.
Yes, my boy. We'll take care of you now. There's nothing to fear now, my boy.
Mr. Howard.
Yes, Sheila.
I can't go to sleep.
Oh, but you must try.
Yes. Mr. Howard. Yes. I'm sorry I was rude the other night about Rochester.
Oh, it's quite all right now. Doesn't matter in the least.
I was wrong, you know.
No, not at all. I may very well have been wrong myself. There's so many of those American states. Kansas, what's that Indian state?
Massachusetts?
Massachusetts, that's it. Seemed very likely there might be another named Rochester. No reason why not, you know.
Oh, yes, sir. I remember it very well.
You do?
Oh, yes, indeed. A very important industrial state.
Well, now, I'm not such an old fuddy-duddy after all, eh?
I should say not.
Yeah, my memory may have gone a bit ragged here and there, but when it comes to geography, you'll generally find I'm pretty good.
Oh, I can see that, sir.
Well, that's very decent of you to acknowledge it, too.
Thank you, sir.
Well, good night, my girl.
Good night, Mr. Howard. Rochester.
In a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars will bring us Act 2 of The Pied Piper. And now, there's quite a crowd outside of Grauman's Chinese Theater here in Hollywood. A preview of an important new picture has just ended. People are watching their favorite stars coming out of the theater.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, just look at that white dress with a sequin. Isn't it beautiful? Oh, there goes Barbara Stanwyck. And there's Claudette Colbert, and oh, my goodness, if that isn't Sonia Henney.
And later, on their way home...
Oh, aren't they the glamorous people, though? They must have to spend simply hours every day on beauty care. Oh, they don't, though. Why, they're such busy people, they don't have time to fuss for hours. Why, Janie, just imagine. They use the same quick, easy care I do. Why, what do you mean, Sue? Why, Lux toilet soap. Active lather facial, the same kind screen stars take. The stars use Lux soap in their studio dressing rooms, and they use it at home, too.
And that's a fact. 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use Lux toilet soap regularly. Lux soap beauty care is the Hollywood way to a lovelier complexion. Recent tests proved that actually 3 out of 4 complexions became smoother and softer with this daily active lather care. It's true that screen stars haven't the time for elaborate daily complexion care, yet they can't take chances with complexion beauty, not for a minute. Here's what lovely young Teresa Wright says about it.
A Lux girl? Indeed I am. These beauty facials do wonders for my skin. Here's all I do. Cover my face generously with a rich Lux soap lather, work it in thoroughly. Then I rinse with warm water, splash on cold, and pat with a towel to dry. Makes my skin feel so soft and smooth.
Why not try this famous Hollywood complexion care? Get some Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Use it every day for the next few weeks. Then see if you're not delighted with the way the smooth, luxurious lather cares for your skin. Lux soap facials every day help skin to be fresher, lovelier, more appealing. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan as Mr. Howard, Margaret O Brien as Sheila, and Senior Hasso as Nicole. As the Pied Piper of old led his children to a happy land beyond the mountains, so our piper, Mr. Howard, tried to lead his children beyond the sea, to security, to safety, to England.
It took us 3 days to reach Chartres. I remembered then that I had a friend there, a young lady named Nicole Rougeron, whom I'd met on a vacation in Saint Moritz. I decided I would appeal to her for help, but I had to warn the children to be careful. Yes. No excitement, please. We're in a very unpleasant situation. First, no more English, understand? If any of us is heard speaking English, well, it would be really in for it. Now, you understand that, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sheila?
Yes, yes.
That's it. Speak French.
Oui, monsieur.
Well, not to me, not to me.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Well, I suggest we play a little game. I shall be, or rather, I shall pretend to be, very old and stone deaf. Can't hear a blasted word spoken to me, eh?
Oh, good. And a little crazy, too?
Crazy?
Just a little, please.
Well, that might not be bad at that. Mouth open sort of thing, you mean. Might be very good indeed. I might babble a bit, too, you know.
Oh, no, Mr. Howard.
Oh, no?
I think that might be a little too much.
Oh. Overdoing it, eh? I thought it was rather good. Stop that now. This is a serious business. Very serious business. Come along now. We'll try to find my friend, Mademoiselle Nicole.
Monsieur Howard. Oh, monsieur.
You remember me, mademoiselle?
But naturally, monsieur. Come in, please. Quickly.
Well, I'm not alone.
Come in. And the little ones, too.
Oh, well, come in, children.
Yes, sir.
Nicole. This is. Maman, you remember Monsieur Howard? Monsieur Howard.
Yes. Madame, I am happy to...
If you speak English, close the door. Come inside. To speak English today is not safe. Not safe for any of us.
I know, madame, and I have no wish
No, please. We must be careful. That is all. Our friends are still our friends. We got this.
Well, that's very kind of you, madame.
But, monsieur, the children, you did not have them last year.
Madame, some of them I did not have 24 hours ago. We're on our way to England. Allow me to introduce them. Madame Rougeron, Mademoiselle Nicole Rougeron. This is Sheila. It's a very fine girl. And this is her brother, Ronnie. This is Rose, this is Pierre, and this is... Who is this?
Mark Twain, bro.
What? Where did you come from? I've never seen this one in my life. Sheila!
Yes, sir.
When did he join us?
Well, he's been with us off and on since yesterday.
I see.
You mean, monsieur, you don't know who he is?
No, but on this trip that doesn't seem to be necessary. Boy, where did you spring from? Come on, speak up.
It's Bretano, meneer.
That is Dutch.
His name is Villain, not William, Villain.
Yes? How do you know that, Sheila?
He told us.
Listen to this, mademoiselle. Sheila, do you speak Dutch?
Oh, no, sir.
Do you understand Dutch?
No, sir.
But he told you.
Yes, sir.
Then in what language did he tell you?
In no language. He just told us.
Well, I suppose there must be some normal explanation for this system of communication. Very well, Willem. We'll do what we can for you.
Of course, of course. The poor little ones. I wonder if they would like something to eat. Oh, of course they...
Yes, they understand that all right, too. I am occasionally seized with the conviction that I am convoying guinea pigs.
Monsieur Howard, you do understand that you are in great danger here?
Yes, I do. And I promise in just a few minutes, when I rested a bit, we'll be on our way. But I was hoping to see Colonel Rougeron also.
We have not heard from my father for several months. At that time, he was with his regiment before Metz.
Oh. You have my sympathy, mademoiselle. I understand. You see, I too have suffered a loss. You remember my son, John?
John? Yes, but...
Well, I regret to inform you that he was killed. He was in the RAF, you know, shot down 2 months ago. Gave a very decent account of himself, I understand, before they got him.
Then he's dead? Excuse me, please.
Mademoiselle Nicole was very kind. She helped us arrange for tickets on the train, and when we left Chartres, she even came along with us. May I ask now where we are bound?
To the Channel, monsieur. The Brittany coast. There is someone there I know who might help.
But was this necessary for you, this long, not very safe trip?
Even if someone else could have done it, Monsieur Howard, I would not permit it. It is a thing that I must do myself. Myself alone.
Mademoiselle, I appreciate this, even if I do not understand it.
It would be just a year ago, wouldn't it? That month in Samoritz. But a long, long year. And a sad one.
Yes. It's all quite hard to realize. Every now and then I feel it's all a dream. And presently we'll all wake up. And perhaps John will walk in and we'll sit down and talk together again.
I know.
It took 3 to bring him down, you know. You remember him kindly, don't you?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. His letters and our last, our only visit together in Paris.
You saw him in Paris?
Once. Just once for 3 days. It was just before the invasion. Oh, we had a beautiful 3 days together.
But I had no idea of that.
No. We told nobody. In time we would have, I suppose. We planned to anyway. Then he went back. And I waited to hear from him. You know, it's funny. You wait and wait. Day after day. You wait for a letter. And then it comes. But it isn't from him. It's from his squadron. So for a long time you don't open it. You just sit there and hold it, wishing you need never open it. Because you know that a letter from his squadron, from a friend, can have but one thing to tell. And then at last you do open it.
My dear child.
And after that, your whole world is darker than it was before.
Nicole's loss had been as great as mine, and I understood then why she had come with us. We went to a little town near the Channel, to the home of Nicole's uncle. With the children off to bed, he listened to our story, smoking his pipe, nodding quietly.
And what do you propose now, Nicole?
You have fishing boats, Uncle. You know young men who are not afraid. Can't you find one who will take Monsieur Hard and the children across the channel?
I'm quite prepared to pay, you understand.
And what is the price of a man's life, monsieur?
But, Uncle, they are little children. They must not be left here. Our country is no longer a place for children.
Our country? Our country is no longer our country. You do not know, Nicole. You have not begun to learn what it is to live under the Boche. How do I know I can trust this man?
But I know him, Uncle. I know him very, very well.
How do I know I can trust you?
Oh, but, Uncle.
How do you know you can trust me?
I refuse even to think such a thing.
Under the Boche, child, that is what happens.
As I have said before, I have no wish to involve anyone else in my own personal problems. I shall, of course, leave the house.
No, please. Let me think about it, monsieur. But, listen. Do you hear? That's a raid on Brest. It's the harbor. They're off to the ships.
Why, those filthy...
No, monsieur. That's a British raid. Those are British planes.
British?
That's it. They're after Hitler. That was the report in Brest today, that he was there inspecting the invasion fleet.
Well, after Mr. Schickelgruber, eh? Well...
What is it? Is it a raid?
I should say it is. Those are British planes, Sheila, the RAF.
Our planes?
I've got to get a look at this, by George. Yes, there they are. See? Bang! That's it, boys. Bang! Hit them again! Bang! Bang! By George, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. Bang! It was late that night when Nicole's uncle came to my room.
I found the man and made all the arrangements. His name is Roquet, and his boat is at a fishing village just 10 kilometers from here. You and Nicole will meet him tomorrow in a cafe near the docks. Nicole knows the...
Rocky. Monsieur Rocky.
Nicole, que diable faites-vous ici?
Mon grand-père, Monsieur Howard. Monsieur Howard ne comprend pas le français.
Oh, yes. All right. You have the boat. The boat. It is by the bottom of the lighthouse. You understand?
Yes.
From the outside of the cafe, you will see the lighthouse. To the right. You understand?
Yes. When do we start?
Now, tonight. The sooner the better.
Bonsoir. Bonsoir, Nicole. Bonsoir, grand-père.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Rocky. There is a lighthouse, monsieur. And there is a boat.
Sheila, quiet.
Stop here. Rocky.
Here. This way.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye.
Bon voyage, monsieur.
My child, won't you come with us to England?
No, monsieur. I'm not English. I'm French. And you have told me yourself that in times of trouble, you should be in your own country and do what you can to help. This is where I belong. Right here.
But afterward.
Yes. Afterward I shall come.
Goodbye, my child.
Goodbye, monsieur.
Halt there! Halt! Steigen Sie in das Boot. Greifen Sie den Mann. Ja, Leutnant.
They're Germans. Soldiers.
Oh, you were leaving us, eh? You were English, yes? Well?
I am English. This young lady is not. She is French.
You will come with me. All of you.
But I tell you that
You will come with me. Ned, listen there. Hier ist die Hunde, Herr Leutnant. The boatman. You are English also?
I am French. Whom papa pour celle Boche.
Schweigen! Now, monsieur, you will come this way. Please.
Howard, they've really got us, haven't they?
Well, it rather looks that way, Sheila. Oh, Pierre. Pierre.
Les amants. Les amants. Les amants. Les amants.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars will return in Act 3 of The Pied Piper. And now, a tired businessman, a really tired businessman, is being reminded of a promise.
I'm so glad you got home a little early, dear. We promised the Sloanes we'd go with them to that political meeting tonight.
Oh, say, Mary, do we have to go to that? It's been an awful day. I'm fagged out.
Oh, wait and see how you feel after dinner. It's time for a shower if you want one, Jim. I just put fresh towels and soap in the bathroom.
On the road to Mandalay. Oh, boy, this soap sure knows how to lather. Where the flying fishes play. And the dawn comes up.
Why, Jim. John, you're all dressed up. That's a new tie.
Well, we're going out, aren't we? Say, Mary, when do we eat? You know, that shower kind of pepped me up.
I thought it would. A Lux soap bath always does the trick for me.
There's nothing like a refreshing Lux toilet soap bath to cure that all-in, end-of-the-day feeling. And you're sure to make a hit with the men folks in your family if you put fine white Lux toilet soap in the shower or tub. A man likes the rich, creamy lather, the way it carries away dust and grime in a jiffy. Even in hard water, Lux soap gives quick, abundant lather. Lux, you see, is a quality soap made only of the finest ingredients. But the whole family can enjoy it as a luxurious bath soap because it's thrifty to use. Lux toilet soap is hard-milled. It doesn't get mushy or soft. Each smooth white cake can be used to the last thin sliver. Why not put Lux toilet soap on your shopping list tomorrow? And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
After the play, we'll have an answer to the burning question of the evening, as propounded to Frank Morgan by one of his leading ladies, Margaret O Brien. It's a little personal, but I think you'll be allowed to listen in. And now, here's the third act of The Pied Piper, starring Frank Morgan as Mr. Howard, Margaret O Brien as Sheila, and Senior Hasso as Nicole. The land of hope lay just across the channel, a few miles of water between refuge and despair. But Mr. Howard and the children were on the wrong side.
They brought us to a house in the town, the headquarters of the Gestapo. The children and Nicole and Roquet and I. They took us before a major who sat smiling at us from behind his desk.
Very touching, yes. A lovely group of children, mein Herr. Well, I suppose you know that Charandon has been arrested?
I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about.
Nor have you ever heard of Major Cochrane, I suppose, of Army Intelligence War Office in London?
No.
Your memory obviously needs freshening. An English gentleman traveling across France with 5 children anxious only to get home. A pretty and most disarming device.
It happens to be the truth.
Who are these children? Where did you get them?
The 2 English children belong to friends of mine. The others...
You insist on that absurd story.
You asked for the truth, didn't you?
Yes, I shall get it. You see, we know who sent the information to the English of the Führer's visit to the fleet at Brest. We know who caused that raid. You and Charandon. What we do not know is how that message was passed through to England. That is what you are going to tell us, Mr. Englishman. And as soon as it is told, the pain will stop, not before. Take them away.
This way. I say, one question, please. Did they get him?
Get whom?
Hitler.
Of course not.
Oh, that's too bad. They took us out of the room, and then they brought me alone to another room down the hall and left me. There was a man sitting there.
Asseyez-vous. Soyez comme chez vous.
I'm afraid you have the advantage of me, sir.
No, I'm English, too. Half at any rate.
English? What are you doing here?
Waiting to be shot.
Oh, you're Challenger.
You've heard of me.
I'm supposed to be mixed up with you in some way. That raid on the ships.
Too bad we didn't get the little beggar.
You mean you were responsible for that, really?
I helped. There's no point in denying it now. Only I wish they'd stop throwing innocent people in this room with me on the theory that they're going to convict themselves. Really, I look for better things from you, Major Deason. More ingenious.
I say, are you feeling all right?
Quite. I'm assuming, of course, there's a microphone in this room somewhere.
Oh.
They're listening to us right now. You're wasting your time, Major. This man knows nothing about my affairs. But I will tell you this. The English will be back here, and I warn you, they'll not be as gentle as they were after the last war. They'll deal with you this time as they would with vermin. And if you kill this old man, I assure you, you'll be hanged publicly, and your body left to rot on the scaffold as a warning to your other murderers. That ought to hold him.
You're a very rash young man.
Oh, I'm in for it anyway. At least I can get a bit of satisfaction out of it.
The major had evidently heard enough. A few minutes later, he sent for me.
You're growing a little bored with your friend Shaklin.
Really? If I were in your place, I would not dismiss what he says too lightly.
Look out of the window there. A very pleasant garden, isn't it?
Very.
That is where your friend, Mr. Chesterton, is going to die in just a few minutes, unless you decide to help him.
I know nothing whatever of his work or how he went about it. Nor if I knew, would I tell you.
Look, they're bringing him out. You see? It's a very little thing that I ask. Tell me how he got the information out of France, and I will stop this execution.
I've told you truthfully, I do not know.
You haven't much time. Nobody would ever know. I promise you.
Can't you understand? I know nothing.
As you wish. Just a few seconds now. Are you going to tell me? Well? Too late, I'm afraid. A pity. Come to the window. Would you like to see what you've done?
Swine. Foul, filthy swine.
Sit down. You puzzle me, really. If you are a spy, you are at least a very clever one. What did you intend to do with those children?
What?
The children. What did you plan to do with them?
I don't know. I hadn't thought. Send them to America, I suppose.
America? Why America?
But I have a married daughter who lives in a district called Long Island. She would have made a home for them until the war was over.
Are you seriously asking me to believe that a woman in America would make a home for 5 dirty little children that you picked up?
I'm no longer interested in what you believe. Listen, I'll confess anything you wish if you'll only let them go. And Mademoiselle, too. If you'll do that, I'll confess to anything you say.
It is impossible. I simply do not know what to make of you. I can only say that you must be a very brave man to make such an offer.
No, not brave. Just old. The Major was not finished with me yet. The next day I saw him again.
I do not
alone.
believe one word of your story about these children, particularly about your plan to send them to America.
I'll say anything you wish if you'll only let them go.
What about the Jewish child?
Jewish? Which Jewish child?
The dark one.
Is he Jewish? It didn't occur to me to ask.
But in America, would they accept a Jewish child?
I don't believe that they'd turn down any child. Even a German.
Even a German? Are you positive of that?
Yes.
Mr. Howard, how would you like to continue your trip to England?
Not without the children.
And Mademoiselle?
No, she wants to stay here in France.
But if I were to let you go to England with the children, would you be grateful enough to do me a small service?
That would depend on what it was.
There's a certain person to be taken to America. I do not want to advertise her journey, but...
If you think for 1 second that I would introduce a German agent into America, you're even a greater fool than I thought you were.
She can hardly act as an agent. She's only 5 years old.
5?
Yeah. Now, listen carefully. This little girl is my niece. Her father, my younger brother, is dead. Her mother, we learned later, was not wholly Aryan, so we were compelled to dispose of her. But the unfortunate problem of the child remains. Half Aryan, half Jewish. She happens to be a sweet child, and I would feel better if she were with my older brother in the United States. He is an American citizen.
She would be safer, you mean?
As you wish. His name is Rupert Deason. He now has a business, a grocery, in a city named Rochester in New York State.
City?
The city of Rochester, New York.
Are you positive?
Of course I'm positive. What are you talking about? Have you not ever heard of it?
Oh, yes, certainly I've heard of it.
His address is 600 North 3rd Street, and that is where I want her to go. Meanwhile, Mademoiselle may return to her home in Chartres.
And no harm will come to her.
Not unless you are foolish enough to tell anyone of this arrangement.
Very well. I should be very glad to take the child and see that she's delivered to her uncle.
What is your address in London? I shall send for you when we arrive there.
42 Curzon Street. Yours, I assume, will be a cell in the Tower of London. We were released that night, all of us. Roque had the boat ready, and we stood lined up on the deck waiting for the little girl we were to take with us. She arrived with the Major, a tiny child, carrying a doll in her arms.
Oh, this must be Anna. How do you do, Anna?
How do you do, Anna?
Heil Hitler.
Oh, children, stop it. Stop it immediately. Major Disney, hadn't you better explain to Anna that from now on that salute will be out of place?
Very well. Anna, von nun an brauchst du nicht mehr Heil Hitler zu sagen. Du kommst unter Menschen, die das nicht verstehen.
Nicht mehr? Gut.
Get aboard. I want to see you get away. All of you, get aboard.
Goodbye, Nicole.
Goodbye.
All of this I know you have done for my boy. And for him, I thank you.
Some for him. Some for you, too. You know, once I thought there could never be another man as fine and as brave as your son. But I was wrong. And it wasn't all for you either. It was for the children. Somehow they represent hope. Hope for the future. You are the past. I'm the present. And they are the future. So we must take very, very good care of them.
I have not all night, please.
Au revoir, my dear. You'll come to see me when it's all over, and we'll talk about John.
Oh, yes.
One more thing, the Englishman.
Yeah.
There must be no trickery. If one word of this appears, it will be the concentration camp for your young lady. Remember that.
And if anything happens to my young lady and I hear of it, this whole story will be in the papers and on the shortwave radio mentioning you by name. And you remember that.
You dare threaten me?
You dared threaten me, didn't you?
Oh, that's so.
Au revoir. Good luck and happiness.
Au revoir, Nicole.
Bye. Goodbye.
Well, we're on our way, children. I think you'd all better go below and see if you can't get some sleep.
Do we have to take off our clothes tonight?
No, you may sleep with them on tonight.
Good night.
Good night, my dear. Good night, little Anna. We're all friends now.
Good night, Herr Howard.
Oh, Sheila.
Yes, sir?
There's a little matter I think I ought to clear up with you. You remember our little discussion regarding Rochester?
But yes, Mr. Howard, but I told you.
I know, but it seems that we were both wrong.
Really?
Yes, I happened to be talking it over with a fellow the other night. A fellow knew all about it. It's not a state at all, it's a city. A city in New York State.
Well, now, isn't that peculiar that we both made that mistake?
You're really a very extraordinary girl, Sheila. And I'm very fond of you. And I apologize to you. We reached the English coast the next morning, and in 2 weeks I'd seen them all off to America. That was 4 years ago. I've been in government work since then. I knit. I hear from the children quite often. Just yesterday I had 6 birthday cards. 6 cards in round, childish hand, wishing me joy for the coming year. I wish them joy, too. Joy for the coming year and for all the years that they shall know and I shall not. For this is what we are fighting for, and this is our prayer, that there shall be a future full of years for children of every land and of every creed, that they shall know joy and laughter and a bright new world. Sheila must have gone to considerable trouble in sending me her card. It was postmarked Rochester, New York. Really, an amazing child.
And now our stars, Frank Morgan, Margaret O Brien, and Senior Hasso, come to the footlights to receive our thanks and to help answer a question that I'm sure has been on all our minds. Tell me, Frank, are you preparing to lose an election bet?
Election bet? Certainly not. Not honestly. I mean, honestly not.
I might report that Mr. Morgan brings to our footlights the most luxurious chin foliage ever seen on the stage of the Lux Radio Theater.
Well, thank you, C.B. I didn't think you'd notice it.
What's the beard for, Mr. Morgan?
What?
What's the beard for, Mr. Morgan?
Well, it's for a picture I'm making.
I'm surprised you can talk through it.
Talk through it. Why, down on his ranch, Mr. Morgan is one of the best hog callers in the county.
Well, thank you, C.B.
Can you really call hogs, Mr. Morgan?
Miss Hasso and I call hogs. They come running with apples in their mouths, all set for roasting. Would you like to hear me?
Yes.
Look at his wicked wiggle.
What? Quiet, please. You'll miss the delicate inflections. Now. Suey, 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 suey. Suey me, suey me, suey me. There, I was so convincing I almost thought I heard the patter of their tiny feet. Do you think you could do it, Margaret?
Well, I'll try.
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Margaret. Do it.
All right. Suey, suey, suey.
My words are coming. Look out, everybody.
You see, Frank, Margaret's quite a versatile actress. She can even go you one better on hog calling.
Can you call hogs, Miss Hasso?
No, Margaret. Not in English, only in Swedish.
But Miss Hasso is a very distinguished actress, Margaret. She's won every award for acting that Sweden offers. And she's appearing now in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture, Seventh Cross.
You know, C.B., George G. Nathan calls Miss Hasso the most attractive new foreign actress in America.
Well, you only have to see the story of Dr. Wassel to know that. You know, one of the reasons for that attractiveness, Frank?
Yeah, I know. Lux soap.
Well, thank you. Thank you. You're very kind. But it is true that I've used Lux toilet soap ever since I came to America.
Same here.
You've used it ever since you came to America, Margaret?
Yes, ever since I forgot to wash.
Well, I'm sure, Margaret, that can't be often, judging from the memory you've shown here tonight.
Can you plumb up your memory and tell us what's on Lux next Monday night, C.B.?
Now, for next Monday night, Frank, we have one of the most dramatic stories of modern times. The universal screen hit, Magnificent Obsession. And our stars will be Claudette Colbert and Don Amici. It's a gripping love story in which a man sacrifices himself for a woman and loses her, but in devoting his life to helping others, achieves a final and dramatic happiness.
Sounds like November 13th is the lucky number, C.B. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Your hug calling certainly brought home the bacon. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici and Claudette Colbert in Magnificent Obsession. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's an important reminder from your local post office. Christmas mailing this year is expected to top the 1943 holiday volume by 25%. So if you want to be sure that your gifts reach their destination on time, mail them during this coming month, no later than December 1st. The Pied Piper was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John N. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Magnificent Obsession with Claudette Colbert and Don Amici.
Fry.
Grand for cake and pie.
Fry.
Every time you fry.
Fry.
It's the shortening by.
Yes, ma'am. New Spry cakes are lighter, better tasting. Spry pastry is so tender and flaky. Spry fried foods are crispier, so digestible. So be a better cook. Bake and fry with Spry.
Be sure to listen in next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Magnificent Obsession with Claudette Colbert and Don Amici. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Broadcasting service.
Saturday Night Theater. We present Ronald Howard and Trader Faulkner in Round the Bend, Stephen Grenfell's adaptation of the novel by Nevil Shute. Round the Bend.
Lights out.
How do you know, Tom?
Oh, I don't really. I'm just guessing. It's exactly 10:15, and I don't suppose much happens in the army after this time of night.
Suppose not. Seems silly, doesn't it? Having a bugler telling the soldiers to put all the lights out in the middle of a war. I mean, when all those ships are so blacked out, you can only guess where they are.
There'll be plenty of lights on board, Beryl.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Those great ships there in Southampton water, with all those soldiers and airmen on board, where do you imagine they'll be sending them?
How should I know, Beryl? Winston Churchill doesn't ring me up for advice, you know, every time he wants to send a division of troops abroad.
Do you suppose any of them will be going to Egypt?
Very probably.
When you go there, will you go by ship?
How do I know? When the time comes, somebody will just send for me and say, "This is it," and I'll be told if I'm to go by ship or in an aircraft flying out to Egypt.
I hope it's by aircraft.
So do I.
Tom?
Hmm?
You love aircraft, don't you?
You know I do. Well, you do too, surely.
Oh, because I work for an aircraft company. No, of course I don't. Not love them the way you do. I mean, I'm only a filing clerk. I could be that in any business firm. It's different for you.
Oh?
I remember the day you joined the company. It was almost exactly 8 years ago, in September 1935.
You remember that?
Of course I do.
Well, I never.
I knew that very first day your first love would always be aeroplanes. You had a sort of starry look about you.
You must be psychic or something.
A girl doesn't have to be psychic to see what it is a man really loves. Tom, how did you first come to be mixed up with aeroplanes?
Didn't I ever tell you?
If you had, I wouldn't be asking now, would I?
Well, in the summer of 32, Sir Alan Cobham came down here to Southampton with his flying circus. I knew from the very first day I saw him stunting in a lincock that I simply had to get a job with that circus.
And you did?
Eventually.
What sort of job?
Oh, general dog's body to start with. Then I sort of wangled myself into the Gretna Green display.
What on earth was that?
It was an elopement.
What?
I had to dress up as a girl, and the chap I was eloping with to Gretna Green, he and I tried to get away in a terrible old T-model Ford, and Father chased us all over the aerodrome in a Tiger Moth.
Father?
One of Sir Alan's pilots.
Oh.
He chased us all over the place, bombing us with little bags of flour and toilet rolls. All the crowd used to love it. So did we.
Who was your intended?
You mean in the car?
Yeah.
Connie Shaklin used to drive the Model T.
What a strange name for a boy.
Well, Connie was short for Constantine.
Oh.
Yes, it wasn't only his name that was strange. He was a strange chap altogether.
In what way?
Well, he was a cheerful enough chap, about my own age, a bit older maybe, with straight black hair. But, well, he looked like a chink.
Uh-huh.
You know, he was yellow-skinned, and his eyes were different.
Was he really Was he really Chinese?
Blowed if I know, really. I remember I asked him once if he was Church of England or Presbyterian or what.
And what did he say?
He said, damned if I know. Then he told me he was born in Penang, that his father was a Buddhist, but that he himself had been Church of England at school.
What about his mother?
That day he said to me, Mother brought us to England when Father died. She was born in Irkutsk, so she's Greek Orthodox.
What a funny mixture.
Well, it seems his mother married again. He told me she was in a place in California called San Diego with his sister. Well, when I left the circus, he was going to join them there in the States. He was going to try and get a job in one of those big aircraft factories they've got in California.
Do you still keep in touch with him?
We swore we'd write, you know, but somehow we never did.
Tom, when you go out to our repair branch in Egypt, you'll write to me, won't you?
Of course I will. You know that.
Have you really got to go?
You don't get much choice these days. After all, there is a war on.
Oh, this blasted war. I thought we were going to get married around Christmas time. That's what you said.
Yes, I know, love. Look, what say we get married now? Before I go.
Oh, Tom, do you really want us to get married?
Do I want to? Here, let me show you. My darling Beryl, it's only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I really should be working. But I especially wanted to write to you today because today I've been out here exactly 2 years. All letters, you see, have to be on the censor's desk by 5 o'clock. That's why I'm pinching an hour of the firm's time. I haven't had a letter from you for nearly a month now. I just can't understand it, as you usually write every week. It could be, of course, that a couple of ships with your letters on board have been sunk in the Med. I really have liked my job out here. As you know, we operate a large number of aircraft in this theater, and I'm responsible for keeping them in the air. All except engine overhauls, that is. I fly a great deal, and I really feel I'm doing a worthwhile job of work out here. I get on very well with what most people here call the WOGs. I now know a bit about Syrian, Iraqi, and Egyptian aircraft hands. It's no use at all saying, as some people out here are apt to, that these chaps are a lot of monkeys who have dropped out of the trees and that they aren't reliable. They're reliable, and you can use them all right if you take the trouble to learn about them. And if you do that, you'll find the work is liable to come out a good deal cheaper, because their wages are much less. When I say I like it out here, it doesn't mean I'm not longing to get back home. I am. Now that the Japs have packed it up in the Far East, we'll be sweating on the top line to see who'll be sent home first. As far as I can see, I've got quite a good chance. I've been out here longer than most of the lads, and the boss has been dropping a few hints recently. Whenever it is, it can't be too soon for me. I want to get back to England so that we can set up our own home and start living our life together. Come in.
The mail's just arrived, Tom.
About ready time, too.
There was a letter for you, so I thought I'd bring it along.
It's from my wife, is it?
Well, it's not her writing.
Here, let's have a deco. That's funny.
Oh, what's up?
It's not from Beryl. It's from her father.
Oh, well, I hope everything's all right.
So do I.
Well, I'll push off. I'm up to my eyes in it this afternoon.
Something's up, I know it. Dear Tom, we've been having trouble here, I'm sorry to say. And Beryl wants me to write...
To write and tell you before she writes herself. And her ma and I think that that's best too. As you can imagine, it's been very dull for our Beryl since you went away, and she went up to London some time ago and got in with some Polish officers in the West End. Well, she took to going about with one of them, a certain Captain Wysock. And the long and the short of it is, Tom, she's going to have a baby in January. Now, I know this will be a great blow to you, Tom. I can't tell you how sorry we all are. Captain Wysock came down for a long talk, and he really was heartbroken about you. Even so, when we'd all talked it over, we thought it would be best if there was a divorce and he married Beryl. Captain Wysock's father is a Polish count. They've got big estates at a place called Jabinka. It's near Warsaw. Beryl wants me to say she sends her love, and we all send our sympathy in what must be a terrible shock for you. But I'm sure it will all be for the best.
Your affectionate father-in-law, Albert Cousins. Tom Cutter.
Oh, Tom? Bill here.
Yes?
Tom, Jackson's breathing down my neck.
Oh?
He wants to know if you can guarantee that repeat will be ready for tomorrow morning's flight to Khartoum.
What's the trouble?
Well, it needs a right-hand contact breaker, and the stores have only got left-hand ones.
Then we'll have to get one somewhere else.
Well, that's just it. I've been telephoning all over the ready place. As far as I can see, there just isn't a right-hand contact breaker in Cairo.
Well, somebody must have one.
Well, you tell me who he is, then.
I'm coming out. Tell Jackson the repeat will be ready to fly at 0800 hours.
Oh, well, if you say so.
I do say so.
Well, then that letter did contain bad news, Tom.
Why do you say that?
Well, because of the way you're behaving.
It so happens it contained nothing but ordinary mundane news of day-to-day family affairs. No, Bill, get cracking on that contact breaker.
Roger.
Come on.
Oh, God. It's you, Tom.
What is it, Mrs. Cousins? What's happened?
Oh, God.
Where's Beryl? Isn't she in?
You didn't get my letter.
I got a letter from your husband telling me about Beryl and this so-called Polish cunt.
No, not that letter. Come in, Tom. Oh, I wish Father were here to tell you.
Tell me what?
It's Beryl. She did it in the middle of the night when we was all asleep. It was in the kitchen. You can still smell the gas.
I'm back, Ma.
Oh, Tom! Oh, my boy. Father, it's Tom!
Hello, Tom, lad.
Oh, Tom. Tom.
Oh, you mustn't cry, Ma. The war's over. I'm back. In one piece.
Oh, it's good to see you, son.
He's looking so brown, isn't he?
Well, love, he's been out in those foreign parts for 2 years.
We know about poor Beryl, Tom. We're ever so sorry.
Yes.
It must be awful for you.
Oh, I'll just have to get used to it, Ma, that's all.
That Polish officer Beryl took up with Tom, he wasn't a count, was he?
No, Ma. I never thought he was for a moment.
No.
Even when I got Beryl's letter. And there weren't any big family estates at some unpronounceable place near Warsaw. Huh. Funny how easy you can impress a girl, isn't it?
Oh, you must be starving him. We were just about to have tea, weren't we?
Yes, take your coat off, son, and pull up a chair.
Now, Dad, that's a coincidence. I got 2 pairs of kippers this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Tom, you remember how you always loved a kipper for your tea when you were a lad?
Well, Tom, you've had a few days to make up your mind. How do you feel about it?
It's a very generous offer, Mr. Evans, but there are a number of things against it.
Hmm?
All things which are nothing to do with you or the company.
I see.
I dare say you know that my wife committed suicide.
I didn't know whether to mention it or not.
The salary is good, 900, but... Well, say I took over Mr. Holden's old office here, as you suggested.
Yes, Tom.
Unless I come to work each day by helicopter, well, I'd have to use the same streets I used to walk along with Beryl. The same passages, the same roads round the works.
Yes, I thought perhaps you'd feel this way.
Oh, don't think I'm not grateful, Mr. Evans. I am. It's a good job, and I'm a fool to turn it down. I realize that. But, well, there's no future, is there, working in a place that's going to send you right round the bend?
You're right, of course. No. How are you fixed for cash?
I've got a fair amount put by. I was saving up for furniture.
Yes. I see. So, well, what'll you do, Tom, with this new chapter of your life?
Mr. Evans, I'm headed back to the Middle East, to the Persian Gulf.
To do what?
Look, I've been to Abadan and Basra and Kuwait and as far down as Bahrain. There's no way of getting round that part of the world except by car or plane and...
I dare say traveling by car in that kind of territory isn't much fun, eh?
Nobody, as far as I know, is doing any air charter work out there. And I've got a hunch that if I went out there with a light aircraft, like, say, a Foxmoth, I might make a living.
Yes. Well, you could well be right. Well, a Foxmoth might be just the job. I was up in Leicester the other day at Kennington's.
Don't think I know them.
Oh, you ought to, Tom. Kennington's happened to have a Foxmoth going.
I knew this was going to be my day.
Well, dismantled, hasn't been used for years.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
It needs a lot of work on it. Well, I dare say you could snap it up with a decent second-hand engine for 120, 130 quid.
Yes, I could manage that.
Good. Well, all I can do now is wish you luck. No, better than that. I can give you a letter to the managing director of Kennington's. He's an old friend of mine.
Hello there.
Good evening. My name's Tom Cutter.
Flight Lieutenant Allen. Welcome to Muharraq Island.
Thanks.
Come far?
Eastleigh, Southampton.
Mate, how long did it take you?
8 days.
I say, that's a pretty good show in a kite like that. Going on to India?
I was thinking of staying here a bit, in case there was a bit of charter work to be picked up.
Oh, pity you weren't here yesterday, then.
Why's that?
Party of 3 engineers going down to Muscat. New water supply or something in the plumbing line.
Uh-huh.
Flew out from England by BOAC. Then this morning they took off in a chartered Arab dhow for Sharjah. 400 blinding miles. Shouldn't really care to do that in a dhow. Take them between 3 and 4 days.
How much further is it to Muscat?
250, I'd say. I think they were going to charter a truck from Sharjah to Muscat.
I see. Any fuel at Muscat?
Yes, and a strip. We keep a small party there.
Do you think I could get a telegram off to those chaps at Sharjah offering my Fox for charter?
Well, the pods in the control tower are always nattering to their mates down in Sharjah. Dare say if you talk to them nicely, they'll bung your telegram over the RT. The land telegraph line's always going for Burton anyway. I tell you what, you've got to report to the control tower anyway. We'll wander down together. I'll introduce you to the pods there, and we'll see what can be done.
My name's Harry Ford, Mr. Cutter, sales manager. This is Mr. Taverner, our secretary.
How do you do?
Mr. Taverner's seen your letter from Bahrain.
Yes, so let's get down to business.
For the last 6 months, I've been doing air charter work in the Persian Gulf with a Foxmoth.
You fly yourself?
I'm an engineer by rights, but I've been granted a provisional B license, which I have to renew every month.
Plenty of charter work?
Far too much for one aircraft. That's why I've come back to Britain to buy a second.
On credit, you said. And from us?
Yes, on credit from you.
What's the name of your company, Mr. Cutter?
I haven't got a company. Just a 15-year-old Arab boy called Tariq who cleans and washes the aircraft for 20 rupees a month, and a Foxmoth.
Just one Foxmoth?
Just one Foxmoth, and a walloping great profit. Here are my accounts, certified by the Iraqi accountant at Bahrain, together with a complete schedule of all jobs I've done, the hours flown on each, the payments, and all the rest of the gubbins.
I'll have a look at those.
You'll find them all in order, Mr. Taverner.
Yes, I dare say.
Your Foxmoth, I take it, is out of service in your absence?
Not at all. Being flown by a chap I got to know recently called Gujar Singh. He's a Sikh, and a damn good type. He was in the Royal Indian Air Force during the war. Did 300 hours on Hurricanes.
He's on your staff, too?
No, but he wants to come in with me. If, that is, I can get this Basing air truck out of you.
On credit?
On credit.
Wish all our clients came to the point so quickly.
If we were to give you a hire purchase agreement, Mr. Cutter, over a year, say, could you find anyone to guarantee your payments?
Nope. I've got no rich friends. All I've got is the record in those papers there of what I can do. They show I can keep up my payments.
How much could you put down as a deposit?
£1,000.
Only 20% of the cost of the aircraft. From these profits, these accounts of yours show you ought to be able to do better than that, Mr. Cutter.
I've got to keep some liquid capital in my business.
Even so, you can't pay off £4,000 in a year.
Why not? You can see there what I make with a single Foxmoth.
Yes, you've done well, no denying that. You've been doing all the work yourself so far. But if we let you have the air truck, you'll have to employ pilots and ground engineers, quite apart from having to insure our machine with a policy we approve of. You're going to have to start employing staff now, Mr. Cutter.
I agree. Do you know what I'm paying the Sikh who's flying the Foxmoth in my absence?
A pilot working from Bahrain, let's see, 1,000 to 1,200?
250 rupees a month.
How much is that?
£220 a year.
With flying pay?
Nope. Flat.
You propose this native pilot should fly the air truck?
Why not? Done 300 hours on Hurricanes, most of it operational and without a single accident.
Oh, yes, but...
If this air truck of yours is so ready difficult to fly that he's not safe on it, then there's no point in continuing our discussion.
Easy, Mr. Cutter. Easy.
If the business grows, would you employ more than one native pilot?
Very probably. I can't afford British pilots at £1,000 a year.
But ground engineers for your maintenance.
I'm fully licensed as a ground engineer myself. By the time I need them, I'm pretty certain some Asiatics will turn up. I had some working under me in Egypt during the war. They were all right.
You're planning an air service staffed entirely by wogs.
I prefer to call them Asiatics. If you want to sell me an air truck, you can quit calling my staff wogs.
No offense meant, Mr. Carter. One uses these slang phrases. I apologize. The point you're making is that by using Asiatic staff, you can reduce your overheads to the point where you can bear the higher purchase cost of 80% of an air truck spread over a year.
Correct. I can pay off the aircraft and still make money.
Yes, I see.
Harry, I've been going through these figures of Mr. Cutter's very carefully indeed. Mm-hmm. He's a go-ahead young man I think we can afford to do business with. Mr. Cutter, £1,500 down and the machine's yours.
It's good of you to let me bunk in with you.
Not at all, Mr. Cutter. We had been warned to expect you. Now, don't expect too much. It's only a dormitory room with 4 beds. Batavia's full of the military, and the Netherlands hotel's packed like a sardine tin.
How's the war against the Indonesian Republicans going?
Slowly. Very slowly indeed. You said you were chartering down here.
Yes, I brought a young Dutch-American scientist down here in my air truck, and I've got a small return load waiting for me.
Now, this is your room?
Thanks.
I think perhaps it would be as well to go in quietly. This is a very hot place, and most of us take a siesta after the midday meal.
I'll be as quiet as a mouse.
I'll see you in the bar later.
Fine.
Who's that?
Oh, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. I hope none of my gear's in your way.
Do you think you can do the girl in the Gretna Green show this evening?
Connie! Connie Shaklin!
Tom! You know, I couldn't believe my eyes for a moment. Tom Cutter.
But this is... But it's quite fantastic.
But tell me, look, what on earth are you doing down here? Are you still in aircraft?
You bet. I'm operating in the Persian Gulf. Got a Foxmoth and a new Basing air truck. Came down here on a charter job. What about you?
Well, I was with Siamese Airways until a short time ago.
But I thought they only took Asiatics.
Well, what do you call me, Tom? My father was a full Chinese, my mother was Russian, I speak Cantonese and a little Mandarin. And now that I'm out here, I spell my name as my father used to, in 2 words, Shaklin. I'm an Asiatic.
Not a proper one.
Well, proper enough to get a job with Siamese Airways.
But you said you'd left them.
Well, now I'm with Dwight Shafter.
Who's he?
Well, don't you know about him?
No.
Well, Dwight's a gun runner. He flies arms into the Indonesian Republicans, or he did. The Dutch have got him now, here in Batavia. He crashed in the jungle. He's in hospital, under guard.
And you work for this chap?
That's right.
Well, I'll be damned. But now the Dutch have got this chap under lock and key, what's your position?
Well, I paid the staff a month's wages out of the money Dwight left, and I've been given a safe conduct to proceed out of Dutch territory at will.
Then I've got a proposition to put to you.
All right, and I've got one for you. You first.
My show at Bahrain is growing. Come and work for me as chief engineer. I need somebody like you.
I'm still working for Dwight Shafter. I've got a carrier of his to look after.
But the Dutch will put him in prison, surely.
Oh, yes, he'll go to prison. For years, probably. But he's got plenty of money. Money the authorities here can't touch. If he wants me to stay on and serve his interests while he's in prison, then I'll do so.
But why?
Because I like and respect the man. He's risked his life, his liberty, to help millions of Asiatics struggling for their freedom. Now that he has lost his own freedom, I can't very well abandon him, can I?
What about this Cornell carrier of his?
Shall I make my proposition now, Tom?
Shoot.
I think you should take over the carrier.
What?
Yep. Fly it to Bahrain and operate it there. The carrier is a real aeroplane.
But it costs more than 60,000, quite beyond my resources. Besides, what makes you think this chap Shafter wants to part with it?
Well, what else can he do? What he needs is someone who will fly it out of this area, preferably to British Empire territory, when the laws of property are clearly framed and easy to understand.
I'm not sure.
Well, if you took it over, I'd ask Dwight if I could go with the aircraft and work for you. You know, I think he'd agree to that. I think he'd want me to stay with his airplane.
Oh, it's 10 times heavier than anything I've ever flown before. What happens if I crash it?
I know this, Tom. You will fly that aircraft, and you will not crash it.
I don't mind having a stab at it if nobody else minds.
They're easier to fly as they get bigger, provided you're not afraid of them. And you won't be afraid.
It's a long time since I've been afraid of an aeroplane. I thought you'd be in the prison hospital, Mr. Shafter.
I guess they wanted to keep me alive for the trial. Shaklin says you want to charter my Cornell carrier?
Well, it's going to cost me £600 in fuel oil and landing fees to even get it to my base at Bahrain. That'll have to be recovered out of profits before I can pay you anything at all.
Baloney. Fuel cost you nothing.
Huh?
There's over 12 tons of 100 octane in my store at Dam Ray Fong right now. You can fill her up, take 5 tons with you in the cabin. Oil there, too. The rest, chicken feed.
Not to me, I'm afraid.
Look, that carrier's worth $5,000 a month in charter fees.
Why don't you offer it to somebody like Pan American, then?
Huh? Oh, wise guy, what's your angle?
I suggest this, Mr. Shafter, as an equitable deal in the circumstances. I'll take the carrier with any fuel and spares from Dam Ray with Connie Shaklin as my engineer.
Okay, Tom, that's a deal. Hell, I wish some guy had given me a deal like that when I was young. I wouldn't have needed to go running guns.
It's fair enough.
Oh, maybe. All the same, you're a darn lucky guy. Say, you've known Shaklin quite a time, I believe.
We started off together as kids in the same flying circus.
Yeah? He's a fantastic engineer, that guy. One you can really trust. But he's got some mighty strange ideas for an engineer about religion, that kind of thing.
Does it affect his work?
Damn right it does. Makes his work a whole heap better.
I don't understand.
Down at Damrayfong, this guy Shaklin's got a statue of a Buddha set up in a kind of little pagoda nearby where we park the aircraft. He holds a kind of prayer meeting there twice a day before they start work on the machines and after they knock off in the evening.
Connie holds prayer meetings?
I'll say in Chinese, Siamese, something like that. The other engineers come to it, the local labor come to it, and the girls, they come too. Oh, yeah, your pal Shaklin is quite a hot gospeler.
But is that sort of thing usual in this part of the world?
I've never seen it done before.
Connie started it then?
Well, must have done.
Do you know why?
I did ask him once. Note he said, men work better if they pray. Just like an old preacher I knew back in Indiana when I was a kid. Now, maybe there's something in this religion business after all. I wouldn't know. I just never got around to giving it a whirl. Too darn busy flying.
You really think I know enough about this machine to take her up, Connie?
I'm certain you do.
We've come a long way since we used to tear about in that Ford in the Gretna Green display at Cobham Circus.
Yeah, those were good days.
Connie, all those people by your pagoda there, the engineers and the rest, they're all on their knees. They're not praying, are they?
Yes, they are.
For me, I take it, so that I don't make an almighty muck of this.
No, for us both. Probably more for me than for you.
Well, it's nice to know somebody cares.
Hello, Tom. We're at prayer. Perhaps you've come to join us.
Yes, if you'll have me.
Come forward, Tom. Will you kneel down?
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, the laborer at your side, he wants to give you some of the gladiola blossoms he has in his hands.
Thank you.
It is written in the Dhammapada, you yourself must make the effort. Buddha can only indicate the way. Cut down the love of self as one cuts the lotus in the autumn. Give yourself to following the path of peace. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum.
Hello there, Tom. Another gin?
Not for a moment, thanks, Jim.
Next one's on me, anyway. How's old Harpick getting on?
Who the hell's Harpick?
Your chief engineer.
You mean Shaklin? He's doing fine. Why do you call him Harpick?
He's clean round the bend, your mate.
He's a damn good engineer, I know that. Got all the other maintenance boys on the ball.
I know, nattering religion to them all the time.
Well, what of it? Do a few of you clods good if you thought about your so-called immortal souls for a bit.
Oh, come off it, chum. You can't maintain aircraft with the Quran in one hand and a spanner in the other.
Well, he's doing it, isn't he? Who told you, anyway?
It's getting talked about all over town. The buzz is, if you want a drop of religion for one or other reason, you can listen to the imam in the mosque or pop along to old Harpick in the hangar.
Do you a bit of good to do either. I'd bet my next charter fee you haven't been in a church of any kind since the last time you were marched there on church parade.
We are a peculiar people. we who work upon and care for aeroplanes. For common men, it is enough to pray 5 times in each day, as the Imam dictates and as it is ordained in the Quran. But we are different, we engineers. We are called to a higher task than common men, and Allah will require much more from us than that. Have you got a 5/16 box there, Typhoon?
Yeah, teacher.
Thanks. Now, hold it firm. That's right, just like that. How many prayers did God first ordain were to be said every day?
50, teacher.
That is correct. I see that all of you do not know this, or you have forgotten it, and yet you of all men should know it.
Guja Singh?
Mr. Cutter.
How are things in the hangar?
Oh, they go very well.
I suppose all this religion is all right.
I think it's a very good thing, sir.
Flight Lieutenant Allen says Shaklin's being talked about in turn.
Yes. There is talk in the souk about him. You know that Shaklin is great friends with the Imam.
No, Guja. I didn't know that.
They have long talks together frequently.
Look, Guja, just what is Shaklin? A Muslim?
He is not a Muslim. At first, I thought he was a Buddhist. Now, I just don't know.
Today I noticed you praying with him there before the Buddha. I thought you were a Sikh.
I noticed you there too, Mr. Cutter. And I thought you were a Christian. Perhaps Shaklin is just an ordinary man like you and I, who has the power to make men see the advantage of turning to God. No offense, Mr. Cutter, but you Westerners were not religious people, as we understand it in Asiatic countries.
No, perhaps we are not.
Few of you pray to God in public, or even in private, once a week. But God, and prayer to God, that is necessary to us. Shaklin understands this very well indeed. I think that in a year's time you may find that your ground engineers are as good as, well, perhaps even better than British engineers.
Yes, you may be right there.
If that happens, you will have a maintenance staff that is unique in all Asia, in more ways than one.
Sorry to send for you, Connie, when I know how busy you are.
There's some trouble, Tom?
Well, no trouble as yet. But I'm a bit worried about all these casual Arabs who drift in from Muharraq and even across the causeway from Bahrain for the sole purpose, it seems, of listening to you in the afternoon when you're saying your prayers. Now, for one thing, these chaps are a nuisance when our lot are working, and, well, we could have our tools stolen, you know.
Yeah, I see.
We simply can't have all these spare bods round our aircraft.
No, I quite agree. I'll put up a notice in Arabic, and I'll string a rope across the mouth of the hangar.
Good man.
But I'm afraid they'll come just the same. You won't mind if they sit just outside the hangar, beyond the rope?
What do they come for?
They come to join in our prayers.
Well, I don't want any tools stolen.
Oh, they wouldn't do that, Tom.
Oh, says you.
No, they only come here to pray. They wouldn't steal anything from a mosque.
You mean they come to our hangar as a mosque?
In a way, yes. Tom.
Yes?
My mother died last week.
I'm terribly sorry about that, Connie. Terribly sorry indeed.
These things have to happen.
What about your sister? What's she doing?
She's a secretary with an American export firm.
What a pity it is you both have to live and work on opposite sides of the world. Look, if your sister would like to join us here, well, we can give her a tryout in the office.
Well, that's good of you, Tom. I don't really know if she'd fit in here, but I'll write and put it to her anyway.
Oh, this heat. God, what a day it's been.
It's been rather a strange day, Jim.
125 in the ruddy shade. Strange? In what way?
I took a stroll down to the hangar late this afternoon.
Well, nothing very strange about that.
You know we strung a rope across the entrance?
To keep fuzzy-wuzzy tea leaves out, yes, I know.
There was an enormous Hudson saloon parked there.
Oh, the Sheikh Abdul Qadir drives a Hudson saloon.
He was there.
Oh, you're kidding.
With his wazir, Hussein.
Yes, I know him.
Well, I didn't quite know what to do, so I wandered up, looked uncomfortable, and said, "This is a great honor, Mr. Hussein. The rope wasn't meant to keep you out."
And quick as a flash, he said...
Well, he introduced me to the Sheikh, and the old boy bowed low. To me, Tom Cutter. It was fantastic. I said to him, so many people come here to listen to what Shaklin has to say to the engineers that we had to put this rope up, I'm afraid. But if you wish to hear more, will you please come inside?
What did the old boy say to that?
Well, he mumbled something I couldn't make out. Then Hussein said, "The Sheikh wishes very greatly to hear the teacher, but he's rather deaf. It is very kind of you." So I lifted the rope for them, and they walked slowly and majestically into the hangar itself.
Well, blow me down.
I introduced them to Connie, and that was that.
Your Buddhist mate's really making a name for himself, isn't he?
Jim?
Yeah?
You remember I told you I was flying home to try to raise the money for another aircraft?
Oh, that second-hand tramp freighter, yeah.
I'll be taking off in a day or two. I'd like you to keep an eye on this business in the hangar for me.
Will do, Tom.
Oh, I don't mean put any restriction on Shaklin. I trust him. Just keep a weather eye open, in case the whole thing starts getting out of hand.
Tom, what made you bring me up here today?
I used to cycle here weekends when I was a youngster and fish. Ah, I love Twyford. And I love this part of the river.
I came with you once.
Did you? For heaven's sake, so you did.
And I caught 2 more fish than you did.
Ah, that's what drove it from my memory. You've changed a bit since then, Doris.
Oh, didn't you expect me to? I'm 24, you know. You've changed as well.
Oh, I don't know.
Beryl changed you.
Yes, I suppose so.
That happened a long time ago, Tom.
Yes.
I don't know the rights or wrongs of it. But I do know this. There's nothing in that old story to force you to spend the rest of your life in the Persian Gulf, away from everybody you know.
But I like working there.
I know why you went out there in the first place. You went to find a sort of hermitage.
What a strange thing to say.
It's true, Tom.
Yes, perhaps it is.
Well, it's high time you came back into circulation. If you stay out there much longer, you'll go round the bend. You're laughing at me. You think it's silly.
No, Doris. You're right. You know, I've got a chap working for me at Bahrain now that everyone says is round the bend.
Now, what's wrong with him?
He believes in God. He teaches engineers who work with him to turn to God in everything they do upon the aeroplanes. Oh, he's obviously going round the bend. Everybody says so.
But surely what he does, that's not wrong.
I don't know whether it's right or wrong. All I know is it's liable to raise a packet of trouble any time.
That's why you're so anxious to get back.
Yes. I managed to catch a lift out next week, but it's to Rangoon.
Rangoon?
Well, it happens to suit me splendidly. I've got some business to sort out there.
How long before you leave?
5 days.
I see.
You know, I really have enjoyed this afternoon. We must try and do it again before I leave.
I'm very glad indeed to see you, Mr. Cutter, but intrigued. I wonder what it was induced you to seek me out.
Well, Major Spencer, Father, my business in Rangoon is with an old friend called Umayin. He told me an Englishman turned Buddhist monk was living in an ashram here and offered to bring me along.
I'm very glad he did. Umayin is also a friend of mine, and he told me something.
Oh?
He said you have a man working for you in Bahrain. A most remarkable man.
He's my chief engineer. His name is Shaklin.
And he is remarkable?
To you, probably not. In England, I suppose people would say he was mad. All I say is that he's a first-class engineer who makes men reliable by injecting religion into their daily work.
Several people have talked to me about him.
What? Here in Rangoon? All this distance away?
Indeed, Mr. Cutter. He made a great impression on the monks in Bangkok. An Arab merchant from Aden came here to Rangoon last month and told one of my religious friends about the teaching that was going on in Bahrain.
Oh?
A Parsi from Karachi told us the same story. And then came Umayyin, who has actually been taught by this man. And now you arrive.
I'll tell you anything I can, Father.
No, I have things to tell you. Every religion in the world requires to be refreshed from time to time by a new teacher. Gautama, Muhammad, Jesus, these are some of the great teachers of the past who have refreshed men's minds and by their lives and their example brought men back to truth. We are very far from the truth now, far enough here, even farther in the West. Belsen and Buchenwald exceeded any horrors of the war here in the East.
Yes.
But we are all in this together, wandering far, far from the truth. This thing is beyond the power of ordinary men to put right. We must look for the new teacher. One day, the power that rules the universe will send us a new teacher who will lead us back to truth and help us to regain the way. There have been 4 Buddhas in the history of the world, of whom Gautama was the last. One day, a 5th will come to aid us, if we will attend to him. Here in Burma, we earnestly await his coming, for he is the hope of the world.
Do we know anything at all about this new teacher?
Indeed. We know that he is very near to us in time. We think he is already born. We think that his birthplace is in that part of the continent of Asia where Tibet and Russia and China meet. We think that he will be of mixed Eastern and Western stock. We believe this man is the savior of the world.
Do we know where this man is going to teach?
That has not been revealed. The only certain fact we know is that his ministry will last for 4 years and 23 days.
It is kind of you, Mr. Cutter, to come all this way to the sulk to speak with us.
Shaklin said you wanted to see me, Mr. Hussein.
My master, the Sheikh of Kulal, was told by Shaklin that you have bought another large aeroplane.
A tram freighter, yes?
Yes. My master believes you may have to resort to the usurers to find the money to pay for it.
Well, it's going to be difficult.
I do not wish to be impertinent, but my master asks me to suggest to you that he should lend you the money to pay for this airplane.
But the sum involved is £55,000.
Spare parts and auxiliary equipment will cost another 5,000 or so. Say 65,000 in all, about 8 lakhs of rupees. I do not think that will be beyond my master's resources.
But, Mr. Hussein, what I don't understand...
May God protect you, Mr. Cutter.
Well, Major Hereward, I'm sure you didn't come here to pass the time of day.
No. I understand you've been borrowing money from the Sheikh of Kulal.
That's right, though I fail to see
I
what...
happen to be the liaison officer here in Bahrain. Quite frankly, we don't care to see the Sheikhs lending money to buy aeroplanes.
The loan wasn't my doing.
How did the Sheikh know you needed money?
Perhaps my chief engineer told him I was expanding.
Shaklin?
That's his name.
He goes and talks some sort of bastard religion to the old man.
In his spare time.
Mr. Cutter, it's being suggested your chief engineer used his religious influence to get you a large loan of money.
I wonder who dreamt that one up. Now, let me tell you something. I could pay this loan back in a month from now, but I shan't do that. And do you know why? Because you and your mates at the bloody residency have come to the conclusion that I'm a crook.
That's rather extreme language, isn't it?
The situation, to my mind, calls for extreme language. Good afternoon, Major. Come in. Hello, Arjan.
Shaklin has delegated a pleasant duty to me, Mr. Cutter, to introduce to you his sister. Her name is Nadezhda.
How do you do, Miss Shaklin?
Hello.
Oh, do sit down.
Thanks. My brother said that maybe you had a job for me here.
Can you take dictation at the rate I'm speaking now?
Surely, Mr. Cutter. I can take it quicker than that.
Any ideas about the wages I'd have to pay you?
Well, I wouldn't know what people pay out here or what it costs to live.
I can't pay San Diego wages.
I guessed that.
Tell you what I suggest. A bank cashier's wages here are 250 chips a month. I'll pay you that.
Okay.
If it doesn't work out, you come and tell me, Miss Shaklin.
All right, I'll do just that.
Now, I'll ask Arja Singh to show you around my little airborne empire. Oh, and of course your brother will be able to fix you up with living quarters. How are you getting on, Miss Shaklin?
Mr. Cutter, I'd much rather you called me Nadezhda.
Right, Nadezhda it is. And I'm Tom.
Yes, I knew that. I like my job here.
You're a great help, particularly with the filing. That always killed me.
I like to see everything correct and properly entered up. It makes me feel good.
You're very like your brother. That's what he tells the chaps in the hangar.
Quite a few people around here seem to be taking an interest in what Connie says these days.
Practically every Asiatic ground engineer in the East seems to want to come and work here. Didn't you know this about Connie before you came here?
No. Oh, he was always a bit that way at home, but nobody ever listened to him. He didn't preach, he just had ideas.
We wouldn't pay any attention to them in England, I dare say. But they seem to fit in all right here.
Have you seen the way they treat him in the souk?
How do they?
Well, it's as though he were a prophet or something. They get up and do a kind of salam as he walks by.
There's no harm in that.
Yes, but now they're beginning to do it to me.
You?
Yes, it's because I'm the sister of Shaklin, the teacher. Oh, Mr. Cutter's office? Yes, Major Hereward, he's here.
Cutter?
Major Hereward?
Yes?
I'm afraid I have some unwelcome news for you, Mr. Cutter.
Let's have it, then.
It's about your man, Shaklin. We feel at the residency that the influence he is building up is quite undesirable, that it could even be dangerous.
You scare me rigid.
It's very unwise to monkey about with religious feelings in this country. I've been here 25 years, and I know. A new sect creates a schism, and out here schisms may erupt into open riots at any time.
There doesn't seem to me to be much harm in what he does.
That is for us to judge. Your man, Shaklin, happens to be a British subject, and you're a British subject. So I'm afraid in this matter you will have to do what the resident decides.
Which is?
You'll have to get rid of him, Cutter. I'm very sorry about it, and so is the resident. But Shaklin has got to go.
I asked you to come for a stroll, Connie, because...
They want to get rid of me, don't they?
How on earth did you know?
The Imam told me. A couple of days ago. The Bush telegraph works very well here in Bahrain, you know. Far better than the residency, no.
Those ruddy, pompous idiots. I can't think of a way out.
Now, look, Tom, we're friends. You mustn't let this trouble you. It's time that I went on, in any case. I've been here long enough.
I don't believe you meant to make a change.
I've done all I can in this place, and I should move on.
Look, Why don't you go and start up in Bali for me?
Yes. Yes, I'll do that. A typhoon can go on here in my place.
Splendid. That's settled then.
There's only one person damaged by this business.
Who's that?
You, Tom.
But nothing's happened to me.
Well, you were born a valiant and courageous man, and you can take hard blows. But you were going to sell this business, weren't you?
I did think of it, but I gave up the idea.
And with it you gave up England, and wealth, and an easy life in a beautiful country. And love, and the children you long for.
How did you know all this?
No, I haven't got second sight.
Well, it didn't seem to be a good idea to sell the business after all.
Did you hard-headed man, decide to stay on in this barren place as a penance?
I've got plenty to do penance for.
Well, when do you want me to go?
I'm laying on the first flight to Bali Thursday week. You and Finnet had better come with me on that. Oh, I'll take Arjat Singh, too, so he can learn the route. I think you ought to go with your brother, Nadezhda.
And he thinks I should stay with you.
I don't want to force you to stay here.
I want to stay, Tom.
Will there be trouble in the souk because Connie's been kicked out?
No. Well, not while he's here, but afterwards there may be. Some of them will miss him. Connie said to me today, if there should be any trouble, ask Tom to see that some fool of an officer doesn't close the aerodrome with an armed guard. The people may still want to come and pray.
I'll do what I can, but you know what stupid clods they are at the residency.
Tom.
Hmm?
If Connie got ill or anything like that in Bali, could I go to him?
Of course. We'll bung you on the first available aircraft.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know. Connie's way is spread a long, long distance from here. May spread even further. Engineers in the hangar in Rangoon worship in his way. And in Bangkok, in Karachi, and in Abadan.
What is this thing? A new religion?
As I see it, it's a way of life that brings men to worship through their work. Men who wouldn't worship in the old-fashioned way. Well, if that's what a new religion is, then I suppose this is one.
Well, certainly there's no harm in it.
Oh, no, only good. Only a lot of good.
Right, Morrison, let's have it.
Well, sir, these last few days there have been far more worshippers at sunset prayers than ever before.
I know that.
Cutter's loaded up his tramp, and he and Shaklin take off at dawn tomorrow.
And what happened there this evening?
And there were 11 buses parked there.
11?
Some of them had made the journey more than once. There must have been 500 people there.
500? Good God.
Including the imam who led part of the service.
Any demonstration?
Oh, sir. No motion at all, just the prayers. Then they all queued up quietly and got into the buses.
That quiet. That lack of emotion. It doesn't seem right to me.
Not me, sir. I think we may be in for trouble of some sort, sir.
Karachi Tower, this is George Abel Nan Howe Victor from Bahrain. ETA 1150 Zebra, over.
Howe Victor, Karachi Tower, you are clear to enter the zone, over.
Karachi Tower, roger.
Howe Victor, Karachi Tower, is Mr. Shaklin on board your aircraft?
Karachi Tower, roger. Shaklin is on board.
Howe Victor, roger. Thank you. Out.
Connie?
Yes?
Karachi Tower have just asked if you're on board. Are they expecting you?
Not that I know of.
Well, they obviously are.
Well, somebody must have got on the radio telephone from Bahrain.
I dare say that'll be it.
Hello there, Mr. Cutter. Did you have a good flight?
Yes, Salim, thank you. How goes it?
Very well, Mr. Cutter, sir, thank you. Mr. Cutter, is Shaklin with you?
He's here all right. You want to see him?
Oh, yes. Many people here wish to see him.
Well, don't keep him too long. I want to go through to Ahmedabad today as soon as we've refueled.
May we have 1 hour, please? Only 1 hour. It is most important to us.
1 hour? Okay. Connie, I want to take off in an hour. Let's say 3 o'clock local time, shall we? And Salim here wants to see you.
My word, Mr. Cutter, your ground engineers have certainly started something.
I don't interfere with what they do, Harrison. If Asiatics like to say their prayers, I don't think we've any right to stop them.
Well, all going around the bend, if you ask me. Can't get a thing done up here until they've all said a bloody prayer or two. Now it's starting in Bombay. I came in yesterday in a commuter. She was missing a bit on the front back, so I took her into Sind Airways for a plug change.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it was like being in a ruddy church.
Did they do the plug change okay?
Well, yes, they did, as a matter of fact. And they found 1 or 2 cowling cracks that our lazy oafs down in Bombay hadn't even noticed.
Ah.
Yeah, they're quite a good crowd in Sind Airways, you know. If it wasn't for all this religious bunkum, I think they've come on quite a lot lately.
That's your answer, Harrison. I'm sorry about this crowd and all the rest of it, Maungbat, too. As chief engineer of the airline, you must be pretty fed up. It seems to have stopped work a bit.
I allowed for it, Mr. Cutter. We heard that Shaklin was to come through here 4 days ago, and so I arranged a holiday. We are treating today as a festival. It is a great honor. He is a very wonderful man.
All of you know that aeroplanes do not crash of themselves. You are intelligent men. You do not believe there is a jealous God who stretches out a peevish hand to take an aeroplane and hurl it to the ground. No. Aeroplanes come to grief because of wrong cravings and wrong hatreds and illusions in men's hearts. One of you may say, I have not got the key to the filler of the oil tank. I can't find it. I looked yesterday, and there was plenty of oil. It is probably all right today. So accidents are born, and pain, and suffering, and grief come to mankind because of the sloth of men.
May I come in, please, Mr. Cutter?
Hello, Salim. Come in, of course. I'm just using Maungbat 2's office to sort out my flight plan from Karachi back to Bahrain.
You delivered Shaklin safely in Bali?
Yes, Salim, very safely.
He has not come back with you?
No, he's staying there for a bit. He's looking after things for me there.
Mr. Cutter.
What is it, Salim?
You have heard about the trouble in Bahrain.
What happened?
They say there has been fighting in the souk. Much trouble, very much trouble. It is because the teacher was sent away. An English officer was stoned in the souk.
What?
It was the English liaison officer from the residency.
Hereward?
I do not know his name. He was very badly hurt.
Oh,
He would have been killed, but the teacher's sister was there.
When did this happen?
8 days ago. The day you flew in here with the teacher.
Will he recover?
It is all right now. He is in hospital. The sister was there, and it was she alone who saved him.
How? I mean, what did she do?
When they stopped the English officer's car and dragged him out and began to stone him, the sister stood over his body and said to the crowd, "This is a bad thing, and the teacher will be very angry when he comes to hear of it." After that, no single stone was thrown. I think everything is quiet now. If there was still any trouble, we would have heard of it, because the radio operators talk to each other all the time.
You've seen Hereward in hospital then, Nadezhda?
He wanted to thank me. Oh, it was pathetic. Do I think he really thought he was preventing trouble when he sent Connie away?
You didn't get hit by any of the stones?
Well, they stopped throwing as soon as they saw me.
Oh, thank God for that.
There wasn't any danger. I knew that from the very beginning.
Like hell you did. That's why you were sick afterwards.
How did you know I was sick outside the hospital?
Salim told me in Karachi last night.
They know about that already in Karachi?
Uh-huh.
Do they know in Bombay, in Rangoon, in Bangkok, in Bangalore? Does every little thing we do here in Bahrain go halfway around the world?
Yes, I think it does.
Oh, goldfish in a glass bowl has more privacy than we have. I can't even be sick without the whole of Asia knowing.
That's what comes of having Connie for a brother.
Yes. Oh, by the way, Tarek wonders if he can go to Bali to work under Connie.
But Bahrain is Tarek's hometown.
He's writing up the gospel according to St. Tarek in a bunch of 5-cent exercise books. He's afraid there'll be a gap. Oh, Tom, please, stop it.
Nadezhda, that's the first time you've ever touched me. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm tired. I must pull myself together. No, I'm afraid Tarek can't go down to Bali. Connie's got Finnet with him. This particular section will have to be the gospel according to St. Finnet.
Tom, you're very, very tired. You must go home and rest.
Nadezhda, let me kiss you.
Tom.
It's good of you to see me at such short notice.
Look, Captain Morrison, now that you've taken over as liaison officer from Hereward, well, I was hoping things between the Residency and us might be different.
Yes, I sincerely hope they will be. You read Flecker, then? At the end of the day?
Sometimes.
I do, too. I see you've marked a couplet. Wonder if I know it.
And God shall make thy body pure, and give thee knowledge to endure this ghost life's piercing phantom pain, and bring thee out to life again.
Poet who knew about the people we're dealing with here.
Very much so.
Flecker would have understood Shaklin.
Perhaps.
What sort of person do you really think he is?
He's a very good chap.
A lot of people here think he's divine.
Oh, he's not. He's a very good ground engineer with a bee in his bonnet.
Did you know the RAF is going to expand here?
What?
They're going to put a squadron on the aerodrome at last. The trouble is, you're occupying the only hangar.
They want to kick me up?
No, they want to build you a new civil aviation hangar and extend your present hangar across the vacant land to the south.
Hell, they can't possibly do that. They can't build over that bit. That's where the people come to pray.
It is RAF land.
It's holy ground. Honestly, Morrison, you'll have to put a stop to this business. If anyone stops the people coming here to pray, all hell will break loose.
Yet you don't believe Shaklin is divine.
I don't. But other people do.
Yes. You know, I agree with you. I don't think we can let the RAF do this. It's going to make a lot of difficulties, but they'll just have to bung up their hangars somewhere else.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Now, I'll tell you something. I think we're going to have to work on the assumption that Shaklin is divine.
Damn it, Morrison, I tell you he's not. He's just a damn good engineer who's going round the bend.
That wouldn't have been a bad description of the Prophet Muhammad. Only he happened to be a damn good merchant.
Mr. Carter, this is Dr. Khaled. He is my master, the Sheikh's medical advisor.
Doctor?
He has something to tell you.
The Sheikh of Kulal is a very old man. He is dying.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He is very, very ill and ready to put down his burdens. But first, he wishes very much to see Shaklin, El Amin, the teacher, once again. To pray with him and receive his blessings before he lies down to die.
Well, Shaklin can come back here on the next aircraft from Bali.
My master would not ask so great a man to come halfway across the world to visit him. He wishes that you should fly him and some members of his household to El Amin, so that he may talk with him before he dies.
If that's what he wants, Wazir, I'd be only too happy to arrange it.
May God protect you.
Have you had enough to eat, Tom?
Oh, I'm full up to here, Connie. This girl of yours, Mary Yasmi, she certainly knows how to cook.
Yes, I was lucky to get her to work for me when I first came here.
She seems to pray a lot, as you'll be doing, I take it, when Gujar flies in tomorrow with the Sheikh of Kulal.
Yes. She has prayed a great deal since she was a little girl. When she was 4 years old, she chose the shrine to Shiva to pray at, and she has prayed to Shiva ever since.
And what does she pray for?
The usual things. For her mother, for her good health and long life, for her father, for a good rice crop. And because she's a girl, she prays for a man who'll give her love and respect and children.
I was afraid there might not be enough work for you here. You know, training and directing other people.
Tom, can't you believe I'm a normal man? That I like to draw my pay for doing nothing and be lazy?
It would be too easy if you were like that.
Why do you think I'm not?
If you were, as you say, you'd be living with Mary Yasmi. I think you ought to settle down here, Connie. Marry Mary Yasmi and raise a family like an ordinary man.
Are you an ordinary man?
You mean I'm a fine one to talk?
Oh, your marriage ended in tragedy, but is that any reason why you should not marry again?
I was talking about you. You and Mary Yasmi.
And I was talking about you.
I've started something and I've got to see it through.
Yes. Yes, I know it is the work which prevents. I think that you and I are very much alike. Both in our own way, both in the same boat.
Both going round the bend, if you ask me.
Or perhaps the road has a curve in it. Perhaps it is necessary to go round the bend a little before you can see clearly to the end. When you see Nadezhda, will you give her a message?
Of course.
Tell her that I should be very happy indeed if she were to marry you.
I can't tell her that.
I think you can.
Well, I might, in my own time, but not just yet.
Then tell her in your own time, Tom. But be sure you tell her. Be sure.
Had a good flight, Guja?
Normal enough, except for one thing.
Oh?
Well, with the Sheikh of Kulal on board, the most elaborate arrangements had been made for us at every stop.
No difficulties, then?
The difficulty was to prevent ourselves taking more passengers. You see, it is not possible to keep secret a journey that concerns Shaklin.
Here we go again.
At every stop, 10 or 15 engineers came up to me or the wazir, begging us to let them join us so that they might come here to listen to the teacher. We could have filled the aircraft 3 times over. It's the radio operators, of course. They're talking to each other day and night.
Tom, I think I'll call it a day.
You look pretty tired, Connie.
Well, it takes it out of you, talking to these people, you know.
The Sheikh, all of us, we'll be gone tomorrow.
Tom, you remember the first day the Sheikh's party arrived?
Yes.
And Dr. Khalid insisted on examining me.
Yes. As far as I know, he didn't find anything wrong.
He found something, all right.
What?
Oh, no, nothing you can put your finger on. But he's good, that chap. And cagey. He thinks something's wrong with me. But I couldn't make him tell me what it is.
I'll have a word with him.
No, he won't tell you. Not until he's certain.
I think it's time Nadezhda had a bit of a holiday and came down here to see you.
Yes, it would do her good to get away from the Gulf for a bit.
I'll fix it then.
Tom, you will give her my message.
In my own time, and when I think she wants to hear it. On the telephone, Dr. Khaled, you said you had grave news for me.
I drove out to the aerodrome to tell you at once, Mr. Cutter.
It concerns Shaklin?
Yes. I have received my report from Karachi. There it is.
Just tell me what it is, Doctor.
Shaklin has chronic myelogenous leukemia.
I've never heard of it.
It is a very bad disease.
And its treatment?
It needs X-rays to cure it, and many modern things not found in many cities in Asia. Shaklin should go to Europe. I can arrange treatment for him in Paris.
I see. What worries me is, will he go?
If you say he must, Mr. Cutter, I think he will agree. I am asked to tell you that my master, the Sheikh, wishes to spare no expense. This has been a great trouble to my master, this news of El Amin.
That's all Dr. Khaled told me, Nadezhda.
It's fatal, isn't it? He's going to die.
Oh, it's not as bad as that. But he'll have to go into hospital for treatment.
No, Tom. This is the end of it. There's no cure for this disease.
I can't believe that's true.
Well, it is. You'll see.
Look, Nadezhda, I think I'd better go down to Bali on the next trip. Connie's going to take some persuading.
Yes, I think so.
Will you come with me for the joyride?
Oh, dear Tom. You've never got used to having me around, have you?
I don't suppose I ever shall. It's a fresh wonder every time I come into this office to find you there.
All right. I'll come to Bali with you. We'll do what we can for Connie.
Hello, Arjan Singh. You're back early.
Had good tailwinds. I've brought you a letter, Mr. Cutter.
From?
The Dutch governor in Bali.
Here, let me have a look. Oh, no.
What is it, Tom?
Dear sir, it is with regret that I write to say the continued residence of your engineer Shaklin in Bali is no longer acceptable to the Royal Netherlands Government of Indonesia.
Oh, no.
I must demand this man be removed very soon and replaced by another engineer with Neutral Religious Association's B. Houseman Governor. Ah, that stupid clod. What's it all about, Arjan?
2 Dakota loads of pilgrims.
What?
3 days after you left, a Dakota flew into Bali from Bangkok. It had been chartered from the Thai-Cambodian airline by 30 ground engineers from Don Muang.
To visit Shaklin?
And pray with him. Then a second Dakota turned up with Indians from Allahabad and Calcutta.
Oh.
And I heard at Karachi that a third Dakota will be leaving soon, packed with pilgrims. Oh, you can't reason with these people. I told them it was forbidden to go, but they said Shaklin, the teacher, is ill.
Who pays for all this? It must cost a ruddy packet.
Thai Cambodia provided the aircraft from Bangkok for only 100 rupees.
You're joking.
No. Each engineer had agreed first he would work 10 hours on the aircraft next month without pay. It is all over the East that Shaklin is a dying man. I see it is the truth. And so, on all the aerodromes, engineers who work according to his teaching, but who have never seen him, such men desire more than any earthly thing that they should set eyes upon Shaklin before he dies, and hear his voice, and receive his blessing upon their work. This is a thing that many men desire more than anything else in the world.
Is Shaklin very upset at this new expulsion order?
Nothing can cause him to grieve. He is not like ordinary men.
Are you glad to be back in Bahrain, Connie?
Amazed, more than anything.
It was Captain Morrison's doing.
The officer who took Major Hereward's place?
That's him. He reckons Hereward made a stupid mistake, and he's doing his best to make up for it.
We all make mistakes at times. Tom?
What is it, Connie?
Can you lend me one of your proctors for,
Well, a month or two.
Yes, of course. What do you want it for?
I'm going to die of this thing.
Oh, come on now.
Yes, they seem to think I've got less than a year, and I shan't be much good after the first 6 months. I'm content. Most of us don't get as much notice as that. Like you, Tom, I started something. Like you, I want to finish it. People who've never met me are beginning to put things down I've never said at all. Now, if I had a proctor, I could go round all these airfields and talk to the chaps. If this thing's going to die out with me, it doesn't matter. But if it's going to endure, well, I'd like it to be right.
I understand.
I want them to see me not as a kind of god, but as a real man. A man who sweats as they do, who gets hungry and tired and sleepy. I want them to remember me as a first-class ground engineer, not as a preacher.
If you're going to visit all the airfields in the East where men are talking about you, it's going to take you all your time.
I want to go on till I have to stop.
Who's going to fly the proctor?
Arjun Singh's offered to do that, if you'll give him leave without pay.
Whatever you say, Connie. Nadezhda.
Tom, where do you suppose Connie is at the moment?
Well, he's due in Agra tomorrow. Why?
Sheikh Abdel Qadir died this morning.
He was very old, my dear.
He left money for Connie to carry on his work.
Good for the old boy. How much?
Approximately £4 million.
4 million? You're out of your mind.
I saw Wazir Hussein in the souk. He told me.
For God's sake, this is fantasy.
Yes.
What about Fahad, the new sheikh?
Well, he's determined that his father's wish shall be carried out.
Oh, it's too fantastic to grasp. Well, I'd better grab a machine and catch up with Connie at Agra. Heaven only knows what he's going to think about this.
Tom, I've thought long and deeply about this gift.
And?
The Sheikh of Hulal was my friend. He left me this money to build temples. But my teaching has no need of temples. My temples are the fitter's shop, the tool room, the hangar on the aerodrome.
I don't think the sheikh meant this money only for temples.
I cannot take the money. Let there be schools and orphanages, yes. And let my name be on them, if you wish, as one who loved Sheikh Abdel Qadir. Let Baraka be a center for learning and security in the Persian Gulf, so that no child, from Abadan to Muscat, shall need a home and not find one. And let there be a school for engineers, where men can learn my calling and my way of life.
Teacher.
Yes, Guja?
Teacher, what you say is true, yet all other creeds have found a use for money. The power of money has been used to do good things in the name of Jesus, for example.
I hope you're not comparing me with Jesus.
I know it is not the same. He was a woodworker.
All right, Guja, you have it your own way. But Jesus didn't need 500 lakhs of rupees to spread his word. Great money is great power. And I shall die very soon. If I take this money, someone must administer it after me. Many evils spring from power, and power corrupts. All power corrupts. Either my words will last after me and be believed by men, or they will die. If one thing were required to kill them with certainty, it is that my words should be spread after my death by the power of money. I'm very tired. Tom, you don't know how grateful I am that you were able to bring me to Damrefong to die.
Don't talk like that.
What a long way you've come since Cobham Circus.
You never thought you'd end up running an airline halfway across the world.
You never dreamt pilgrims would make their way to you from 5,000 miles away, to watch you talking to me, to pray beside your house.
It's funny the way things turn out. You know, they're saying in Rangoon that there is a new teacher.
I know.
And that his ministry will last for 4 years and 23 days.
Yes.
Well, when did I start teaching anybody anything? I don't even know myself. I haven't a clue.
When did you first come to Dam Re Phong?
Well, I worked that out. 4 years and 3 weeks last Thursday. But I never taught anybody anything here. So that one's wrong, too.
Chai Tai Fung was with you here at Dam Re Phong in the beginning. He's one of the most devout of your followers.
Tom, you mustn't add to this legend. Try and put an end to this thing if you can. I want people to remember me as a good ground engineer, not as a legendary mystic who was round the bend.
I'll do my best. Now you must rest.
Tom, he looked so peaceful.
Darling, he was a peaceful man.
I didn't even have to see your face. I knew in the plane that Connie had gone.
He went into a coma and died just before dawn.
Yes, I knew. We were just coming in to land at Karachi.
I've arranged for the cremation to take place early tomorrow.
Yes. Oh, poor Connie. And poor Tom.
I was prepared for him to die.
I didn't mean that. You know, Connie wanted us to marry one day.
He told me to tell you that.
Why didn't you?
I wanted to bide my time.
Well, it's bad luck on us, Tom. But I can't spoil it for all those people. I'm Connie's sister. If I married and had children like any other woman, well, it would detract from his memory. Maybe they'd begin to feel that Connie couldn't have been anything special after all.
But, darling...
No, Tom, I shall never marry anyone.
I don't think that's a very good idea.
It's what I'm going to do.
Where will you go?
Oh, I'm going back to Penang, where I came from. I'm going to go to Mother Immaculate Mary to ask her if I can work in her orphanage for children. I think it's the best thing I can do. Poor Tom, you deserve a better deal than this.
May I come and see you there sometimes, Nadezhda?
Please don't do that. And please don't write to me. Oh, I'm so sad for you, my darling. You've worked so hard. So hard. You've been unselfish, as I didn't believe any Westerner could be unselfish. And all for what?
For what, my dearest? You mustn't make me out to be a martyr. I've been ignorant and blind many times in my life. But I've been given great privileges. Perhaps more so than any man alive today. For that I shall always be grateful. Nadezhda, you were Connie's sister, the sister of Shaklin, the teacher. On the fields and farms of England, on the airstrips of the desert and the jungle, in the hangars of the Persian Gulf, on the tarmac of aerodromes in the southern islands, I have talked and walked with God.
In Round the Bend, Stephen Grenfell's adaptation of the novel by Nevil Shute, Ronald Howard played Connie Shaklin, and Trader Faulkner played Tom Cutter. The rest of the cast was as follows: Nadezhda, Jane Jordan Rogers; Colonel Spencer, Carlton Hobbs; Beryl, Elizabeth Proud; Mrs. Cousins, Anna Burden; Albert Cousins, John Durf; Mrs. Cutter, Cecile Chevreau; Flight Lieutenant Allen, Douglas Hankin; Henry Ford, Basil Jones; Mr. Taverner, Kevin McHugh; Dwight Shafter, John Durf; Boojar Singh, Anthony Hall; Doris, Hilda Schroeder; Hussein, Gerard Green; Major Hereward, Frederick Treves; Morrison, Kevin McHugh; Salim, Preston Lockwood; Dr. Khaled, Roger Snowden; Arjan Singh, Nigel Anthony. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davies.
We present Rosemary Miller as Molly Regan, Edward Bishop as Stanton Laird, and David Spencer as David Cope in Beyond the Black Stump, the novel by Nevil Shute, adapted by Stephen Grenfell. Beyond the Black Stump.
Mrs. Regan, Benefax Joe.
Driving as though the deal himself was behind him, as usual.
And there indeed, Mrs. Regan, he may well be.
As long as he's got my kerosene, he can have all the deals in hell chasing him.
As you say, ma'am.
You got my kerosene, Joe?
2 kilos. Secret deal for petrol, that all right?
Aye, that's right. Let's have the meal.
Okay.
Then you can have a cup of tea. Pat and the boys will be down in a minute to unload.
Here's the mail. I'll sort my letters, shall I?
Aye, David, you do that. And you, Molly, pour a cup of tea for Joe.
Plenty of sugar.
Right.
Letter for you, Judge. And your usual English newspaper.
Thank you indeed. My sister's a very regular correspondent, is she not?
Aye, she is that. Oh, here's Pat and the boys, Joe. They'll unload the drums.
Righty-o.
Get the bottle, Molly, and the cold water and glasses. Right, Ma.
Morning, Mr. Regan.
Morning, David.
What's that you got there, a baby kangaroo?
A long-legged mouse like this. What else would it be? The kindest hopper this side of the Black Stump.
Here are your letters, Pat.
Thanks. Hey, in the name of God, what would this one be?
The man's too proud to admit he needs glasses.
And what would a man of my age be needing glasses for?
To read, of course. On the envelope it says Bureau of Mineral Resources.
Bureau of what?
Oh, I know. It'll be from those people who were here a while back, fossicking about after the oil.
God mend them, they'll not be after coming back here again.
It may say in the letter.
I'll open it then, moment. Let's have some grog in the meantime.
Right, Dad. It's from that man, Bruce, who was here before. Here you are, Dad.
Thanks. Well, woman, what does he say?
He says he's coming here in about 6 or 7 weeks' time, and he's bringing half a dozen Americans with him from the Topeka Exploration Company.
What for, in the name of God?
To make a seismic survey.
Huh?
He says there'll be a party of 7 with 3 trucks, and they'll be working on our land about 14 miles west of the homestead.
Oh, did you ever hear the like of that?
Oh, that's what he's written here, Pat. And he says at the end that the survey will decide whether they drill a test well here or not.
Well, you can damn well write straight back, woman, and say that they're not wanted here. I'll have no part of them, no part at all.
I doubt if we have any right to refuse them, Mr. Regan.
Is that so now?
We hold this land on a pastoral lease. There's a clause in the agreement that reserves the mineral rights to the state of West Australia. That binds us to give reasonable access to the land for the exploitation of the mineral resources.
And would you call it reasonable that they should send Americans to Lara Station?
Some Americans are very pleasant people. I met a bishop once, an Episcopalian, who was quite charming. A bit mundane, I'm afraid. Very, very mundane.
They'll be working much nearer my fence than yours, Pat. I think it might be rather fun, having some Americans around.
Fun, is it? Would you be after calling it fun the way they carried on in Alice Springs all through the war? Glory be to God. No young girl living in that town that wasn't raped. And no old woman safe. Save in the house itself and the door locked and bars on all the windows and Father O'Connor praying with her on her bended knees. With the damn Yankee soldiers bellowing round the house like raging stallions. Is it fun, you call it?
It wasn't like that at all, Pat. And well, you knew it. If there's any raping done here on Lara, it'll no be done by Americans.
Oh, I hope you don't mean me, Mrs. Regan.
Oh, no, David, I don't mean you. Anyway, there's going to be no raping on Lara Station. Heaven knows the judge here's got enough kids in the school already.
Indeed, that is very true. I shall have 6 more children in the school next month than we have desks for. The Vogue twins, and Mrs. Stockton's Elsie, and little Johnny Six, Palm Olive's little girl, and the Yardley boy. I think we ought to order 8 more desks, Mr. Regan. After all, how can I rebuke these little ones for bad writing when they had to balance their slates on their knees?
Hey, another clatter, girl.
What, Dad?
Damned Americans, always turning a man's life upside down.
Indeed, Mr. Regan. They belong to a race which possesses the capacity to do that. Mundane, yes, but vital.
7 of them. 3 trucks. Well, we can't have that many in the house.
Where will you put them?
Isn't there the shearers' quarters empty for them to sleep in? There's war beds for their bedding and a stove for them to cook on.
Aye, they might go there.
Oh, you can't put Americans in the shearers' quarters now.
In the name of God, why not, girl?
Oh, because they live differently to their dad. I've seen how they live on the pictures down in Perth.
But did you ever hear the like of that? It's a queer thing I'm thinking that the shearers' quarters are good enough for an Australian shearer and not good enough for an American, with all the lechery and evil in the world in his black heart.
Look, Pat, I can put a couple of them up at my place. If they can cope with the gin's cooking, then.
They'd be better doing their own cooking in the shearers' quarters. No, leave it, David. Mr. Bruce knows the way things are with us. We can't accommodate that many people. Anyway, they'll have everything they need for camping by their trucks, or they can sleep in the shearers' place. When it comes to that, I might even make shift to feed them myself.
You like the convertible your mother and I got for you, son?
Oh, yeah, you bet, Dad.
She'll pass anything on the highway, except maybe a gas station.
Sure, Dad. I already tested her out, remember?
You want to take it easy with that kind of automobile.
Sure.
Your mother was very touched, son, to notice just now you still have that Bible she gave you 3 years ago before you went out to Arabia. You read it a lot?
Well, now and then. Funny, isn't it, Dad? Whenever you look in the Bible, you seem to find a sentence or a phrase that applies to your own life.
I know.
Take this bit I came across just now. Here it is. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. That means Arabia, I guess. And here, the Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
He did that, son.
I guess he did. The motor that failed in that plane bringing me back from Arabia might have failed way out over the Atlantic instead of only 30 minutes before we were due to land at Lisbon.
This is my rest forever. Here will I dwell, for I have desired it.
That's true, too, Dad. I'm home again.
Among your own folk, your own friends.
It's really a great feeling. Really great. Say, talking of friends, you don't happen to know when Chuck's due back from Texas, do you, Dad?
Chuck Sheridan? Not for another month, I'd say.
Chuck and Ruthie, how are they making out these days?
Fine, I guess. Except what? Well, son, you know Chuck. He's still a lieutenant in the Air Force and likely to remain just that, I'd say.
But Chuck had a swell combat record when he flew jets in Korea.
Sure, but Chuck's kind of allergic to discipline, you know that.
Yeah, I guess maybe you're right.
He's stationed down at some big air base near Houston as an instructor. Last time he wrote, he said he, Ruthie, and their 4 kids would be coming home to Hazel on vacation in September.
I can't wait to see old Chuck again.
Trouble with Chuck is that every time he rises a mite in the estimation of the Air Force, he gets out of line and they slam him down again.
Yeah, that figures.
One of Chuck's brother officers came here in the early summer to do a little fishing. Seems your friend Chuck is now instructing fighter pilots, and he's developed a particular technique which apparently gives him a great deal of pleasure. A technique that can't be found in the Air Force manual.
What is it this time, Dad?
Well, around that part of Texas, the railroads are mostly single track.
Uh-huh.
When Chuck goes night flying, he cruises around till he finds a train rolling along, the single headlight of the locomotive lighting up the track ahead.
Mm-hmm. I think I can guess the rest.
Correct. Young Chuck retires about 15 miles ahead of the train. Then he brings his aircraft down practically to track level and flies dead straight along the track at the locomotive with only one landing light switched on.
Oh, boy.
So far, apparently, no engineers actually died of fright, but several have come mighty near it.
Yeah. Well, I can understand the way the United States Air Force might feel about antisocial habits like that one.
Oh, sorry I took so long to make the coffee.
Oh, that's all right, Mom. Dad and I were just shooting the breeze.
And you men have the gall to say women gossip. Now take your coffee while it's hot.
Thanks, Mom.
Your mother thinks coffee should be drunk at 90 degrees centigrade.
Yes, I know.
Oh, come now. Junior, you just don't know how much you've changed.
Not as much as all that, surely.
Oh, yes. Those 3 years have made you so brown.
Is that all?
No. You're a deal more adult and self-reliant.
Well, that's something.
Junior, you think maybe it's time you got to tell us about that letter you got from the Topeka Exploration Company in New York?
Oh, yes, I was going to.
Did they say where they want to send you after your vacation?
Well, they've given me a choice. Paraguay or Australia.
There wouldn't be the chance of a job here in the United States.
Not unless I get myself married. My company gives domestic assignments to married men with families.
Paraguay, Australia. You'll want to think it over a bit.
Well, I guess I've done all the thinking I need to, Dad. I'll go to Australia this time.
But it's so much further away if you want to come back home on vacation.
I like the sound of Australia better, Mom. In a way, as I see it, that part of the country I'd be going to would be something like Arabia. Maybe not quite so bad. You couldn't run sheep at Abu Qaya.
I don't like the thought of you going back to a place like that.
Oh, it's healthy enough. I'd be more scared of getting sick in a place like Paraguay. Marshes and flies and fevers and all that.
Sure. Dry place is better.
And there's a language, too. By the time you've learned a new language well enough to talk to the inhabitants, it's time to come home again.
Well, I guess you're right. Your mother and I were talking about you today when you were downtown. We were wondering whether your work is always going to take you to countries such a long distance away.
Well, I guess that depends on how I get on, Dad. Maybe the head office in New York one day, if I make the grade.
You'd like a city life if it meant a lot of money?
Oh, I don't know, Dad. I certainly wouldn't like living in New York.
A small town's best for small town people. Your mother and I, we've been mighty happy here in Hazel.
Sure, I know that. But there's nothing I could do in a town like this. I don't know if there's any place in the whole world I'd rather live in. But you've got to be practical. There isn't a single oil rig in 500 miles.
As you say, a man earning his living has to be practical.
You know something?
Huh?
When I go, I'd kind of like to see the Hazel Advertiser now and then. Oh, not every week, maybe, just now and then. See what's playing at the movies, things like that.
Sure, I'll have it mailed you from the office. You want a Portland paper, say the Sunday Oregonian as well?
Oh, well, Dad, I don't know that I'd read it. I guess if I have the Saturday Evening Post and Life and the Hazel Advertiser, that's all I want to read.
And your Bible?
Sure, Mom. That'll make my mobile library complete.
That you, Stan?
Chuck?
Who else you expect, man? The president? You have any luck, Stan?
Oh, I hit one, a bit low, one of the bucks. The arrow went right through him.
Good. You bring him down?
No, Chuck. I shot again, but I guess I missed.
Hey, that's the guy I shot at. I saw he'd been wounded. I got him just behind the shoulder.
You and I make a swell pair of hunters. Well, I say we rest up a bit. I'm not used to this kind of terrain.
Okay with me.
Well, I guess this is where we start to take the fat off, if we're going to get that fellow.
Sure. When I get my breath back. I'm a fighter pilot, remember? I don't do this kind of thing every day of the week either.
If some of those kids you teach to fly jets saw you crawling around the woods like this with a bow and arrow, they'd think you were nuts.
They think I'm nuts anyway.
Oh, you blame them? Chuck, you, Ruthie, and the kids, you like it down in Texas?
We make out okay.
4 kids. Boy, Chuck Sheridan, the perfect coordinated family man.
Cut it out. Stan.
Huh?
What'd you think of young Tony when you saw him yesterday?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Well, it seems to me that young Tony doesn't look much like his pa or his ma. That kid's getting to look one hell of a lot like me.
Yeah. Ruth and me, we don't say nothing about that.
I guess you're the only people in Hazel that don't.
Ah, so what? There's nothing anybody can do about it now. I reckon we were all a mite hasty when we were youngsters.
Yeah, maybe we were. Anyway, it's all come out okay.
You figuring on getting married, Stan?
Oh, one day, maybe. There aren't too many girls around the places I work.
Ruth and me, oh, we get kind of worried sometimes.
About me?
Sure.
Well, what about?
Well, it seems like you got the tough end of that deal of ours.
Oh, I made out okay. Reckon I got a long ways further than I'd done if I got married in high school.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, you got the book learning and turned into somebody, Stan. Me? I got Ruth and turned into a bum. I can't figure which of us got the better deal.
Okay, you big bum. On your feet. We'll get moving after that buck and shift some of this fat I spoke about.
Roger.
What a big beaut, David, having Americans here at Lara.
Your father doesn't seem to think so.
Oh, you know what Dad is. His back's worse than his bite.
The sheep are going to find the water situation pretty tough soon.
I know. How are you off for water at Lucinda?
Not too good, Molly. We've got a little left in the big dam.
How much?
Oh, enough to last about a month. The bores are running well, though.
Are you going to put down any more bores?
Oh, I'm not sure it's worth it. I just don't think there's any water there. We've got the two along the line of Blackman's Creek, and there's no sign of water anywhere else.
Oh, that's bad, David.
I know. We might put one down between them to spread the feed, but it would probably reduce the flow of the ones we've got.
Yes. You've done well, David, for a man of only 22. Dad was saying only the other day how well you've done since you came out from England.
Well, my last wool check was £9,000.
Dad respects you. We all do. But 4 other graziers tried their luck at Lucinda and had to give it up.
Oh, it's always got to be a first time.
If we get a good long drought, a real drought, it'll dry up your bores and finish you completely, I'm afraid.
Well, let's hope we don't get a real drought, then. Why do they call him the judge?
Oh, the judge. Oh, we don't know his real name. He's called the judge because he was one. In England somewhere ages ago, before I was born. He got the sack.
I didn't know a judge could get the sack.
Yeah, well, here's one that did.
Why was he fired?
Well, I'm not supposed to know, but I think it was for taking a more than professional interest in delinquent girls.
He's a strange old chap.
He's a wonderful teacher. I do know that. He taught me history. And my sister Bridget, he taught her to speak French and German before she was 10.
Molly, now that you're back from Perth, are you going to stay here for long?
Oh, I don't know, David. I want to be a teacher, but Ma's not getting any younger. I think I'll stay here for a year until my sister Elspeth leaves college, and then let her come home and take a turn. Ma wants me to go to Scotland then, and afterwards to France and Italy. I'd like to do that before I settle down and get a job.
Oh, that'll be a grand trip. You could come back via America.
I never thought of that. Hey, when these Americans come here, David, do you think they'll be like the Americans we see on the movies?
I shouldn't think so for a moment. They don't all live in penthouses or mansions in the deep south, you know.
I bet they don't live in places like our shearers' quarters either. When do they arrive, anyway?
Over here.
What?
Came this morning, didn't you know?
Well, nobody told us.
Oh, talking of the movies, are you going to Clem Rogerson's show at Manor Hill on Saturday?
Are you?
Well, I usually do. Makes a change.
I likes to go sometimes.
Tell me on the air tomorrow night in the Natter session. I'll call in here and pick you up, if no one else wants to go.
Oh, all right, David. Thanks.
Hello there, Molly.
Oh, hello, Mr. Bruce.
Enjoyed the show?
Yes, it was beautiful.
You, David?
Yes, I did too.
Your mother and father here, Molly?
No, they didn't come. David brought me over to Manor Hill.
Oh.
Ma said they'd better stay at home in case you came over with the Americans.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We got held up on the road. Look, let me introduce you to Stanton Laird. He's the one who'll be in charge of the party on your father's land.
Oh.
Hey, Stan! Stan, come over here a minute, will you? Okay. I want to introduce you to some friends of mine.
Oh, swell, Mr. Bruce.
Stan, I want you to meet Miss Molly Regan from Lara.
Hello, Miss Regan.
Hello.
Certainly glad to know you. I hoped we'd get onto your property today, but Don will have told you we're running kind of late.
Yes, I know. What happened?
Guess we just naturally got lost.
Well, do you hear him moving down?
That's right.
Didn't you follow the tracks the mail truck make?
Miss Regan, one wheel rut's just like another wheel rut to me.
Oh, Molly's the name, Mr. Laird. We use Christian names in this country unless you're trying to be very formal.
Oh, fine. I'm Stanton.
Oh, and this is David Cope.
Oh, glad to meet you, David.
How'd you do?
Oh, you're not Australian?
No, I'm English. They call us Pommies out here. I've got Lucinda Station next to Lara.
Oh, that's to the west of Lara, as I recall it. I guess we'll be operating pretty near to your boundary.
Yeah, so if I can help you in any way, I hope you'll come over and tell me.
Oh, that's mighty nice of you.
And I'll start right away by getting you a drink. What's your poison?
Oh, thanks, but I don't believe I'll take anything right now.
Oh, nothing at all. But everybody's groggying up like fishes round the corner.
Groggying up?
Aussie for drinking.
Well, maybe something soft.
Oh, what would you like?
Coke, is that okay?
Sorry, we haven't got anything like that. Lime juice, lemon squash?
Lime juice, please. A long one.
Right, won't be a take.
Don't you drink, Stanton?
Not alcohol. Not many people do where I come from.
Oh, I thought all Americans drank terrifically. I suppose I'm going by the movies I've seen in Perth.
Miss Molly, I'd say that the movies aren't a very safe guide to America. Of course, some Americans do live that way, or they wouldn't make movies about them, I guess. They'll do anything in Hollywood. But I come from the West, where we don't live that way at all. It's still kind of frontier where I come from. Ranching and riding horseback over the trails.
You still use horses in America?
Why, certainly. In my part. Where I live, there's nearly 300 square miles right close into town, where you can only go on a horse. No roads at all. It's frontier still. Oregon, in back of the state, close to Idaho.
Do you know how many horses we've got at Lara, Stan?
I'd only be guessing.
About 300, but I'm not really sure.
Heaven's sake.
Lara's just under 1 million acres, you know. It's not big as properties go up in the north. We feel it's just a comfortable size.
Oh, my face is sure red. You know what? I'm going to keep my big mouth shut about America till I learn something about this country.
Oh, no, don't do that. You don't know how much we've all been looking forward to hearing how you live and everything. We seldom get a visitor at Lara, and I don't ever remember anybody coming from abroad, except David. Hey, that reminds me, it's time we went to look for him, if we're ever going to get a drink, that is. He seems to have forgotten all about it.
Should be around about here, shouldn't it, boss? Sure, Hank. Just about. Over there, see? That's the big limestone outcrop I showed you on the air photograph.
I get it.
Okay, down this spur, towards the flat country over there seamed by that dry riverbed. Beneath that big limestone spur. Yes, I'd say a camp down there would be as good as anywhere.
There's not much life around, is there, boss?
Oh, Hank, just us. And a few Australian sheep.
It's gonna be kind of lonesome.
Sure is. Well, I guess this is it. This is what we've come for.
You run a line of shots across the valley, boss? See where that limestone goes?
Maybe. We'll make our camp down there by the dry riverbed for a start.
Okay.
Well, let's go then.
I got the gin to make some tea, Stan. As you say, the folk at Lara haven't broken you into rum yet.
No, not yet. Say, do they always drink it that way in this country, Mr. Coke?
David's the name, Stan. They drink their rum like that in the outback. And not down in Perth. It's just like England there.
I can't figure out why they're not all nuts, the way they drink this stuff.
Oh, don't make any mistakes. The Regans are good graziers, you know.
Yeah, I know. That's just another thing I can't figure out. Your own place now. There must be a lot to do in a place like this.
Well, there's a lot to do, all right. I'm at it all the time, from dawn till dusk. It's a bad property, of course.
Bad?
If it was a good one, I wouldn't be running it at my age.
Oh, I get you.
Oh, here's your tea.
Oh, thanks.
320,000 acres, but very little water. There's over 100,000 acres up your end we can't use at all.
Can't use?
There's not a single puddle in it. Any rain that falls sinks straight into the ground.
Would that be the area towards our camp?
Yeah, that's right, Stan. Can't run any stock at all between this homestead and your camp.
Oh, maybe you won't be so mad at what I'm going to ask then.
What's that?
Well, the strata on the Lara side are falling to the west as far as I can see. And now I'm working close up to your fence.
Mm-hmm.
The department haven't asked for us to prospect on your property, have they?
Well, not as far as I know. You're quite welcome, though.
Okay, and thanks. So what about some lines of shot holes for a few seismic readings? That would only mean a couple of trucks on the land and a few small explosions.
I can't stop you, Stan, and not that I want to. We've got no sheep there because there's not a drop of water for them. And most of it I've never seen myself. If you go on it, I'd be glad to know what's there.
Well, I'll certainly tell you everything we find, Dave. Well, time I was getting back to work. The boys will be wondering if I managed to get myself lost again.
Is that you, Stan?
It sure is. Where are you?
I'm in the office tent.
Okay.
Hello there.
I just drove over to collect your laundry, and as you weren't here, I thought I'd look through some of your
Oh,
magazines.
fine. See anything that interests you, Molly?
Oh, yes, Stan. You really do have lovely things in America. Tell me, are these pictures real?
Real?
Yes, you know, I mean... Well, do you really have motor cars like this wonderful convertible?
Yeah, I guess so. Sure, I'd say that was about right.
Oh, you do have the loveliest magazines.
Oh, would you like to borrow some of them?
Well, if you really can spare them.
Oh, it's good propaganda, a real two-way stretch. While I'm learning about your country, you can learn a bit about mine, in case you ever visit there.
Oh, I'd love to.
Oh, that's settled then.
Stan, is it very cold where you live?
Well, most winters we have, say, a foot of snow for around 3 months. In a bad winter, or a blizzard, well, it might run to a couple of feet.
Do you know, Stan, I've never seen snow.
Is that right?
When you have snow, do you really use sleighs with horses and bells on the harness?
Only on the farms, I guess.
Louder on the air, boss.
Okay, Hank. Well, it won't take me long, Molly. And when I get back, we'll have dinner. A cookie-made maple ice cream, special for you.
What a lovely night it is, Stan.
Yeah, it sure is.
Let's stop for a while.
Swell. Do you mind if I ask you something, Molly?
No, of course not.
The judge, is he a bit nuts?
Oh, good heavens, no. The judge has got a very clear mind. Mind you, he gets a bit confused sometimes, but that's only the rum.
Well, that's exactly what I can't figure out. Now, back home, if anybody drank like the characters out here drink, he'd be right on the skids.
Oh, the judge doesn't really drink a great deal. Dad drinks twice as much.
It just doesn't seem to make sense to me.
Oh, Ma cuts her down when she thinks they'd have enough. She knows about grog. Ma was a barmaid before she married Uncle Tom.
I always thought Mr. Pat Regan was your father.
Oh, yes, Stan, really. Yeah, I suppose we're rather a difficult family for strangers to understand. You see, after Mike and Charlie and Bridget were born, Ma and Uncle Tom didn't get on very well together. So Ma left Uncle Tom and married Dad. Well, Father Ryan says Ma and Dad aren't really married. We're all mixed here, you know, Catholics.
Didn't they get married?
Well, they couldn't because they couldn't get a divorce.
Not even a civil marriage?
I don't think so. I'll ask Ma sometime.
Sure must make things kind of complicated.
I don't know, Stan. Not here in this part of the outback we call the lunatic.
I'm glad you told me all this, Molly.
Well, it'll help you to understand us. I suppose you think we're a lot of savages.
Why should I? People are much the same all the world over. You know that. We've all got a skeleton of some kind in our cupboards.
Oh, not you, Stan.
Oh, you're dead wrong there. I think maybe I ought to tell you about mine.
Well, only if you really want to, Stanton.
I do. Here goes. You remember that guy I told you about, Chuck Sheridan?
Your friend who's an Air Force pilot?
Yes. Well, about 12 or 13 years ago, a few months after Pearl Harbor, Chuck and I and a couple of girls, we got in a scrape.
Oh, what kind of a scrape?
Oh, a real humdinger. It would have rocked our hometown of Hazel a mighty sight more than it did if it hadn't been for Pearl Harbor. But I guess the honest citizens had more important things in their minds than the misbehavior of its teenage population.
How old were you?
Oh, you're all about 16, I guess. There was Chuck and me, Diana Fawcett and Ruth Eberhardt.
Your friend Chuck, isn't he married to someone called Ruth?
No, that's right. The same one.
Oh, so Diana Fawcett was your girl, eh?
Well, not exactly. You see, it's kind of difficult.
What happened?
Well, Chuck and I were real friends, and you know how it is with kids of that age. We shared all our belongings.
Including your girls?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'd never have believed it of you, Stan.
I know. That's just what Mom and Dad said after the inquest.
The inquest?
Both Chuck and I owned jalopies, and one night we were playing a rather complicated game of touch in and around the streets of Hazel. Diana was driving with Chuck. Ruth was with me.
And you crashed?
That's what happened. I was coming down 4th Street at 70 to cross Roosevelt Avenue. I hit Chuck's Plymouth broadside on.
At 70? Oh, you must have been crazy.
No, not crazy, Molly. Drunk. I guess we all were. Chuck ended up with a concussion and a fractured shoulder. I was lucky, I guess. Only 3 smashed ribs. Ruth went through the windscreen, and she's got a mess of scars on her face to prove it that'll last her a lifetime.
And Diana Fawcett?
Diana was killed instantly.
What a terrible thing.
Indeed it was. When they had the post-mortem, they found Diana was pregnant.
Oh, the poor kid.
And, well, Ruth was pregnant, too.
What did the police do?
Well, Judge Hadley figured it this way. Diana was dead. Nothing could bring her back to life again. Though Chuck and I had killed her, we were all culpable in some way. I guess it seemed profitless to the old judge to start Chuck and me on the road to the penitentiary. He sentenced both of us to a year in reform school and suspended the sentences indefinitely, subject to the chief of police putting in regular good reports about us.
You were lucky, Stan.
Nobody realizes that better than me, Molly.
You said that Ruth was pregnant, too. So she and Chuck had to get married, eh?
Well, not exactly. Ruth had been my girl, and if she was pregnant, I had a pretty good idea of which out of Chuck and me was probably responsible. The Eberhardts were playing the hell with Ruthie, trying to pressurize her to say which of us it was. Well, I guess she finally decided Chuck was more fun than me. Anyhow, she said it was Chuck, and they were married as soon as she came out of the hospital.
Stan?
Yes?
You were telling me the other day about this job your father's offered you on his own firm.
Oh, yes, I guess I'll be joining him next year.
Well, why not now if he needs your help?
We got to make a hole first.
What, here?
Uh-huh. It's just a question now of fixing the exact location. Say, talking about fathers, I guess I'm not anxious to start anything with yours right now.
Oh, it is getting late.
Okay, let's go then.
Your sheep don't look too bad.
Not too bad, David. How's the rain been on Lucinda?
Could have been a lot better. We only got about 9/10 of an inch at the homestead.
Oh, Uncle Tom says we got about 3 inches.
But then, Molly, you always get more than I do.
Oh, it doesn't do us any good. Goes straight into the ground. All the water we've got comes from bores.
I suppose that in America it falls straight into the mouths of the sheep.
Whatever made you say that, David? So far as I can make out, they run their ranches very much the same way we do. Only they seem to have a lot more water than we do and smaller stations.
Better land, in fact. Everything's better in America, isn't it?
Well, if it is, it's because they've worked damned hard to make it so.
And I just sit on my backside and smoke my pipe all day, of course.
Oh, I didn't mean it personally, David. You work harder than anybody here in the lunatic.
Just that I I get a bit tired of these supermen.
Well, what have you got against them, David?
I think it's because they're so ignorant.
Oh, I'm going back. You're always on the lookout for any excuse to run them down. They've brought a bit of America into the lunatic, and I think it's done us all good.
Look, perhaps we better change the subject.
Too right.
All right. Will you marry me?
That's a very poor joke, David.
I'm serious.
But you can't be.
I'd have asked you months ago if it weren't for the fact I'm probably going broke this year. I've been in love with you for a long time, you know that.
Yes, I know. Oh, what made you ask me now?
Oh, just to remind you I'm still around.
Because I've been going round with the Americans.
I suppose so, yes.
Look, I suppose someday I'll want to get married and settle down. But not for a while. I'm sorry you asked me now, David, because the answer's got to be no.
I thought you'd say that. Oh, well, let's forget it.
When Elspeth gets through college in a year from now, I want to go to England.
I suppose you'd rather we didn't go on meeting.
Well, David, if that happened, I'd be sorry, but it's up to you, of course. Look, so long as you realise I'm not marrying you or anybody else for the time being, I don't see any reason why we shouldn't keep on meeting. After all, there aren't so many people our age here in the lunatic, but if you think it's not going to work out, we'll have to give it up.
Okay. We'll leave it like that.
Good night, David. I'm terribly sorry.
My dearest Stanton, I'm afraid what I have to write to you in this air letter
will be very bad news indeed. Your friend Chuck Sheridan was killed flying last week. Amy Eberhardt came round last night and told us the news. It has been a terrible shock to them, and indeed to everyone in Hazel. Chuck was stationed at a base called Harrisburg in Texas, and it appears he was instructing the cadets there in night flying. It must have been low test flying, or whatever they call it, because Chuck collided with a train. Amy was all broken up, of course. She never did like flying, so they've gone down by the Limited to arrive Thursday morning. She said it was a terrible accident, because one wing of Chuck's airplane hit the smokestack of the locomotive, and the airplane rolled up in a ball and burned alongside the track, in front of all the people in the coaches looking on. Ruthie, of course, is all broken up. So is everyone in Hazel. I mean, Chuck did so well in Korea, and then to get killed just on a silly training flight. You can't explain it. But God knows best. I am so sorry this news comes to you when you're so far away from us all. But now that you have decided when your work in Australia is done to come home to help your father in the family business, it won't be for long. I am so glad you've decided to come home, because it is at times like this that all Chuck's friends
should be together. All our love, son, and come home soon, Mother. For I am persuaded that neither death, nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height, nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God, which is in Christ Jesus our Lord.
This Anzac Day, boss, must be quite something then.
Sure is, Spencer. It'd be a heap of trouble if we didn't stop work.
Well, we never stopped to drill for our own Independence Day.
Well, I guess Anzac Day is a sort of holy day, too. You know, Independence Day, Thanksgiving, and Easter all tied up together.
Well, what do you know?
You got the cablegram ready?
Oh, yeah, sure. Right here, boss. The operator at Hastings, Jerry Lee, he's been taking down a number of telegrams from various stations. Should be just about our turn.
Okay, let's try it then.
Okay, I'll switch her on.
Regards, Johnson Wombara.
I'll tell you he's cut his bloody throat.
What in hell was that?
The Lord only knows. Turn the volume up.
All stations off the air, please. Some station seems to be passing a medical message. Will that station please come in again and give station identification?
Hello. Hello. The bloody thing ain't working.
Give it him again, Bert. Hey, you've got to turn that switch to hear. Rec means receive.
This is 6 Easy Dog. Hastings Flying Doctor Service. When you want to speak, turn the little switch low down on the left-hand side to trans. And directly you've done speaking, turn the same switch back to rec. Don't touch anything else on your set. It's going fine. Right. Now turn your switch to trans and tell us what station you are. Over.
Hello. This is Bert Hancock at Manor Hill. We got a bloke here who's cut his throat. He's bleeding pretty bad. And young Jim Copeland's gone and marched off into the bush. Hello. Did you get that?
Flying Doctor here. I got your message. In a moment I'm going to switch you over to the doctor in the hospital. First of all, though, who was it went off into the bush? Now turn your switch to trans. Now. Over.
Jim Copeland, that was. Went off in the middle of the night. Left a note on the cookhouse table. Said he was going back to London. I'll turn the switch now.
Flying Doctor here. Was this man Copeland walking or riding?
Walking. All the trucks are here. He's a young Pommy just out from home, Jackarooey. He got a bit full of the grog last night. Well, we all got a bit full. Over.
Right, Manor Hill. Hang on, will you, while I switch the radio over to the doctor in the hospital. Won't take a tick.
Dr. Gordon of the Hastings Hospital. How did this man cut his throat?
With a razor, Doc. We got him out in the veranda, sitting up. It didn't seem right to move him.
Tell me how long the cut is, whether it's still bleeding.
I'd say it's about 4 inches, Doc. It's bleeding pretty fast still. Real nasty.
Right. Now look, Mr. Hancock. I'll come out just as soon as I can get an airplane. But first of all, you've got to get that bleeding stopped. Have you got any suits?
Turn it down a bit,
Over.
Spencer.
Okay.
I don't know what they be, Doc.
Maybe some of us should go over with the first aid kit.
Take quite a while. The airplane with the doctor would make it first.
I guess I'll go over and take Tex with me. We're not so far away, and it might look bad if we didn't show up to help.
Okay, I'll turn it up again. See what's happening.
Well, I'll try it if you say so, Doc. I told you, though, I can't stand blood. Makes me sick in the stomach. I've chummed it once today already. This is Lara Station, 6 CO. We heard the whole of that. Mr. Pat Regan and Miss Murray Regan are leaving at once for Manor Hill with medical supplies. The journey should take them about an hour and a half in the jeep. I'm afraid those poor boys must have been terribly intoxicated. Over.
Thank you, 6 CO. I'll tell Manor Hill when they come on again. Listening out.
Flying Doctor, this is 6QT, Topeka Exploration. We heard all of that. Mr. Laird and one other are leaving right now for Manor Hill. I guess they'll be over there in 2 hours. Over.
Thank you, Topex. I'll tell Manor Hill. Listening out.
I'll say they were terribly intoxicated. I guess that's what happens in this country when the manager goes off to Perth for Anzac Day and takes his family along.
Except at Lara, boss.
Lara's different. I'd say they're kind of pickled. It just doesn't do them any harm anymore. Besides, they've got a Scotch ex-barmaid in the driver's seat. Maybe that's what you want to run a ranch in this kind of country.
Oh, Stan, I'm so glad you've come. They're in a hell of a mess here at Manor Hill.
I know, we heard it on the radio. What goes on with the horses?
Oh, it's this boy Copeland, the jackaroo.
Jackaroo?
Oh, jackarooing is working on a sheep station as an apprentice to learn the work.
Oh,
We've got to find this boy. He's out in the bush somewhere. Dad says he'd probably be dead by sunset. 6 or 7 miles in the heat of the day, and then you're finished.
What can we do to help, Molly?
Oh, the country's too rough for your jeep. Can either of you ride a horse?
Well, certainly I can.
No, I mean really ride, Stan. Well enough to keep up with us all day.
Oh, you forget I was raised on a ranch back home in Oregon.
Good-o. Well, that makes one more man.
What about you, Tex?
I guess you'll have to count me out, boss. I never got around to riding no horse.
Oh, well, that makes 5 of us with the 2 coloured boys. Oh, we'll want a lot more people, though. I think, Tex, you'll have to sit on the radio.
Okay, Miss Molly.
Oh, what happened to the guy who cut his throat?
Well, I'm afraid he's dead.
And the character who had to do the sewing up?
Flat out in his bed, dead to the world.
Glory be to God, I'm glad to see you, Mr. Laird. Hell, you'll not see the like of this between Dublin and the County Kerry. Or in the whole of the United States of America either, for that matter.
Stan can ride, Dad, and ride well. And Tex is going to stay with the radio.
Yeah, isn't that a great mercy now? We'll go up to the homestead now and see if we can talk to anyone on the wireless. It's 10 more men we'll be after needing with their saddles.
You were watching me just now when we were cantering.
I'm sorry, Stan. I had to see whether you really could ride, by Australian standards.
And?
You can ride all right.
Where do you suppose we ought to look for this guy?
Well, Dad said he'd probably took to the road at first, even though he was blind drunk. But that as soon as he got crazed by the heat, he'd leave it.
Well, if he used the road, we'd see his footmarks in the dust.
Oh, for his sake, I hope so.
You know, I think Chuck would have liked this country.
Well, whatever put that into your head?
I don't know, Molly. I guess the kind of things happen around here that Chuck would have been able to handle.
For your sake, Stan. I wish he was here.
Thanks.
Oh, I don't see we can do any better than go on as we're going, Stan.
You're the boss.
We must be 7 or 8 miles out, I suppose.
About that, I guess.
Well, you could have walked as far as this by night quite easily. Although we haven't seen any traces.
Yeah, this guy's good at covering his tracks, the nut.
I'd like to keep it going for another couple of hours, if that's all right by you. Say till 5 o'clock.
Fine. I just hate to think of anybody wandering about on foot in this kind of country.
Oh, I know. They come out from home and they just don't understand. It takes a long, long time before they do understand.
Hey.
What is it, Stan?
I was just wondering, that might be over there on the road. It looks like a stone.
Oh, I don't see anything.
See that first kind of wiggle?
Yeah?
Well, on past that. The tree on the left. Just a mite past that.
Oh, it's a stone.
I guess maybe it is, but it's kind of rounded for a stone in these parts. And they're mostly red anyway. I guess I'll just take a look.
What is it?
A service water bottle. And it's still wet inside.
Well, then he must have come this way. Well, now we've got to find him. Look, Stan, hang it on that branch of that tree so that we'll know this place again. Now, let's see. We must be about 12 miles out and just past the second creek.
I guess this must be his trail.
I'm certain he can't be far away.
He isn't.
What?
See that clump of spinifex down there?
Where? Oh, yes, I've got it. My goodness, what wonderful eyesight you've got. Come on. Give me a hand.
Okay.
Well, he's alive.
Only just.
Yeah. He's burrowed right into the spinifex like an animal. Well, we'll have to cut it away from on top of him. Have you got a knife?
Sure, my hunting knife from back home.
Oh, he's scratched and torn by the spinifex grass.
And it looks as though he's bitten half through his tongue.
Oh, he's still alive. That's the main thing.
Okay, let's fix the grass.
Oh, he needs water pretty quick.
Then we better get him up into a sitting position.
Righty, here we go.
Here, steady now. Okay, now pour some of that water through his teeth.
Right. Oh, blast.
Oh, you just have to try and force him.
Oh, he's wasting a lot of water.
Hey, what about water? We're both pretty low, Molly.
We can get more from the river.
It's as dry as a rock.
Oh, it just looks dry, Stan, but there's water there, all right.
You're kidding.
Didn't you see those little holes in the sandy riverbed where the kangaroos had been digging?
You mean there's water down there in that riverbed?
Oh, yeah, where the kangaroos dug for it. Poor kitty, he didn't know that.
That makes two of us.
Look, Stan, it's only about a quarter of a mile to the river. Do you think we could get him there?
Oh, why, sure. I could carry him that far, or we could put him on a horse.
Oh, it's better to carry him if you can manage it. There. He swallowed a little bit then.
Yeah, things are looking up.
Now, the best idea is to make a camp down by the river.
Yeah, sounds good sense.
If we make a fire, somebody's bound to come out looking for us during the night.
This kid, Molly, he's very near to death. You know that?
Yes. It's the skin. He's so terribly burnt.
Oh, let's hope somebody sees our fire soon.
I'll throw another bush on it, will you, and give it a stir?
Okay. Well, all we can do now is wait.
And pray?
Sure. And pray.
Stan?
Uh-huh.
When do you think you'll be back in Hazel?
Depends on the well. Right now, it doesn't look so good.
Oh, you mean you're not going to strike oil?
Oh, I wouldn't say that. But all we got so far is traces in the shale.
And if there isn't oil here, what'll you do?
Oh, I guess I'll resign my job with Top-X, go home, and help my father with his automobile business.
Yeah. Yes, I see.
That way, I'll be home around July. I'd kind of like to go home and live in Hazel. I guess I've had my fill of hot countries in the oil business.
Do you know what that means, Stan?
Me going back home?
No, not finding oil. Some of us were beginning to, well, dream dreams.
Dreams?
You know. You'll all go away and only a few concrete blocks and platforms will remain to show that you've been here.
Yes, I guess so.
But no more ice cream or Coca-Cola in the lunatic. No more American magazines. No more stories about how you live in America. There'll be no chance of a town growing up here in the lunatic with hairdressers and shops and cafes and theatres and churches.
Well, if we don't make a strike, I guess that'll be true.
We'll all be terribly sorry to see you go.
I guess I'll be sorry to go, too, in some ways.
Why do you say that? Surely you can't like living in a place like this. Not after Oregon.
Well, you get kind of used to a place. Besides, folk here have been mighty nice to us.
Oh, it's made a tremendous difference to us in the lunatic having you all here. In your shoes, I'd do the same. I'll be itching to get back to Hazel.
Sure, that's the way I feel, Molly. Yet in some ways, I just can't bear to leave.
Why ever not? What's so attractive about this place?
You.
You can't be serious.
I didn't mean to talk this way. I'm all of 8 years older than you, Molly, and that doesn't seem right. But ever since you let me tell you about Chuck, I've thought about nothing else.
Oh, Stan.
So if that oil isn't down there, I just can't bear the thought that I'll be going away soon and never see you again. I guess there's one thing above everything else a man like me wants in his wife. That she be a kind person. And that's what you've been to me, Molly. Real kind. What your dad would say, the kindest hopper this side of the black stump.
Oh, I never knew you thought of me as a hopper.
Oh, I don't really, honey. That's sort of allegorical, like the black stump itself. But if I were to tell you that you were the kindest person I'd ever met this side of the black stump, I guess that would be true.
Oh, Stan, you're such a sweet person.
I'm in love with you, Molly. I guess I'm older than I'd have liked to be, and a mite too serious for you, maybe. But I do love you very dearly.
Oh, Stan.
So, will you marry me?
Yes, of course I will.
Molly.
Oh, Stan.
What about your folks? Your dad, I mean. Do you think he's likely to be mad?
Not anymore. He didn't like Americans before you arrived, but he does now.
Well, I must say that sure does take my breath away.
A truck! What did I tell you? Here, stir up the fire.
Sure thing.
I knew they'd find us.
Hello there.
Dad, it's Molly and Stan. We got the boy here, Dad.
And how is the poor fella?
He's terribly hurt, Dad, and he can't speak, but he's taken a good bit of water, though.
What time was it that you found him?
Just before sunset, Dad. It was dark by the time we got fixed up, so we camped here till someone came to find us.
You got water from beneath?
Yes, Stan dug for
That's
it.
a good girl. There's many a man died of the thirst beside a river the like of this, and cool, clear water beneath the dry sand. You and his mother should be burning candles to the miracles of God, the way you found the lad.
Stan found him, Dad.
And may the holy saints reward you, Mr. Laird. Or else the doctor will be needed for this fella. We'll have to get the stretcher fixed up.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Regan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Laird. Come and sit down on the veranda.
Thank you. Molly says she told you about us.
Aye, she did that. I told the lassie you were too good a man for her, but it all flowed off her like water off a duck's back. And now, tell me, lad, what made you go and do such a daft thing?
Well, I guess everyone goes a bit daft when he's in love. But I'd say, Mrs. Regan, that this is just about the most sensible thing I've ever done in my life.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's hope you won't live to regret the day. Now, Mr. Laird, we'd best talk practical politics.
Right.
There's one or two things to be settled before this goes any further.
I guess there might be.
When were you two thinking of getting married?
Well, I haven't talked this over with Molly yet, but I'd say the right time to get married would be before I leave here to go home.
Molly tells me you're a Presbyterian.
Yes, that's correct, Mrs. Regan.
My daughter's a Catholic. Were you thinking of having a Catholic wedding?
Well, perhaps a civil wedding would be better.
Aye, if the both of you are willing to give up your religious principles, which she's not, and I don't suppose you are. However, leave that be, and let's suppose we get Father Ryan to come here and marry you, for all the ill he thinks of Lara Station. Would your father or mother be coming to the wedding?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say so. It's quite a way to come.
What it means, then, Mr. Laird, is this. You and Molly would be married here, and then she'd go off with you to a country she's only read about, married to a foreigner, to settle down alongside relations she's never seen at all. It's a big jump you're asking of the lassie, Mr. Laird.
I guess I hadn't thought about it that way.
Many a girl's taken a big chance like that and come out of it well, but there's some that haven't.
Do you think, then, she ought to visit with us first, in Hazel? My folks would like that.
Aye, I was thinking the same thing. I was thinking perhaps if she went back with you and stayed 3 months or so, and then for you to be married in Hazel. And maybe I'd come over for the wedding and see America for myself.
Well, Mrs. Regan, I'd like to talk it over with Molly first. I mean, she'll be traveling halfway around the world with me and staying in hotels and all kinds of places. Some folks might think that kind of strange behavior.
If you're thinking of her reputation, Mr. Laird, you can put your mind at rest. My daughter comes from Lara's station, so she's none to lose.
Say, Mrs. Regan...
But while we're on the subject, laddie, I tell you there's to be no funny business, or I'll see to it she never marries you at all. You needn't think you'll put a chain on her that way. We're well acquainted with bastards on Lara's station. We can always use another.
Say, you've got me all wrong, Mrs. Regan. I would never do a thing like that.
You would never do a thing like what, Stan?
Oh, never you mind.
I think I can guess.
Then you've no right to.
Glory be to God. You should have heard Clem Rogerson tearing into them at Manahill when he got back. God save us. He might have been the Lord Bishop himself, and him preaching fearful again the drink.
What happened to the jackaroo, Dad? Is he going to be all right?
Oh, by the grace of God, yes. But he's doing fine. Oh, he sends a message to the two of you to thank you for saving him. The doctor's taking him to hospital in the aeroplane.
Will he be coming back to Manahill, Mr. Regan?
Oh, he will not. Oh, it's back home to England for that buckaroo.
Aye, there's some that's fit for working in the lunatic and many more that's not.
That's a true saying, my dear.
Pat, Mr. Laird here has been asking for our Molly.
May the saints preserve us. To wed the girl, you mean?
I guess that's the way it is, Mr. Regan.
Well, now, isn't that a great wonder? That the like of you would want to wed a girl like her. Was it in the dark night you asked her now? And the two of you sitting by the wood fire under the bright stars, waiting there by the poor jackaroo while I come to find you in the truck.
Yeah, that's right, Dad. That's when it happened.
Yeah, so of course I had me suspicions, and you with the starlight in your eyes. Here, go and get the bottle, girl.
Right.
This is one time you'll take a drink, Mr. Laird, even if it lays you flat on your back as all the boys at Manahill.
Well, maybe just a small one, Mr. Regan.
No, just a quarter of a bottle, eh? No more.
Hi there.
Hello, Ted.
I thought I'd stop by.
Oh, come on in.
Thanks. Any sign of it letting up here at Lucinda?
Not a hope. 9 weeks at least before we can expect a new rain.
How's the stock holding out?
I lost about 300 last week.
Jeez. Guess you won't have many left in 9 weeks.
I think I'll probably get by with about 2,000.
Out of the 4,000 you started out with. That's quite a loss.
Well, come on in and have a drink, Ted.
No, I guess I won't stay. The guys back at the rig will be wanting their chow. Oh, you, heard the news?
What news?
Well, back at the rig, they're saying, Miss Molly and Stan Laird aim to get themselves married.
Well, I dare say it's true. Do you know when it's going to be?
Oh, he's going back to stateside in June, so I guess it'll be then.
He's leaving, whether there's oil or not?
Oh, there's no oil here, brother. Oh, this is a dry hole. A busted flush.
Well, Stan Laird's a good sort of chap.
They don't come any better. Too good for me, I guess. Oh, well, so long for now. I gotta beat it, or those guys will tear me apart.
Dad, may I speak to you?
Why not? Aren't you me daughter?
It's about David Cope, Dad. Could we do anything to help him, do you think?
Glory be to God, girl. And why would we be after helping one like that against a normal summer drought, girl? Sure, if we help him this time, he'd be coming to us and expecting help every third year when the rain's short.
Yes, I know, Dad, but I would like to help him this time, though. You see, I had to be rather unkind to him, Dad. It's not the time to be unkind to anyone when his sheep are dying off like flies.
Was the lad wanting to wed you?
Yeah, that's right, Dad. and I had to tell him I was going to marry Stan Laird.
The blessed saints themselves preserve us. But is that the reason why we'd take 4,000 sheep upon the property, and them so starved that ate as much as bullocks?
Yes, it is, Dad, if we can do it. If somebody here was, well, kind to him now, it'd even things up a bit. How many sheep would we be running now?
Oh, hard to say, girl. 33, 34,000.
Dad, could we take his sheep and not get into trouble ourselves?
Are you still thinking of him, girl?
No, of course not. I'm going to marry Stan. Could we help David, Dad?
Well, listen now, girl. I'll drive up and have a look round number 10 board tomorrow and see how much feed we've got up there.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
You'll be bringing bankrupt ruin on the Reagans, my girl. Sure, we could all live the life of Riley himself if we had no sheep.
There it is, honey.
But it's so large. You always told me Hazel was a small town.
That isn't Hazel down there. That's Portland.
Oh. Oh, Stan, that river, it's enormous.
Yeah, it's quite a river.
I've never seen so much water.
Well, as we Americans are supposed to say, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Will they like me, do you think?
Mom and Dad? Oh, they'd better.
I'm scared.
Oh, honey, you got no cause to be. They're just ordinary folk, like the folk in the lunatic.
Oh, darling, you're wrong there. In the whole wide world, I don't think there are any people like the people in the lunatic.
Well, maybe not quite so nuts. Anyway, there's no cause to worry. So relax, honey. They're going to love you, as I do.
Mom and I had quite an argument about that jacket, Miss Regan.
Mr. Laird, couldn't you call me Molly? It'd be much nicer.
Okay, Molly it is. Junior wrote us in a letter you had bronze hair, so I figured a two-tone suede jacket and a kind of brown would suit you best, but Mom here said green.
I was right, too.
Sure, honey, then you always are. Anyway, Miss Molly, you look mighty nice in it.
Oh, it's beaut. Oh, you're being so kind to me. I don't know what to say.
Shucks, why shouldn't we be? It isn't every day we have a prospective daughter-in-law to visit.
I think it's very brave of you, my dear, to come such a long way to meet us. Junior wrote to tell us about you not being engaged yet, and Dad and I think that's real sensible.
Well, I think it's a bit of nonsense, Mrs. Laird. Stan and I wanted to get married, but Ma said we weren't to be engaged until I'd stayed with you for a bit. The only difference is that I haven't got a ring.
Your Ma's right, dear. Oh, by the way, if you want to, you can call me Helen.
I shall call you Mom.
No, my dear, don't do that. Your own mother mightn't like it. Just call me Helen.
All right, Helen.
Junior, I just hated to have to write you about poor Chuck. It was dreadful.
Yeah, just one of those things, I guess. Is Ruthie back yet?
Not yet, son.
Amy and Dan Eberhardt, they haven't really got room for Ruthie and the children, so they're fixing a bungalow for her.
When's it going to be finished, Dad?
I'd say in about a month. Dan told me Ruthie'd be back here in Hazel in the fall.
Has she, got any money?
Not a lot. I guess Dan's kind of worried about that, too.
Poor Ruthie. All those kids, too. I guess he sure got the rough end of the stick after all.
Lucinda Station, near Malvern Downs, Western Australia. 26th August, 1955. Dear Molly, as far as I can make out, nobody here in the lunatic seems to be writing too much, so here goes. The last of the Yanks have gone now, and there's nothing left of them except a few slabs of concrete on the ground, and the 4 3,000-gallon water tanks I bought off them with some piping and brought over to Lucinda. We had a really good wet after you left, and all the creeks are running, which sort of makes up for the rain we didn't get in the summer. The sheep are doing well, what's left of them. Thanks a lot for getting your old man to give me a hand. You've got some marvelous feed on your place out past your number 10 bore. You saved my bacon, and I'll never forget it. Thought I'd send you a wedding present with this letter. It comes to you with my love, you know that. It's a book of poems. A Shropshire Lad by A. Houseman. It may not be your first wedding present, but I hope you like it. I've marked my favourite poem in the volume with a faint cross in pencil. Oh, when I was in love with you, then I was clean and brave, and miles around the wonder grew how well did I behave. And now the fancy passes by and nothing will remain, and miles around they'll say that I am quite myself again. I've been going over to Lara quite a bit since you went away. They love getting your letters and hearing all about America. It must be quite a place. It's been pretty dull here since you went away. But your old man says he's going to find me a yellow girl or a good-looking gin, if you can imagine such a thing. So I'll be all right, I suppose. All the best, David.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, honey.
Oh, Helen, you look absolutely done in. Come in and sit down. I'll make you a cup of tea.
Oh, I'd sooner you make it coffee, dear. I'm not exactly acclimatized to the Australian version of English tea yet.
Right. Coffee it is. Now, you just sit down and relax.
Oh, dear.
They're back, then?
Yes, Amy, Ruthie, the 4 children. All of them. Claudia and I have been there all afternoon helping them to get into the new Eberhard bungalow. Sakes, my dear, if ever there were 2 worn, haggard women and 4 weary, fretful small fry. They're just plumb tired out, all of them.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Well, Ruthie brought back a whole sack of dirty diapers.
Oh, good.
I know Ruthie would appreciate it if someone were to put them through a washing machine and hang them out.
Right, I'll go round and get them right away.
And if you wait 5 minutes, there's a kettle of potato soup that it won't take me a moment to warm up.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name's Molly Regan. I'm stopping with the Lairds.
Oh, hello there. I'm Ruth Sheridan.
Yes, I know. I brought some potato soup.
Oh, thanks.
And Helen said there was some diapers that needed washing.
Well, have you come to do the diapers?
That's right. I'll do them in our machine and bring them back in the morning.
Oh, thanks. They're all yours, sister. Wait till Pa comes back with a car and he can drop them off at the Laird house for you.
Oh, I can carry them. They're no weight.
What? You don't mind walking down the street with a sack of diapers?
Why should I?
Say, you wouldn't be the girl who came back with Stanton from Australia?
Yes, that's right.
Well, what do you know? Oh, I'm real glad to meet you. Chuck and Stan were mighty good friends.
I know. It was a terrible blow to Stanton when he heard the news.
Yeah, it would have been. Ah, these things just happen, I guess. Chuck always had lots of fun, whatever he was doing, but I guess when a person gets to having fun in airplanes, things are liable to happen.
Or in motor cars.
Stan told you what happened to us when we were kids?
Yes, he did, Ruth. I hope you don't mind.
No, of course not.
When I was coming over here from the Laird house, I saw your boy Tony in the street. He's an awfully nice kid, he really is.
Did you notice anything about him?
Well, of course I did. He's just like Stanton, isn't he?
And you don't mind?
Well, Ruth, why ever should I?
Well, it's got to be a lot more noticeable these last few years. Oh, I guess we were real wicked in those days. Wicked and crazy.
Now listen, Ruth. You really mustn't think that I'm upset about it. I really do mean that. I come from a place that's very different to Hazel. More irregular, I suppose. Where I come from in the lunatic...
The lunatic?
Yeah, that's what it's called, honest. Anyway, there are a good few illegitimacies there, both black and white. Well, I'm one myself, for that matter.
You are?
Yes, I am.
Boy. Hey, does Helen know that?
Well, not unless Stanton's told her. Ruth, Tony is Stanton's son, isn't he?
Yes, honey, I guess he is. Oh, I kind of hoped he might be Chuck's, but... Oh, well, maybe I did wrong when I told everybody the baby was Chuck's, but I'll never be sorry I did it.
Of course you won't. Nobody's any the worse for what you did.
Maybe not. Oh, I don't know.
Ruth, I'd better take the diapers now. Anyway, the lads will be expecting me back for supper. Hazel, near Portland, Oregon, United States of America, 3rd October, 1955. My dear David, I have already written you one letter today. Well, 3/4 of a letter anyway. But I'm beginning it all over again. When I came into my room just now and read what I'd written, I realized it wasn't the sort of letter I wanted to write. So I tore it up and started again. All day I've been thinking about this letter. I don't suppose you'll understand, but I will try and explain. Hazel really is a lovely little town, and all the people here have been terribly kind to me, especially the lads. But a number of things, small things, it's true, have begun to get me down. That's why I just felt I wanted to be alone in the privacy of my room to pour out all I wanted to say to somebody who really knows me. But it really is just marvellous here. The country's so pretty and the people are so nice and the shop's so full of everything anyone could want. The road's so good, the motor car's so lovely. Oh, it's exactly like those advertisements we used to look at in the American magazines. Do you remember when he got so angry and said that I thought the American supermen were better than anybody else at everything? Oh, it's all the opposite to Lara and the lunatic. So that it's crazy to be always thinking of home. David, I wish you'd write again sometime when you aren't too busy and tell me more of what you and everyone else is doing. I hope that now the wet has come, things are better for you and Lucinda. If only you had water there, it'd be a marvellous property. You'd be able to marry a beautiful girl from Perth and be rich and have hundreds of thousands of sheep and lots of children. But of course, Lucinda is one of the driest properties in West Australia, I'm afraid, and there just isn't anything anyone can do about it. So the beautiful girl in Perth, whoever she is, will just have to remain single. I know I'm going to be terribly happy in this lovely place, but it's going to take a little time to settle down. My love to the yellow girl, or is it girls? Yours, Molly.
Hiya, Mrs. Ladd.
Hello there.
Mum sent me over to get the diapers.
Ah, you must be Tony.
That's right. You're the Australian girl that came back with Stan?
How did you guess? Oh, I've got the diapers right here.
Gee, you look just like an American. Say, what are you laughing about?
Did you think I'd be like a coloured girl?
I seen pictures of Australians in school and they were all coloured. Long spears, and they threw things called boomerangs that come back.
Yes, that's right. But there are a lot more whites than coloureds in Australia, just like there are here.
I guess I didn't know that.
There are a lot of things you don't know, young man.
I guess so, Mrs. Ladd. Mum said to say thanks for the diapers. Bye now, see you later.
He's an awfully nice kid, isn't he, Helen?
Why, yes, I guess he is.
It's all right, Mum. Stanton told me all about him.
Oh, he did?
I'm sorry, Helen, but I can't help laughing. Stanton said he wasn't sure if Tony was his or Chuck's, and he meant it, too. As if you couldn't tell just by looking at the boy.
Tony is Chuck's son, Molly.
But Helen, he can't possibly be. Stan must have been exactly like that at his age.
You never knew Chuck, Molly. I guess he and my son were pretty much alike.
Oh, it's all right, Mum. You mustn't cry. It's not going to make any trouble whoever his father was. Now, Stan told me all about it a long, long time ago. not long before he heard Chuck had been killed. And I don't mind a bit. Honestly, I don't. Now, you come and sit down and I'll get you a nice cup of coffee.
He is Chuck's son. Ruthie always said so, and she ought to know.
But it doesn't matter whose son he is, Mom. He's a nice kid, and that's all that matters.
You wouldn't want him around the place if he was Stan's child, Molly. But he's not Stan's. Stan was never wild like poor Chuck.
Mom, Stan was only 16 when it happened, and he told me all about it.
I just don't understand how you young folk look at things these days. I mean, what would your own folks say if they knew?
Oh, don't you worry, Mum. We're quite used to this sort of thing at home. We live a long way out in the bush, you know, on Lara Station, and things happen there that wouldn't happen here. Why, I've got a whole family of half-caste half-brothers and sisters living with us on the property we don't talk about too much. I don't mind about Tony, and it just wouldn't mean a thing to Dad or Ma either. They'd just laugh.
What did you say about half-caste brothers?
I've got 3 of them, and 2 half-sisters, yellow girls. You see, there weren't any white women in the district when Dad and Uncle Tom first went to Lara after the 1418 war, and they lived with gins, the black women, you know. Of course, they gave that up when Ma came along. I suppose we're really a lot worse than you are here. Honestly, you needn't worry about this any more, Mum. You just forget all about it.
Molly, let me get this straight. You don't really mean you've got colored people in your family?
Well, Dad and Ma are pure white, of course, and I'm pure white. But I've got half brothers and sisters living on the property, and they're colored.
You mean real colored? Like the colored folks here?
That's right.
Stan never told us that.
Does it make any difference?
I just don't know. It's all been so sudden. Guess a boy's folks kind of like to know before he marries into a colored family.
Helen, we don't call ourselves a colored family. Not that I'd mind very much if we did. Now, I think perhaps you ought to have a talk with Stanton, Helen. He'll be able to explain things better than I can, because he'd see them more the way you do. And he's seen the way we live.
Maybe that's right, dear. I guess I'll have to have a talk with Stan.
Come in.
Am I disturbing you, Stan?
No, of course not, honey. Come in.
Oh, you're not still working on that report of yours?
Oh, come and sit down. Afraid I am, honey. It's quite a report, you know. What is it, Molly? You look kind of worried.
Stan, tomorrow morning I want you to see about airline reservations for me.
Airline reservations? Is this some kind of a joke?
No, Stan, it's not a joke.
But you can't be serious. Oh, you're not worrying about all this talk that's going round town about you?
Oh, what are they saying?
Oh, nothing very much. But, honey, maybe you want to be a bit more careful what you say in front of folks.
What about?
Well, you know about your colored half-brothers and things like that. You know how folks talk in a small town like this?
Yes, I know.
I'm only mentioning it because, well, I don't want you to be unhappy.
Well, it doesn't matter any longer.
You're not serious about the reservations?
Yes, Stan, I really am serious.
I just don't understand.
Stan, I think I must have said what I did about my half-brothers and all that on purpose.
On purpose?
I'm not ashamed of it. It's just one of those things you can't do anything about it. So it's no good worrying.
Why couldn't you just leave things be, Molly?
It would have been deceiving your parents, and that's not the right thing to do, not when they've been so kind to me.
But
besides, it would all have to come out one day.
I don't get that. A person has some private things. He doesn't tell everyone.
If we were to get married, Stan, and my father came over here to see us, what would you do? Get in a couple of cases of overproof rum and entertain him at home? Or would you take him down to Skid Row? Stan, I've been thinking about an awful lot of things since I talked to Ruth. Before you and I could think of marrying, Stan, your people, Aunt Claudia and the Eberhards and your friends and all the people in Hazel, they'd have to know all about me.
What do you mean, all about you?
Oh, about me being illegitimate for a start, and lots of things. For instance, about Dad and Uncle Tom swapping Ma for a Mauser rifle, things like that. It's all part of it.
Well, you couldn't tell them that.
Well, why not? It all happened and it's all a part of me. And I'm not going to marry you, Stan.
But why? Why? I just don't understand.
Darling, it wouldn't work. I see that now. And you will too one day. You do now, if you're honest with yourself. There's too much between us. I like you terribly, but if I married you, we'd both be unhappy. Oh, it's no good going on and kidding yourself that it'll all come out good when it's like that.
I don't see it that way at all, Molly. Honest, I don't. Sure, there'd have to be adjustments,
Oh,
but...
it's more than that. It's much more. Look, Stan, I don't think I could stand it here, for one thing.
Well, honey, I thought you
It's
said...
not I don't like Hazel. It's a lovely little town, but I think it would just kill me to live here. Forever, I mean.
Tell me why. Please. I want to understand.
Well, everything's been done here, for one thing. Where I come from, everything's still to do. Oh, there's so very much to be done and built and made in the lunatic. Oh, I'd like to go back and have a hand in doing it.
Oh, sometimes, honey, I kind of feel that way myself. But you only live once. There's no call to live your life in a place like the lunatic.
Well, there's one other thing I'd like to say while we're talking like this.
Go ahead.
Stan, I think you ought to marry Ruth one day, after I've gone away and all this has died down. I think that's the right thing for you to do, and I believe you know it yourself.
Well, I guess when a guy's girl starts cracking up another woman, then it's kind of final.
I guess it is, Stan.
Maybe you'll feel better about everything in the morning, honey.
No, Stan, this is it.
All right. Now, I want to ask you something, Molly.
Well, I'll answer if I can.
You're going back to marry that English boy, David Cope?
Well, I can't answer that one. I just don't know. I shouldn't think he'd asked me.
He asked you once, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
Well, I've got a wedding present for you and David. Or perhaps it'd be better to say a kind of dowry.
Wedding present? For David and me?
Sure. Here it is.
What is it?
Here.
It's a piece of paper.
The last page of my report. Go on, read it.
On Plan 1, surface spot levels below minus 150 feet are indicated by the area hatched in brown. Within this area, bores sunk through the anhydrite rock can confidently be expected to yield an artesian flow. But I don't understand.
That's my wedding present to the two of you, Molly. Water. Scads and scads of it. Right under Lucinda Station. Clear, cool water. The clearest, coolest water this side of the Black Stump.
That was Rosemary Miller as Molly Regan, Edward Bishop as Stanton Laird, and David Spencer as David Cope in Beyond the Black Stump, the novel by Nevil Shute, adapted for radio by Stephen Grenfell. The rest of the cast was as follows: Jane Regan, Dorothy Smith; Pat Regan, J.G. Devlin; the Judge, Walter Fitzgerald; Mr. Laird, Patrick Barr; Helen Laird, Brenda Dunrich; Chuck Sheraton, Jerry Stovin; Spencer, Stephen Thorne; Jerry, Bruce Beebe; Gordon, Frederick Treves; Ted, Alan Haynes; Ruth Sheraton, Mary Wimbush; Tony, Peter Bartlett. Other parts played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davies.
Trustee from the Tool Room, a play adapted by Stephen Grenfell from the novel by Nevil Shute. Trustee from the Tool Room.
Hello there, Keith. Can I come aboard?
Of course you can, John.
Whenever I come into your workshop, I feel as I used to on board ship when I had to beard the chief engineer in his sacred engine room.
You're my brother-in-law, John. This house is yours, you know that.
Yes. How's the job going?
Oh, no problem at all. I must say, it's a lovely jewel case.
Joe adores red leather.
She always did, even when we were kids. Well, this sheet of red copper will be the lid.
Mm-hmm. Well, that ought to keep the seawater out.
Oh, it will. I've left room for packing asbestos card all round it.
I see.
I'll braze it up with a small oxyacetylene flame, but I'm afraid it's going to get a bit hot inside.
You won't set the thing on fire?
No. I'll clamp the top down while I'm brazing. What's the box got in it?
All Joe's jewels.
You're pulling my leg, John.
I'm not, you know. Only allowed to take so much cash out of the country these days.
I see. And, this jewel case is going somewhere in the yacht?
That's right, Keith. In some diabolical place where nobody's going to find it.
Well, I said I'd help.
Good man. I don't think there's much object in describing to you now where I wanted to go. I can show you the place when we get down to Hamble the day after tomorrow.
Still sticking to no sugar, Joe?
You bet, Katie. I've still got to watch my hips like a hawk.
Oh.
Thanks.
I wonder if I ought to take some tea down to the men.
Oh, I shouldn't bother. They'll surface when they're ready.
Yes.
Oh, Katie, it's terribly sweet of you and Keith to offer to look after Janice for us.
We're going to love having her.
I'm so glad you can do it. I wouldn't feel very comfortable leaving her with John's people for such a long time.
Won't the Dungannons feel a bit disappointed?
Oh, I don't know. They're rather a pompous lot, you know. I shouldn't think they really want to be landed with a girl of 10 for 6 months.
I do hope she'll be happy with us. I mean, Ealing isn't a very exciting place. Not after what she's been used to. Never having had any children of our own, I don't know...
Darling, I'm perfectly certain she's going to be very happy with you, and I'm sure you'll both spoil her terribly.
She's such a dear little thing. I was saying to Keith only the other day, perhaps we ought to get a kitten for her.
But you'd be landed with a cat for the rest of your lives.
Oh, well.
Janice will only be here for 6 months. Then all you'll have to do is drag her out to London Airport and bang her on an aircraft to Vancouver.
You know, I don't like the thought of her travelling all that way alone. I mean, will she have to change anywhere?
No, Katie. She'll go right through in the same airliner, over the North Pole.
Oh, fancy. Is that the way you and John will go in the yacht? Through all that ice?
No, darling. You couldn't go that way by boat.
Oh, no. Suppose not.
No, we sail southwards into the warm seas. Hamble, Falmouth to clear customs, Las Palmas and the Canaries, from there to Barbados, then to the Panama Canal.
Oh, those wonderful names.
Oh, I know. It's like a geography lesson, rather. And then when we get into the Pacific, we go first to the Galapagos Islands, and then to Tahiti.
Tahiti?
Then up to Honolulu, and from there to Vancouver. Or to take about 5 months.
It's a shame John was axed. He loved the Navy.
Oh, yes, it was rather a shame. Anyway, you're sure you can get a job in Vancouver?
Oh, I do hope so. Will you have anyone to help you?
Not with a boat, you mean? Oh, no, Katie, she handles easily. John and I can sail her ourselves.
You have got beds, haven't you?
all Maud Cons on board, darling. I sleep marvellously in Sheerwater.
Is that the yacht's name?
Sheerwater 4. Now, look, you mustn't worry about us. We're very used to it, you know.
Nothing on earth could make me sail to the other side of the world in a little boat like that.
Oh, you'd be as safe as houses in Sheerwater. John's a real seaman, and that little boat will stand up to anything.
Yes, I suppose you're right. But if you're not used to boats, you do worry a bit. Anyway, I hope you have a really lovely trip, and you must send us some postcards from all those wonderful islands with the romantic names.
Let's go below, shall we, Keith?
Right.
Think you can cope?
I don't see why not. Yes, the hole's a bit oily.
A bit.
I think I'll chip it a bit first, clean it up.
Uh-huh.
And make a sort of rebate so it'll hold.
Good idea.
Yeah, I'll make a bed of concrete at the bottom. And grease the copper box and set it carefully in the middle.
It was a good idea of yours to enclose the jewel case in copper.
Well, you don't want seawater seeping in, do you?
No ruddy fear.
Then I'll fill the spaces round it with the wet mixture and cover it with a smooth layer of the mix.
How long will the stuff take to set?
Oh, I'd leave the floorboards up for a day or so, John, till it sets. It'll take a week to harden properly, but you can put the boards back.
What do we do when we want to get it out?
Well, you just cut around the edge with a cold chisel and a hammer. You'll probably be able to see where the concrete's a bit different, but even if you can't, it'll sound hollow when you tap it with a hammer.
Yes, I see.
The top layer of concrete will come off easy enough because it's only an inch or so thick. Then, when you can see the box, you'll have to cut around with the chisel till you can get it out. You won't have any trouble. Shall I dry, Katie?
Oh, all right, love. I'll wash.
Oh, there's something I want to see on television.
Did you fix that light for them?
What?
I said, did you fix the light on the boat?
What light? Oh, the compass light. Yes, love, I fixed it.
What's it like on the boat? I mean, how do they cook?
Oh, it's like a caravan, Katie. They use Primus stoves.
What, with everything rocking about?
I suppose so.
It must be ever so uncomfortable.
Yes, I think it is. Oh, it looks all right when she's tied up in calm water. I don't know what it's like when she's out at sea and it's rough. It wouldn't suit me, I'm afraid.
Would water come in if they ran into a storm?
Yes, I dare say it would.
Oh.
She's decked in, of course. I don't suppose much would come in, though.
Sounds dreadful. Really, it does. You know, your sister was saying that either she or John has to be up on top to steer. Why have they got to go to Canada like that, Kay? I mean, they've got plenty of money, John's father being a lord and all that. Why don't they go properly on a ship or fly?
I think they just like sailing.
Kay, they won't get shipwrecked, will they?
No, dear, that's one thing they won't do. John's been a naval officer. He knows all there is to know about sailing.
Yes, Kay.
They'll be safe enough.
Oh, I do hope so.
But if you ask me, they'll be darned uncomfortable.
Well, I'm glad I didn't have to go with them.
So am I. I can't imagine anything worse.
Get the altitudes I called out, Joe?
Yes, I think so. Yes. Do you think that island was Real?
It was Real, all right. I think we're getting set just a bit to the north, though. You're still steering 240?
Yes.
Make it 235.
Right, 235 it is.
Well, we haven't done too badly.
Darling, we've done very well. 3.5 months out of England, and we've already reached the Tuamotu group.
Yes. No more land now until we make landfall in Tahiti. Another 800 miles ahead.
Oh, it's an awful long way.
Things are at sea. When we hit Papeete, I'll take you out on the town.
Bless you.
Glad rags, lashings of champagne, soft lights, sweet music, the ruddy lot.
Come in. Hello, Janice.
Hello, Uncle Keith. Am I disturbing you?
No, not really.
What you doing?
Well, you know I write articles for a magazine called Miniature Mechanic.
Yes.
Well, I write about how to make models, engines, clocks, things like that.
Oh, and you have to make them first. I mean, before you can explain how to make them.
That's right.
What's the machine that was sort of buzzing when I knocked on the door?
That's a Bowley watchmaker's lathe.
Oh.
I was turning a small piston for a tiny engine I'm making.
You're very lucky, Uncle Keith, to have a job that isn't really work.
It's work, all right, love.
Oh, no, you know what I mean. I mean, having a job that you really like doing, like a hobby.
Yes, I suppose I am.
Uncle Keith?
What is it, my dear?
Are you and Aunt Katie sad that you didn't have any children?
Why do you say that, Janice?
Well, I thought perhaps you were a bit sad.
Yes, love. I think we are a bit.
Didn't you want to have babies?
Well, we did rather.
Oh, why didn't you?
Well, sometimes these things don't turn out the way people want them to.
Anyway, you've got me now, haven't you?
Yes, indeed we have.
Well, for a bit, anyway.
Yes, Janice, we're going to miss you when you leave us.
Mm. Where do you think Mummy and Daddy are, Uncle Keith? At this very minute, I mean.
Oh, well, dear, I don't really know. Well, going by what they said in their last letter, now, let's see. I'd say they must be getting pretty near Tahiti by now.
Oh, Tahiti. It's a gorgeous name, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Have you been there?
Good heavens, no.
Do you think you'll ever go there?
I shouldn't think so for a moment.
Well, don't you want to?
Well, not really, Janice. Whatever would I be doing in a place like that?
Oh, I bet Mummy will love it.
I'm sure she will.
Uncle Keith, was Mummy a good sister to you? Well, when you were both little, in Scotland, I mean.
A very good little sister, my dear. Now, I really must get on with my hobby.
Oh, I am sorry, Uncle Keith.
No, now you just sit where you are.
Oh.
You won't be in the way at all. This job won't take me long, and then I suggest we both settle down and write a joint letter to Mummy and Daddy and send it to Tahiti by airmail.
I'll think about what I'm going to put in the letter while I'm watching.
It's a bad one, this, isn't it?
Pretty bad, Joe.
Worst we've ever had.
I'll tell you when it's over.
Perhaps we left England too late.
Oh, we're not as late as all that.
Anyway, we had to see Janice settled in before we left.
No, we couldn't have started any earlier.
Darling, are we going to make it?
If we can keep going like this, I think we'll be all right. It's doing what they tell us in the book, anyway.
Well, that's some consolation. How long before it moderates?
2 days, maybe 3.
You don't really think we're going to pile her up?
I hope not. The line of islands isn't very thick. If there's any visibility, we should be able to run through them. Like a drunk crossing the traffic in the Strand.
Oh, we aren't drunk. A bit out of luck, perhaps, but not drunk.
I'm sorry about all this, Joe.
Oh, we'll be all right, darling. You lie down and get some sleep. I'll keep watch.
Aunt Katie, shall I read you the last bit I've written?
Yes, dear, if it isn't private.
Well, it is rather, but I don't mind if you know.
All right, then.
Uncle Keith says I must close now if we're going to catch the post. I do love living with Aunt Katie and Uncle Keith. They've been very sweet to me, and they really do spoil me. But I do miss you both awfully, and I'm looking forward to when you send for me, and I fly to Canada to be with you and stay with you forever. With all my loving kisses, your loving daughter, Janice.
You write very well, Janice, seeing you're only 10. Mummy and Daddy will be ever so proud when they get your letter in Tahiti.
Do you think they're there by now?
Well, I don't really know, Janice. They must be, I suppose. Or at least your uncle thinks so. Anyway, they're bound to stay there for a little while.
What's the wind doing, John?
Seems to be a bit more over in the west. Hell's delight!
Oh. That one was a real brute.
Start pumping, Joe.
Right.
We'll take it in turns.
Did you think we had it that time?
to think of anything except getting her straight and running.
Darling, I've been thinking so much about Janice.
Don't. We'll have her with us in a month or two.
If we get out of this...
We'll get out of it. Anyway, if anything should happen, if we buy it, the child couldn't be with anybody better than your brother and Katie.
Well, they'll look after her wonderfully, but... Darling, she's only 10. And they haven't got any money.
Janice will have. We left everything to her.
But, John, she won't have anything. We've got it all here.
Oh, God. So we have. There must be an island dead ahead. Listen.
Poor little Janice.
I think we're driving down onto a reef.
Yes, I think so too.
Joe, darling, I'm sorry about all this.
It doesn't matter. We'll be together.
Now, Joe, I want you to go below.
No.
You must. I'm going to steer her on. I'll come below as soon as she strikes. When we strike, stay in the hull.
Right.
She'll probably get full of water, but stay in the hull. Just keep your head above water, but stay in the hull.
You promise you'll come down?
I promise, love. It's our only chance. I don't think she'll break up.
If she does break up, she'll stay on the reef, won't she?
You're thinking about the jewel case?
Yes.
The keel will probably stay, and the frames, too. Oh, darling, I'm sorry to got you into this.
It's not your fault. Kiss me. I promise I'll stay in the hull.
That's my girl. Next one, Joe!
Oh, God! Lord, give Keith a bit of good sense.
Since you telephoned me the other day, Mr. Stewart, I've had a cable I thought you might prefer to read here in my office. More privately, I mean, than getting the information over the phone.
Yes, Mr. Carpenter, I see.
It's in answer to the cable you asked me to send to Tahiti the day before yesterday.
Is it about them?
Yes. I'm afraid it isn't very satisfactory.
What does it say?
It's from the governor at Papeete.
What does it say?
Oh, Gordon and Carpenter, solicitors at law, etc., etc. The reference your cabled inquiry. A natives Kautaiva Island reports small vessel wrecked in hurricane November 19th on reef off Marakota Island. Bodies, 1 man, 1 woman, buried Marakota. Stop. Shearwater now much overdue. Making further inquiries. Stop. Will inform you accordingly. Stop. Administration Papeete. I'm afraid this news isn't very good, Mr. Stewart.
It's terrible. I never thought anything like this could happen.
Oh, we must hope it isn't true.
I'll have to tell the child, won't I?
She's 12, isn't she?
10.
10? Well, if it turns out to be true, well, she'll have to be told sometime, Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
I should talk it over with your wife.
Yes, I will.
It might be as well to wait until the news is more definite.
But you think it's definite now, don't you? I mean, you think they've been drowned.
Well, I think the governor in Tahiti believes it's definite.
That's what I thought.
Should the worst have happened to your sister and brother-in-law, you know the contents of their wills?
They wanted me to be trustee or something. I said I would, although I thought it was a daft arrangement. I mean, me, a man who was an ordinary fitter in the tool room only a few years ago, a legal trustee.
You may need a little help, and of course I shall see you're given it.
I'd be grateful for that, sir, if it's not putting you out.
Not at all, not at all.
Do you know how much money there might be?
Well, I've already gone into that. There are 3 bank accounts. I'm afraid the total balance is going to surprise you.
Oh?
£55, 6 shillings and 9 pence.
But that's daft. I mean, they've got more than £55.
I must say it perplexes me.
How much should they have left, approximately?
Well, Commander Dermot gave me to understand the sum would be in the region of £25,000.
That's about what I thought.
Come in.
A cable, Mr. Carpenter. It's this moment arrived.
Where's it from, Angela?
It's from Tahiti.
Oh, please let me have it.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you. All right, Angela.
Very good, sir.
It's about them.
Yes, it is.
They're dead.
I'm afraid so. The vessel which went aground on the reef at Maracota Island was undoubtedly the Shearwater. They have some of the clothing from the bodies.
That's the end of it, then?
Yes. I'm so sorry.
I'll have to tell Janice now.
Yes.
That you, Jan?
Yes, Uncle Keith.
Come in here, Jan. I've got something to tell you.
Come in. What do you want to tell me, Uncle Keith? Is it important?
It is rather. Come over here. Look, Jan, you know about boats and yachts.
Oh, yes.
And how they get wrecked sometimes, running on shore or rocks and things.
Oh, you mean running aground, Uncle Keith?
Yes. Well, when that happens, sometimes the people in the boat get drowned.
You mean drowned dead?
It does sometimes happen. In a shipwreck.
Is that what's happened to my mummy and daddy?
I'm afraid it has, Jan. They ran into a terrible storm and they were wrecked.
Are they drowned dead?
I'm terribly, terribly sorry. But they were both drowned. Here, come and sit on my knee.
All right, Uncle Keith.
Darling.
Do you think Mummy and Daddy were frightened?
No, Jan, I don't. I don't think they were ever frightened of anything. They weren't that sort of people. And I don't think you're going to be frightened of things either, Jan.
Can I come and watch you make something in the workshop?
Why not? I'll make a bit specially for you. What shall we make?
Oh, I don't really know, Uncle Keith. Oh, you know the plastic duck you gave me?
What, Deirdre?
Yes. Could you make an egg for Deirdre to lay?
I think so. Let's try anyway, shall we? Now, first of all, though, what about some tea? I tell you what. We'll have a cuppa first, and over it we can sort out what kind of an egg we ought to make.
I thought you'd want to know as soon as possible, Mr. Stewart.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Well, as I said just now, these securities, totaling £26,000 odd, were paid into Commander Dermot's Throgmorton Street Bank in February this year.
And then taken out again, you said, Mr. Carpenter.
Between March and the end of May, cheques were drawn by your brother-in-law in favour of a firm called Rosenblaum and Frank, totaling nearly £27,000. This firm deals in diamonds, Mr. Stewart.
But what on earth did John want with diamonds?
Diamonds, Mr. Stewart, are readily saleable. Anywhere in the world.
I see.
Before he left England, Commander Dermot asked young Mr. Frank for the name of a reputable diamond broker on the west coast of America.
Yes.
Do you think your brother-in-law took those diamonds with him in the yacht?
I suppose he might have done.
If he did, Mr. Stewart, it was highly illegal.
Illegal, sir?
Oh, it's illegal to transfer from Britain to a dollar area more than a certain and rather small amount of your capital.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
And dollars are very short in this country these days. If he did attempt to take those diamonds with him, well, I'm afraid the prospects of recovering them do not appear to be particularly rosy.
Well, we don't know how badly the yacht was wrecked.
A wooden yacht, wrecked on a coral reef some distance from land. I think she must have broken up, otherwise the bodies would hardly have been washed ashore.
Yes, that's true. Then it's only 55-odd quid.
I'm afraid so.
Well, Katie, my wife, she says we can manage.
If you'd like me to, I'd have no hesitation in approaching the Dungannon family on your behalf.
No, Mr. Carpenter, we'd rather you didn't. If Joe and John wanted to leave their Janice with John's folk in Northern Ireland for 6 months, they'd have done so.
Yes. Anyway, Mr. Stewart, should you and your wife change your minds, I shall be only too delighted to try to assist in any way I can. I assure you of that.
No, really. You don't know what an honour this is for Sally and me, having the famous Keith Stewart of Miniature Mechanic actually in our house, having tea and scones at our table.
Oh, I wouldn't say that. It was very kind of you indeed to invite me round when I rang up BOAC like that.
It's about that cutting you sent me, about the shipwreck?
Yes, you see, I thought, well, you being a navigator and flying all over the world, I thought that you could
tell you about Maracota. I got the chart out ready for you.
Oh.
There's Tahiti, and here's Maracota, about 300 sea miles more or less due east of Tahiti.
I see, Mr. Sanderson. And these little figures?
Depths in fathoms. A fathom 6 feet.
How much would it cost to fly there?
Flying tourist, about 300 quid, single.
Whew. I'm afraid Miniature Mechanic doesn't pay that kind of money.
It's important for you to get there, Mr. Stewart, to tidy things up?
Yes, it is rather.
Well, you could have a bash at hitchhiking.
Walk?
I have a heart. You remember Oliver Thorne?
He had a model of the Petrolia locomotive in the Ealing and District Exhibition, didn't he?
That's the chap. Well, he's in Albatross Airways.
Yes, I see.
Well, next week, Albatross are flying a generator rotor from Liverpool to Honolulu. Now, the chief pilot, Captain Fielding, is flying the aircraft. If you see Oliver, he might be able to wangle you a ride with Fielding.
To Honolulu?
Well, why not? Only 2,500 sea miles from Tahiti.
Distance just doesn't mean anything to you chaps, does it?
Not a great deal, Mr. Stewart. Now, getting from Honolulu to Tahiti, that's the snag, of course. There's no airline, that I do know. But the DC-6B freighter that Albatross are sending on the job will be in Honolulu at least 48 hours before flying home. Well, that's plenty of time to inquire about sea passages. If you couldn't get yourself fixed up, you could always come back in the aircraft.
They wouldn't expect me to pay the fare?
Oh, these things can be wangled. Anyway, I'll have a word with Oliver Thorne for you. As you know, he's a model fiend like me, thinks very highly of your work. There'll be some accountant at head office, of course, who'll cut up rough, but if anybody can organize a buck-she ride out to the Pacific for you, it's Fielding.
Do you mind, Katie?
You've got something to talk to me about, haven't you, love?
However did you know?
Sit down, Kay. I know what it's about.
But how?
Well, if you will go talking on the telephone about places like Tahiti and all the rest of them.
At times you beat me. Well, you remember that day I went down to the yacht?
To fix a light? Yes, Kay.
Well, it wasn't a compass light.
I guessed as much. What was it?
Joe's jewel case.
Ah, that's why they only left £50 in their banks.
You make me feel a fool keeping it to yourself all this time.
You're the one who's been keeping things to himself. Now you want to go out there, see if you can find your sister's jewel case.
Well, if I did go, I could see to a headstone for the grave and, well, take lots of photographs for Janice for when she's older.
This is what all the secrecy about a free ride to Honolulu has been about.
Yes, Katie. If I could get to Honolulu, well, perhaps I could do the rest of the journey free, too. Or cheaply, you never know.
You could try.
You mean you don't mind?
Of course not. It'd be for Jan, wouldn't it?
The child deserves an uncle who'll have a go.
I've been looking in the bank book.
What?
I've worked it all out. You could take about £110, but we'd have to have money coming in by the end of April, or we won't be able to pay Jan's school fees.
We've been married all these years, and I still don't really know what you're thinking about.
Husbands never do. A nice pot of tea. That's what we want. We can sit down and talk the whole thing over quietly.
Chaps. This is Mr. Keith Stewart, miniature mechanic.
Not the Keith Stewart.
Well, I do write those articles. I suppose you're a subscriber.
A subscriber? Are you kidding? Every engineer, fitter, and what have you in this hangar, Mr. Stewart's a fan of yours, straight up.
That Congreve clock you did. Now, that really was a Lulu. Boy, I nearly drove my old woman right round the bend when I started on the Congreve clock.
I'm glad you chaps find my stuff helpful. Knowing I was coming down here this morning, I brought this bit along with me.
My. Why, that really is something. Does it go?
Well, of course it goes. The carburetor's already primed. Here.
Have you ever exhibited that engine, Mr. Stewart?
Oh, I only made it up for research. It was quite simple, really.
Well, it's a marvellous piece of research.
Nice down there.
Captain Fielding, watch it with him, Mr. Stewart. He's a fire eater, but he's the only chap in our outfit who can help you.
What's going on here?
Oh, Captain Fielding, this is Mr. Stewart.
Oh, glad to meet you, sir.
Don't you know we aren't supposed to run engines in the hangar? Well, start it up again if you can.
Well, she usually starts all right.
Well, I wish our engineers and fitters here could get our motors to start like that. Not badly balanced. What rails is she doing?
About 3,000.
Where did you get the dynamo?
Oh, I made that.
And designed it, Captain.
What about the magneto?
He designed that too, sir.
Anything in it you didn't design and make?
Well, no.
You men got anything to do? Right now, Mr. Stewart, Oliver Thorne said that you had a problem to discuss with me.
Well, if you've got the time, sir.
Well, I am a bit pushed. Anyway, let's have it and see if there's anything we can do.
I've never seen you look quite so excited, Kate.
Not even when you dragged me up the aisle.
Oh, really, Keith? No, you know what I mean.
Katie, I was flabbergasted, honest.
Hmm?
They'd all told me what a tough fire-eater this chief pilot, Captain Fielding, was. Well, he told everybody else to buzz off, and then he said, "All right, Mr. Stewart, you're in. Get cracking on your passport, American visa, and vaccination certificate."
Just like that.
And then, well, it was almost as though he was a young kid. He said, "Mr. Stewart, I know it's probably an awful bore for you, but I really would appreciate it if you would give me some gin on that engine you brought along."
Did you?
Well, of course I did. You'd have thought I was doing him a favor and not the other way around.
And what's so strange about that? You don't seem to realize, Keith, that you really are quite a famous person. I mean, all those letters from all over the world that come to the magazine for you.
I love the Serpentine, Uncle Keith.
Do you, Jan?
Yes. Wish we could come here every day.
Well, let's go and sit down, shall we?
All right.
Jan...
I know, Uncle Keith. You've got something to tell me, haven't you?
Tomorrow morning, before you're even awake, I'm setting off to fly to Tahiti.
You've decided to go to that place where Mummy and Daddy were drowned?
I want to see about selling the engine and, well, you know, things like that.
You're going to see Mummy and Daddy properly buried?
Yes, that's one of the things I'm going out to do.
Uncle Keith?
Yes, Jan.
You remember when you took me into your workshop and you made those 2 lovely eggs for Deirdre the duck to lay?
Of course I do.
Well, would you like to take one of my eggs with you?
Why, yes, Jan. That would be a marvelous thing to take there.
Which one would you like?
Or which one can you spare most?
Oh, no, that's not fair. You've got to choose.
All right. The grey one.
Oh, good. I was so afraid you'd say the blue one because I like the blue one best.
Then everything's just as it should be.
Uncle Keith,
Hmm.
will you take your camera, too?
Yes, Jan. Yes. You can be sure I'll take that with me.
Stewart? Honolulu.
It doesn't seem possible. I mean, only 36 hours ago we were in England.
Very good afternoon, Captain. I am Harold Yamasuki of Yamasuki Trading Corporation, Incorporated.
How do you do, Mr. Yamasuki?
We are agents for Cathay Princess, the tanker you bring rotor generator for. I trust you had good flight?
Not bad at all.
You arrive exactly on schedule.
Of course. This is Mr. Adams, who is to superintend the installation of the rotor.
Very glad to know you, Mr. Adams.
And this is Mr. Keith Stewart.
How do you do?
Mr. Stewart, I think we'll want to ask your help about a possible passage to Tahiti, if you can arrange it.
This Hornet you made, Mr.
Alec Bourne.
Mr. Bourne.
I'm the third officer of the Cathay Princess.
Yes, of course. The Hornet worked all right.
Since I got a bottle of American fuel, she's been going like a dream.
Yes, well, they generally put more ether in American fuels.
Oh.
If I were you, I'd wash out the cylinder with a light oil after each run.
Well, thanks for the tip, Mr. Stewart.
Gentlemen, your drinks.
Thank you, my dear.
Oh, thank you, Captain Davis.
Sir, would you mind if we invited Mr. Stewart aboard the Princess to have a look round our workshop in the engine room?
Delighted, Alec. In my engine room, Mr. Stewart, more model engineering goes on than work for the ship. Yes, when Alec Bourne here was trying to get that little Hornet started up, they had to use the ship's main engines as a starter motor. So the chief was telling me anyway.
Oh, that was the fault of the original fuel, sir. Actually, Mr. Stewart designed the model Hornet.
Did he, my gum? By the way, Mr. Stewart, I made those inquiries you asked me to make.
Oh, that was kind of you, sir.
Disappointing, I'm afraid.
Yes, so was Mr. Yamasuki.
No luck?
No service he knows of goes to Tahiti, not for a month or two anyway.
I couldn't get any joy either. There might be an odd tramp or two, but I don't know of any. Of course, you can fly from here to Samoa, but it's a ruddy long way round.
Oh, well. Thanks all the same, Captain.
Pleasure.
Sir, there's always Jack Donnelly.
Nonsense, the man's mad.
Captain Fielding says we're taking off at dawn, day after tomorrow.
Well, there'll be nothing before then, I'm afraid.
So, it looks as though I'll be in the aircraft.
Yes, Mr. Stewart, it does, doesn't it?
Who exactly is this man you say is mad? This Jack,
Jack Donnelly.
No, Alec. I wouldn't think of it.
Nor would I, sir, in the ordinary way, but... I don't want to get to Tahiti as much as Mr. Stewart. I don't really see, sir, why you shouldn't, well, explore the situation.
Who is this chap, anyway?
Well, he's an American from Oregon. A man with the mentality, I'd say, of a child of 10. His ship's a sort of sloop-rigged fishing boat, built up with his own hands. At the moment, apparently, it's in hock to the harbour master.
He sailed here single-handed from the United States.
And do you know how he did it? Got the air route between San Francisco and here and followed the aeroplanes. 10 flights and more a day. A bloody fine way to navigate, I must say.
Is he going to Tahiti?
Heaven knows. He's got no charts. Wouldn't know how to use one if he had. All he possesses in the way of navigation is a clapped-out ex-war surplus compass and a kid's school atlas. It's got the whole of the Pacific on one page. And a pretty filthy page it is, I can tell you.
That's all Dod Osborne had, Captain, when he sailed the girl Pat across the Atlantic when he wasn't much more than a boy.
Yes, that's true. Look, Mr. Stewart, I don't want to stand in your way if you feel you want to go and talk to this maniac. That's up to you, but I think you want to be quite clear in your own mind about what you may be letting yourself in for.
Well, I'm grateful that you should worry so much about a stranger.
Mr. Stewart, your models kept half my crew away from booze, gambling, and women. No man who does that is a stranger in my ship.
Well, that's very kind. Look, sir, if this maniac, as you call him, were to set out for Tahiti, do you think he'd make it?
Well, yes, I dare say he would. Though how he'd manage it, the Almighty in his high heaven alone knows. And he won't split for the price of a pint, as we used to say.
You're a sailor, Captain. You knew my brother-in-law up at Invergordon during the war. Would you sail with this chap yourself?
I'd have to be as sloshed as a whalebone corset. No, to be serious, Mr. Stewart, if I was absolutely desperate, and I'd had to be ruddy desperate, mind you, and I simply had to get there, whatever the risk, why, yes, I think I would.
That's good enough for me.
Now, for heaven's sake, let's have some more beer.
Why, Hanover, honey, fill 'em up. Well, he's still here. I was afraid he might have taken off. Jack Donnelly! You aboard, Jack? I've got a friend I'd like you to meet. Jack! Show a leg there!
What are you yelling at? I was having to lie down, wherever you are.
Oh, remember me? Third officer from the Cathay Princess. The tanker you came aboard first day we were in. We had a beer together.
I got no beer.
Oh, we didn't come for any grog, Jack. I brought along a friend who wants to meet you. Mind if we come aboard?
Okay, no liquor on board, though.
Except possibly mess. Looks boozed up to the eyebrows to me.
Hey, what's the plank? The other day a guy fell off that plank. Plumb into the harbour. Wanted dough for birthing here or something. All he got was a swim. He wanted $7 and 2 bits, and all the guy got was a swim. Hey, the trick is to tread on the bow walk forward by the winch. And she goes forward just a tiddly way, and then the plank comes off the transom. Well, don't go yelling it out to every damn soul you meet.
Say, Mr. Keats.
Keith Stewart.
Yeah, say, Mr. Keats, where'd that other guy go?
Oh, the third officer, he has to get back to his ship.
Uh-huh.
I was told you built this boat, Jack.
Yeah. Well, the schoolmaster and Cushman set out the frames, but I did everything else.
Cushman, where's that?
Mouth of the Suislaw.
Oh, that's in Oregon, isn't it?
Yeah, South Oregon.
Ah, you made a beautiful job of her.
Oh, I kind of like doing it.
I know. I like making things too, but, well, mine aren't so big as yours. Here, have you ever seen a little chap this size?
Hey, You made this?
That's a little generator set I designed and made for some research I was doing.
Yeah, I never did see such a tiddly little thing. Hey, it doesn't go, does it?
Well, I hope so.
Jeez, making the electricity.
Yes, just like the big 3-cylinder diesel jobs.
Yeah, I seen the big ones. Say, Mr. Keats, I guess this is the smallest little fellow in the whole world, isn't it?
Well, it's not the smallest engine, but perhaps it might be the smallest generating set.
Say, what do you know? The smallest generating set in the world running right here in the cabin of the Mayor of Bell. You know, folks would never believe me if I told them. They'd say I was nuts.
I don't want it to overheat.
No, sir.
Look, Jack, I want to go to Tahiti and then out to an island called Marakota. That's somewhere in the Tuamotus.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Bourne thought perhaps you might be going down that way?
Ma came from Huahine and said for me to get back to the islands where I'd meet up with my own sort.
Huahine's not far from Tahiti. It's in the same group.
Yeah. You want to go down to Tahiti?
That's right.
Well, I got a bolt of sailcloth you could sleep on, but I guess it's kind of hard.
How much would I have to pay you for the passage?
Yeah, the harbor master, he wanted $7.02 when he came on board. And then, there'll be the eats.
Well, you any idea how much in cash you want?
Well, how much you got?
Well, $100?
Well, then, the fare's $100.
Done. When are you likely to sail?
Almost any time, I guess, Mr. Keats. I get sick after a spell on shore. There's nothing to it. Say, you bringing that tilly little motor of yours aboard?
This? Oh, yes. I'll be bringing this along.
Well, then I say move in any time you like, Mr. Keats.
Hello there, Mr. Stewart.
Afternoon, Captain Fielding.
Have a beer.
I don't think I will, thank you. It's a bit early for me.
Do you meet your cracked and ancient mariner?
Oh, he's not as mad as they make out.
Then, Mr. Stewart, you won't be flying back with us tomorrow.
If you don't mind, no.
Do you mean this nut's actually going to Tahiti?
Anywhere, so long as it's away from here. He'll take me to Tahiti, all right.
Sure?
I think so.
Awful big place to see.
Yes, Captain Fielding, I realize that.
How much water storage has he got?
Well, I saw a 40-gallon drum on the deck.
And the trip's going to take how long?
About 6 weeks at a rough estimate.
Then, old man, you're going to need a drop more of the old Pani.
Yes, I suppose we are.
And you know I shall now go down in the history of Albatross Airways. For the rest of my life, I shall be known as the bloke who flew Keith Stewart to Honolulu and let him take off with a crazy half-Yank, half-Polynesian fisherman on a dicey voyage across half the ruddy Pacific.
Oh, but sure.
I'll be besieged at Albatross by all the readers of Miniature Mechanic in Britain and torn limb from limb. Oh, well. Let's knock a couple of beers down the hatch.
Mr. Stewart, I hear you've decided to risk your neck.
I've paid for my passage to Tahiti, Captain Davis.
Has your ship got a motor?
No.
Well, that's one small mercy.
I don't really see
I don't suppose he's ever had his compass swung.
Oh, I see.
Just keep your eyes open and see the nit doesn't put a bucket down next to the compass when he needs it most.
Oh, it makes a big difference, does it?
One hell of a big difference.
Then I'd best watch it.
He hasn't got a sextant either, has he?
I don't think so.
Nor do I. This man, Matlow, looks to see which way... Mind your ruddy back now, you dark bastard. We're trying to get the flaming generator aboard in one piece. This character navigates by tooling along behind aeroplanes. If there aren't any aeroplanes, he has a deco to see if there are any mangrove seeds floating around. If mangrove seeds happen to be conspicuous by their absence, he has a bash at that compass of his. And that's usually wrong, I'd say.
You won't put me off now, Captain Davis.
No, Mr. Stewart, I don't think I will. It occurs to me that perhaps a number of people are apt to misjudge you at times. I don't think you're the sort of man who's easily put off when he's set his mind to a thing.
Well, sir, I really have to get to Tahiti some way or another.
Ever used a sextant?
No. I've often wondered how it's done.
Well, now's your chance to learn.
I don't understand.
That's right. Drop the whole damn thing on its head. That's why we had it flown out from Liverpool at heaven only knows what cost to the owners. Mr. Stewart, I've taken the liberty of asking my navigator to gin you up in the use of a sextant.
Do you really think...
I'm presenting you with a sextant, a nautical almanac, and some charts.
It's terribly good of you, but...
You won't be an expert, but a meridian latitude would give you a lot of information. It's the easiest sight of all to take. You could learn to take one in 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm very grateful indeed.
Well, he'll write it all down for you.
Thank you.
Don't thank me. Put it down, Mr. Stewart, to the many hours of pleasure you've given my crew. That Congreve clock now, that was really something. One of these days, when I retire, I'm going to have a bash at it myself.
What are you knitting, Aunt Katie?
A heavy sweater for Uncle Keith.
But it'll be summer, you said, when Uncle Keith gets back. Or spring, anyway.
Oh, but it's terribly hot out there, Jan, and you may find it quite cold in England after all that heat and those jungles and things.
Yes. Today I asked Miss Simpson during geography to tell me where Maricotta Island was.
What did she say?
She said it was in the Tuamotus.
Hmm.
That's a group of Pacific islands, and that it was uninhabited and inaccessible, almost anyway.
Oh, she did she?
Mm-hmm. So, I was wondering, Aunt Katie, if it really is inaccessible, how Uncle Keith's going to get there.
Jan, come here, dear.
Hmm?
Jan, all your Uncle Keith's life, people have been underestimating him. He looks a very ordinary person, your Uncle Keith.
He isn't.
That's just it, darling. He isn't. When he sets his mind to a thing, well, he gets terribly stubborn about it. And if your Uncle Keith says that he's going to that island where you're... Well, if he says he's going there, you can be sure that he'll get there, somehow or other.
That's what I think too, Aunt Katie.
You know, your uncle's quite a famous person in a way. He gets letters from all over the world. You wouldn't believe the places they come from. Canada, Australia, America, India, South Africa, Russia even sometimes.
That thing you got there, Mr. Keats, I seen on marine store windows.
It's a sextant.
Yeah? Tells you where you are, don't it?
Not unless you're better at it than I am. But I think it may tell us how far we've gone.
Oh, is that so? Well, I can tell you that. Yeah, see them pencil figures on the bulkhead there?
Oh, I wondered what they were.
Well, that's how far I figured I'd sailed every day, coming from San Francisco.
Yes, but how did you know how far you'd come each day?
My dad taught me. And each day, I'd figure it out.
When you got here, Jack, how did it compare with the real distance?
Well, tell you the truth, I never did get it all added up. Came out different each time. Say, where's my atlas now? Oh, yes, here it is. Yeah, well, now, it says here, on my chart, 2,098 miles.
2,098?
Yeah, and when I pitched up here, a newspaper guy came on board and added them figures up of mine. What's it say there on the bulkhead?
2,237.
Oh, well, you don't go straight all the time. You get way off course, and that makes it more.
But you're only about 7% out. You allow 4% for course deviations, then your error over the whole voyage was only 3%.
Oh, is that good, Mr. Keats?
Good? It's phenomenal, Jack, without navigational instruments and aids.
Oh, my dad showed me how. I guess the old man really knew.
Yes, Jack. I guess he really did.
Say, Mr. Keats, you are going to bring that little motor along what makes electricity?
Oh, yes. I wouldn't leave that behind.
Yeah. Smallest in the world, eh? That right, Mr. Keats?
Yes, I think so.
Hey, say, how long does it go on one fill of gas?
10 or 12 minutes. I've got a whole bottle of gas with me.
Huh? And, we could run it every day?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, that's swell. Hey, say, Mr. Keats, you seen that schooner yacht up the head of the basin?
Oh, the one with the 3 masts?
Yeah, she is a 3-sticker. I guess we'll board her before we sail and, check up on our course, huh?
Shall I, bring my charts along?
Oh, don't see why not, Mr. Keats. Can't do no real harm.
That's what I figured.
What can we do for you, brother?
See you, Captain.
Uh-huh. What do you want with him?
None of your business. Just tell your captain I got something to talk to him about.
The captain's busy.
You go tell your captain like I said.
Sure. Sure thing. You guys go up and wait on the jetty.
Mr. Keats and me, we'll wait right here.
Okay. Some guys just come aboard and think they own the ship.
Who are they, Ed?
A couple of guys see the captain, Miss Ferris. They won't say what their business is.
You haven't come from Manuel, have you?
Manuel? We've come to see the captain.
Well, don't you know Manuel?
Well, who's he?
Well, he's at the Royal Waikiki Hotel with his orchestra.
Well, like Mr. Keats said, all we want is to see the captain.
Oh, you're nothing to do with Manuel.
Nope.
You're a sailor by the look of you. Want a job? The captain might take you on. Though I doubt if he could fix your friend up.
Mr. Keats and me don't want no job. Just want to ask your captain about the course down to the islands.
Oh, well, sorry you've been troubled. I thought you were from Manuel.
Say, I'd like to see her with no clothes on. Wow, she'd peel off real nice, Mr. Keats.
Jack, I don't suppose you're likely to get the chance. I've heard she's the daughter of an American millionaire.
She's a woman, ain't she?
The captain will see you two guys now. This way. Name's Captain Peterson. Flying Clouds owned by Mr. Chuck Ferris. He's a multi-millionaire.
You sick yet, Mr. Keats?
Not yet.
No? Come and take the tiller, then.
Oh, but I've never done this sort of thing before.
You gotta learn sometime. Hey, see that tiddly little triangle on the card?
Yes, but,
Well, just keep her about there. Nothing to it. You okay?
I suppose so, Jack. So far, anyway.
Guess I'll have a bit of a lie down below then, huh?
Oh, what will I do if anything happens?
Oh, nothing's going to happen. Not much happens at sea in a small boat. Mr. Keats, know something?
What's that, Jack?
I reckon we made 95 miles yesterday. Up to dawn today. Wrote it down on the bulkhead.
95 miles, eh?
Yep. Hey, say. Well, look at that.
What is it?
Well, a frigate bird. That's the third I've seen.
But it's a gull, isn't it?
No. No, that's a frigate bird. Much bigger than a gull. Yeah, see his forked tail?
Ah.
That guy's going home someplace.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, that sort don't spend nights at sea. Yeah, they'll go way out, sure. But they fly back to land each night. Well, he'll be down by sunset. Hour and a quarter, hour and a half, maybe. Yeah, there's land that way. 40, maybe 50 miles. Just a tiddly bit south of east. Say, Mr. Keats, get them charts of yours out and see what land lies over that way.
I have the chart here. Now, let's see. Well, yes. Must be Hawaii. If we're on course, that should be about 60 miles away.
Oh, I don't reckon any old frigate bird would fly as fast as that. Say, Mr. Keats, reckon we're up to windward just a tiddly bit.
Good morning. Can I help you?
My name's Fielding. I'm chief pilot of Albatross Airways. If possible, I'd like to speak to the editor of Miniature Mechanic.
Oh, that's me. McNeil's the name. Oh, good Lord, you've come about Keith Stewart.
That's right.
Oh, sit down, Mr.
Captain.
Captain Fielding.
Thanks.
Oh, well, Keith Stewart hasn't... I mean,
I'm
he's...
the pilot of the air freighter which took him out to Honolulu.
Oh, yes, I see.
I thought you might like to know how he was getting on.
Did he get a passage to Tahiti, wasn't it?
That's right. Well, he got a passage of sorts. That's really what I wanted to talk about. He was going there on a sort of fishing boat, a thing without even an engine.
But that doesn't sound like Keith. He's not really what I'd call an adventurous man.
Wouldn't you? Well, apparently he couldn't get anything better. We were all a bit worried about it, but he made up his mind and there wasn't anything we could do about it.
But it's quite a distance, isn't it?
About 2,400 miles.
Good heavens.
Sea miles, Mr. McNeil. Say close on 3,000 land miles.
And you say Keith, our Keith Stewart, is seriously intending to sail that fantastic distance in a tiny fishing smack?
Yes, that's about the size of it.
I think you better tell me exactly what's happened, Captain Fielding. I mean, Keith is one of my freelance contributors, the best known. Miniature Mechanic wouldn't be the same without him.
You can't just stop a ship that size. I mean, she must cost millions of pounds, and more millions for her cargo of oil.
I just done it, ain't I? Besides, Mr. Keats, she's light in the water. Discharged her cargo some time back. Here, you ask him, Mr. Keats. You speak better than me.
Right.
What's our position? What is our position, please?
Hold on a second. God, there are a couple of crackpots in that cockle shell in the middle of the Pacific, and I don't know where they are.
Cheeky devil.
The electric megaphone, the lad left it switched on.
Sorry, no offense, fellows. Latitude 02 degrees, 50 minutes north. Longitude 156 degrees, 55 minutes west. Got that?
Got it, Mr. Keats?
Yes.
Got it! Thanks very much!
You're welcome, Mary Bell, and the best of British luck.
You figured out how far we are from Christmas Island?
Only 74 miles.
Well, how far ought we to be?
About 250.
Hey, say, see those limeys still waving? Oh, well, guess we'll put her up a point to windward.
Right.
Yeah, I just knowed this morning when we saw that patch of seaweed we was getting down to leeward a tiddly bit.
The way you've explained it to me, Captain Fielding, the whole enterprise seems preposterous.
Yes, I'm afraid it is. I was wondering if perhaps you could help in any way.
With money, do you mean?
In any way. Suppose for a moment Keith Stewart were to lose his life on this fantastic voyage.
Oh, heaven forbid.
I said suppose. I would imagine that the effect on your magazine would be disastrous.
You're right, it would.
There must be some way we could help him. After all, he told me that people all over the world write to him.
Indeed they do. Since he left, I've had to cope with his correspondence myself. I've got it, Professor O'Leary.
Who's he?
A modeller, and one of Keith's most staunch fans.
Yes, but apart from that?
A professor of medieval literature at Ann Arbor University in Michigan.
Ah.
I remember he once wrote to Keith saying he'd been lecturing for a year in Honolulu.
Splendid. He must have lots of contacts.
Surely. I have his address. I'll write him by airmail at once. Well, you never know. He might be able to suggest something.
That letter I gave you to read, Molly, what do you think?
Keith Stewart. Wasn't that the man you had lunch with in London 2 years ago when you visited Europe, Cyrus?
That's the man.
You hardly stopped talking about it for months afterwards.
It was the highlight of my stay in London.
You men who make toys.
That Congreve clock he designed is no toy, my dear.
Well, the man's obviously in need of help.
And who do I know who's an admirer of his who can help? Dave Coulson? No, Indianapolis. That stockbroker's clerk in Toledo. No, farmer down in Maryland, Sam. No good. Hey, wait a minute. Out on the West Coast and loaded with dough. All the contacts in the world, too.
Who are you talking about, Cyrus?
Honey, that timber millionaire I told you I met last year at the Miniature Engineering Convention.
Oh, yes. Wasn't his name Haunser or something like that?
Solly Hertzon. Told me he was building a Congreve clock, too. Long distance, please. Long distance. This is Professor Cyrus O'Leary. I want to make a person-to-person call to Mr. Solomon P. Hertzon. I don't know his number, but it's in Tacoma, Washington. It's Hertzon Lumber Enterprises, Incorporated, or something like that. Yes, it is the Solomon P. Hertzon. Oh, operator, if you get through to his secretary, tell her it's about a clock. I'll take the call any time that's convenient to him.
Professor, this is a real pleasure.
For me, too.
Well, how are you making out with that clock we discussed last time we met?
Well, I got the tilting table and the escapement made all right, but now I'm finding the clock motion quite a job. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Well, more about the designer of the clock.
Oh, he's a great guy, that Keith Stewart. You know something? Whenever I get in any kind of difficulty about one of his models, I just mail him a letter and he comes right back at me with the answer by return of post.
Well, he's in a little trouble. I thought maybe you'd like to know. He was in Honolulu, but it seems right now he's somewhere out in the mid-Pacific.
Honolulu, huh? If I'd known that, I'd have flown across to make his acquaintance. Well, what kind of trouble is he in?
And I just got a letter from his editor in London. I guess I better read it out to you.
You do that, Professor.
Dear Professor O'Leary, you will probably remember lunching with Keith Stewart and myself when last you were in London, when you showed us the photographs of your case traction engine and your workshop. I'm a bit concerned about Keith Stewart, who was very recently in Honolulu.
Yeah. Too bad, Professor. Okay. Anyway, I'll be calling again real soon. My regards to Mrs. O'Leary. Okay. Goodbye now. Julie! Oh, Julie!
I recorded your conversation with Professor O'Leary on tape, Mr. Hudson.
Fine. Get it in type and let me have it right away.
Yes, Mr.
And
Hudson.
Julie, what's the name of that guy that handles our business out in Honolulu?
Oh, Setchers and Byrne Incorporated, Mr. Hudson.
That's right, Paul Setches. Okay, give me Paul Setches person to person.
No, I've already asked Hannah to put the call in.
You have? Well, good for you, Julie.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson.
You remember when I was sick, Julie, and those damn medics sentenced me to spend 2 days home each week?
Very well indeed, Mr. Hudson.
Acquire a hobby, Mr. Hertzon. Acquire a hobby. Okay, I do just that. And I get this British magazine, Miniature Mechanic. Julie, if it hadn't been for this guy, Keith Stewart, Solomon P. Hertzon would have gone right off his trolley. Lucid. That's what that guy is, lucid and friendly. Well, now he's got himself in some kind of a jam, but not for long, though. Not when Hertzon Enterprises are right there in back of him.
That'll be Honolulu now. Hertzon Enterprises? Yes, Mr. Hertzon is right here, Mr. Setches.
Chuck Ferris.
Look, Mr. Ferris, I'm sorry to call you as late as this.
I said for you to call, Jim. Well, what did you find out?
Sure, I'm sorry, Mr. Ferris, but this thing hasn't panned out quite the way I kind of figured it would.
You mean that damn son of a Chinese dishwasher Saul Hertzhorn won't sign?
Oh, he'll sign all right, Mr. Ferris, but, what he wanted was something kind of different.
How much kind of different?
Mr. Hertzhorn wants to borrow the Flying Cloud.
Borrow my yacht?
Yeah.
For crying out loud. What does that nut want that for? To go sailing while he figures out the deal we've got?
Well, this is kind of difficult to explain, Mr. Ferris. Maybe you ought to put this on a tape machine.
Shoot, Jim. Go on. My memory's okay.
Well, Mr. Ferris, it seems that some years ago, Mr. Hertzhorn had a very bad spell with his health, and his medical advisor said for him to get a hobby he could do in his own.
Why, sure, Mr. Ferris. A fishing boat called the Mary Bell left the harbor here in Honolulu maybe 2 weeks ago.
Damn. How many people on board, Captain Peterson?
2, I guess. The captain, a nut called Donnelly, and the other was a kind of passenger. He was a limey who seemed all hell-bent on getting down to Tahiti. Nuts, too, if you ask my opinion, Mr. Ferris.
Nuts or not, this limey's by way of being a special friend of Saul Hertzhorn.
He is?
Yeah, and Saul's head up to hell about the risk this guy's taking going across the Pacific that way.
He hasn't got any dough. I guess that's why he went with Jack Donnelly.
Saul Hertzhorn hadn't got any dough when he started, nor had I.
No, sir.
Now listen carefully, Captain.
Aye, aye, sir.
I want you to get up steam in the Flying Cloud right away and follow the route these 2 crazy characters have taken to Tahiti.
Aye, aye, Mr. Ferris.
If you catch up with them, fine and dandy. If you don't, I guess it'll be because they've been shipwrecked or something. In which case you just visit every damned island in the Pacific you reckon they could be on.
Aye, aye, Mr. Ferris.
But find this guy, Keith Stewart.
Yes, Mr. Ferris, but what'll I do when I find him?
Put my yacht at his disposal.
What?
You heard me, Captain Peterson. This Englishman wants to visit the Tuamotus or someplace where his sister got wrecked. So when he's been wherever he wants to go, I guess you'd better come straight back to Seattle. And mind you, bring Mr. Stewart with you. Saul Hertzhorn wants to meet him, and Captain, I have a mighty big engineering deal cooking with Saul.
Yes, Mr. Ferris. Oh, Mr. Ferris. Yeah? About Mrs. F. Stathios, will she be coming with us?
My daughter, I forgot all about Dawn. She with you now?
Mr. Ferris, she's on shore someplace. I wouldn't know. Maybe the Royal Waikiki Hotel. Music with Manuel, Mr. Ferris.
Yeah, I understand, Captain Peterson. Look, if she comes on board within the next 2 hours, ask her to call me, huh?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, tell her how things are yourself. And, by the way, my daughter isn't Mrs. F. Stathios anymore. The divorce went through. Dawn can move into a hotel on shore, or she can sail with you, Captain. Or she can come right on home. You tell her that, will you? With love and kisses from her old papa. But whatever my daughter may decide to do, Captain Peterson, you sail for Tahiti first thing in the morning.
Okay, Mr. Ferris.
Bye, Captain.
Goodbye, Mr. Ferris. What a soft old bastard. They tell me you boys certainly got yourself a real mess of trouble here.
Don't amount to nothing, Captain. Papers. Nobody ever told me we gotta have all them papers.
We've been towed here to the quarantine anchorage, Captain Peterson. By rights, you really oughtn't to be aboard.
Oh, I know the chef de port pretty well, Mr. Stewart. I think you can forget about the summons, the bill of health, and the other things. I was able to smooth things over.
Well, we're both very grateful.
Oh, yeah, Captain.
You 2 characters sailing that fish boat all the way from Honolulu to Papeete. I just never heard of anything to beat it.
Jack Donnelly knows how to sail. It's as simple as that. In any case, Captain Peterson, what's the Flying Cloud doing here in Tahiti? The last time we saw you, you were tied up in the yacht basin in Honolulu.
Well, Mr. Stewart, I guess it's kind of a long story. I don't reckon I really know where to begin. Say, Mr. Stewart, do you by any chance know a guy called Saul Hertzhorn?
Hertzhorn? An American?
Oh, sure.
Well, I've had some letters from a Solomon P. Hertzhorn. He lives in Washington. That's the capital, isn't it?
That's Washington, D.C. No, Saul Hertzhorn lives in the state of Washington, up in the Northwest. I live there myself. You know anything about Saul Hertzhorn?
I know his secretary's got an electric typewriter, and I should imagine he dictates to her by the length of his letters. He's building one of my Congreve clocks. He's not very experienced, and so he writes me rather a lot of letters.
And you answer them?
Well, good Lord, yes, they all need answering. I mean, to an amateur, a Congreve clock is a fairly tricky piece of work.
Well, I'll be gol darned. Mr. Stewart, any idea just who Solomon P. Hertzon is?
Why do you ask me like that?
Sol Hertzon's the biggest lumberman on the West Coast. He's a multimillionaire so many times over it'd make your head spin. It seems, Mr. Stewart, he thinks a real lot of you. He knows you're here, how you got here, and all about the wreck of the Shearwater. And your sister.
For heaven's sake.
Yeah, Sol Hertzon's like that.
But it's fantastic.
Well, there it is, Mr. Stewart. Anyway, my boss, Chuck Ferris, is a friend of Sol Hertzon's, and he spoke to me long distance, told me to follow you, find you, and put this yacht entirely at your disposal.
But the man must be mad.
That's what I sometimes think, too, Mr. Stewart. Or, sir, as I guess I'd better begin calling you.
I can't believe it.
Look at it this way, Mr. Stewart. You took a lot of trouble answering letters from a complete stranger.
Yes, but then
Maybe some of them were stupid questions. I wouldn't know. The fact is, you made a friend. And boy, what a powerful friend. And now that friend's going to a bitty trouble to help you. Fair enough, if you look at it that way.
It's fantastic to go to all that trouble.
Anyway, sir, my instructions are to do just what you say. Go where you go. And issue you with a personal invitation from Solomon P. Hertzon to visit with him a couple of days on your way back to England, to help him with his clock.
Captain Peterson, could you take me to Maracota?
I already got the course worked out, sir, and I already figured out the business about the permit. We can sail in 30 minutes.
I'll be sorry to leave you, Jack.
Huh?
Where will you go now?
Oh, guess I'll head for Huahine, Mr. Keats. Over to the west, ain't it? Shows on them charts of yours.
That's right. It's only about 100 miles away. A tiddly bit west of northwest on the compass. I'll leave you the charts, Jack. They might come in handy.
Well, say thanks, Mr. Keats.
Oh, that's Huahine there.
Uh-huh. Hey, they think of something new each year. It's crazy.
I suppose they do. Jack, we've got some settling up to do.
What kind of settling up?
For the passage money, I owe you $100.
Ah, you bought all the chow. So I guess we're even, Mr. Keats.
The food didn't cost $100. Most of it came from the Cathay Princess, anyway. There's a good bit owing you.
Ah, you sailed the ship half the time. I didn't pay you no wages. We're even.
I still think you're over-generous.
Ah, nuts, Mr. Keats.
There is one thing, though. The good ship Mary Bell hasn't got an engine.
Well, don't need no engine.
I think she ought to have one. And, I propose to give her one.
Huh? You're gonna leave that? With me?
I'd like you to have it, Jack. As a memento of a wonderful voyage.
Oh, smallest in the world. Say, I wonder what they're going to think of this in Huahine. Smallest little engine in the whole wide world.
Stewart, there she is, Maracota.
And those timbers there?
Yes, that's the wreck. Just past the Great Coral. That's Shearwater.
Can't believe it. I was on board that boat only 6 months ago in the Hamble River.
You can go ashore by launch.
Would it be possible for me to spend 24 hours alone on the island? She was my only sister. I don't suppose her daughter Janice will ever come here. Well, I'd like to take a lot of photographs.
Quite easy to arrange, Mr. Stewart.
And, if possible, I'd like to borrow a hammer and a cold chisel.
A hammer and a cold chisel?
Oh, the engine may be worth saving. I can have a look anyway when I've cut the bolts loose.
Yes, I guess perhaps it may be worth saving. Well, I reckon I'll go see about the launch and your provisions.
Joe, this is one of the duck's eggs I made for Janice on my lathe. The night I had to tell her about you and John. It's the only thing I've got of hers to leave with you. And, Joe, I'll do my best. I promise that. Oh, Lord, give my brother Keith a bit of good sense. Goodbye, Joe.
We're back, as you see, monsieur.
Indeed, Captain.
We're at the buoy right now, but tomorrow I'd like to move into the quay.
Certainement.
8 o'clock?
It shall be so arranged.
By the way, monsieur, what happened to the Mary Bell?
She has depart.
Already? Wherefore?
Oh, who can say? Native boats, they come, they go. That's why he makes long voyage.
I know. I was his passenger on his last long voyage.
This time, he took a passenger as well.
A passenger?
A lady?
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, Captain. A lady from your ship. Mademoiselle Ferris, avec la tête châtaine, whom you leave behind in the hotel.
For heaven's sake! Well, what do you know? When did they sail?
2 days after you.
On a westward course?
That is true.
Chuck Ferris is going to eat me in little pieces, bit by bit.
The more I see of women, Captain, the less I know.
You can say that again.
At my age, it is better to stick to wine, huh?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Stewart. A real pleasure.
Mr. Hertzhorn, I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am for all you've done.
Forget it. It was nothing.
No, it was a tremendous help. We really were in trouble when Captain Peterson turned up. If it hadn't been for him, don't think I'd ever have got to see the place where my sister was buried and put a headstone on the grave.
Only too pleased to be of help, Mr. Stewart. Julie tells me you want some kind of case shipped back to England.
That's right. It holds the engine of the boat that was wrecked.
Leave it with me. I'll have my agents take care of it.
Oh, thank you.
Say, Mr. Stewart, would you like to have a look at what I'm doing with your clock?
Yes, I'd like to very much.
Okay, let's go. Maybe I'm not quite as far advanced as I should be. You know, it's kind of fortuitous you should have been visiting with me to see just how come I can't quite get the escapement the way it should be.
You've made a very good job of the tilting table, Mr. Hertzhorn.
You really think so?
Indeed, I do. It's a beautiful job. Well, how did you get the burnishing so flat and even?
Lapped it on a sheet of plate glass with oil and fine grit carborundum. Then I finished off with metal polish. Bobbins and armatures, though, they sure give me trouble. You know, 46 gauge is mighty fine wire to handle when you can't see so good.
I know. In fact, it's better not to handle it at all. It's so easy to get kinks.
You're telling me.
I made a coil winder for mine. Look, I'll show you what I mean. Give me a piece of paper. No. You don't have to make one, Mr. Hertzhorn. As soon as I get back to England, I'll put mine in the post to you airmail. You can post it back to me when you're finished with it.
Oh, that's real nice of you. Mr. Stewart, you're an engineer.
That's right. I started in the tool room.
You know Chuck Ferris?
He's the man who put his yacht at my disposal.
That's the guy. Well, Chuck and I are on the point of closing a deal.
So I heard.
Now, I'd sure be grateful if you'd look it over for me as an engineer, in a consultative capacity, of course.
I'll be only too pleased to, Mr. Hertzhorn, if you think my advice will be of any value.
I know it will. There's something about the whole setup I don't get, and I sign nothing until I get it all figured out.
Jan?
Uncle Keith!
Miss me?
Oh, yes, yes. Oh, it's been horrid not having you here to make things for me.
Where's Aunt Katie?
Oh, she'll be home soon. She gets off an hour earlier now. She started doing that when you went away. Uncle Keith?
Yes, Jan?
Did you go where Mummy and Daddy are buried?
Yes, Jan, I went there. We had a stone made, and I put it up to mark the grave. I took a lot of photographs for you.
Thank you, Uncle Keith.
I'll take them up to London tomorrow to be developed. We mustn't trust an ordinary chemist with these.
No. Were they buried on an island?
Yes, Jan. On an island with the sea all round. Nobody lives there, you see. It's only a little island, and, well, there isn't any water for anyone to drink.
Can you hear the sea from the place where they're buried?
You can hear the sea all round.
Oh, I'm so glad. Mummy and Daddy loved the sea.
And, I left the grey egg with them, because I thought they'd like to have something that was yours. I buried it just underneath the sand.
Thank you, Uncle Keith. Thank you so much for everything.
Come in, Mr. Stewart. Please sit down.
Thank you.
You've been away, haven't you?
Yes, Mr. Carpenter, just a short holiday.
I must say you're looking remarkably sunburned and fit.
Yes. You remember those diamonds of my brother-in-law's we were looking for?
Indeed I do.
They've turned up.
I see.
Yes. My wife, Katie, well, she was turning out the box room yesterday. She found a suitcase that she didn't think belonged to us, full of old clothes.
Yes?
There they were, in a little jewel case.
How many were there?
47. Here they are.
47. The exact number of stones Commander Dermot bought from Rosenblaum and Frank.
Yes. Well, I'd better leave them with you.
Well, this yellow stuff all over them, this yellow gummy deposit, they haven't been stored in oil, have they?
Not since yesterday.
Yes. Well, you'll be going back to Ealing now?
Yes, I've got to catch the bank before it closes. Have to deposit a check for $17,000.
$17,000?
Well, recently I was called in to give some advice as a consultant on an engineering project.
Indeed. A very lucrative fee.
Yes.
You know, Mr. Stewart, you really are looking remarkably well. But considering the spring we've had, you must have been out in the sun.
I had a bit of a holiday.
An excellent thing to do. Tell me, Mr. Stewart, did you ever do anything with the engine which I was given to understand had been salvaged from your brother-in-law's yacht?
I had it shipped home. I've got it in the garden, but it's not much good. Not really.
I don't suppose it is. Not now. I wish some of my other clients took their trusts as seriously as you have done, Mr. Stewart. I think Commander Dermot made a very wise choice of a trustee.
That was Simon Lack as Keith Stewart and Enya Taweta as Jack Donnelly in Trustee from the Tool Room, adapted by Stephen Grenfell from the novel by Nevil Shute. The rest of the cast was as follows: Katie, Eva Stewart; Commander John Dermot, Patrick Barr; Joe Dermot, Mary Wimbush; Janice, Joe Manning Wilson; Mr. Carpenter, Hamlin Benson; Peter Sanderson, Frederick Treves; Oliver Thorne, Garrard Green; Captain Fielding, Peter Howell; Alec Bourne, Bruce Beebe; Captain Davis Rafe Truman, Dawn Nicolette Bernard, MacNeil Norman Claridge, Cyrus O'Leary Eric Anderson, Molly Isabel Rennie, Sol Hertzhorn Robert Ayres, Chuck Ferris Guy Kingsley Pointer, Jim Wilfred Carter Peterson Peter O'Shanassy. Other parts played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. The play which was recorded was produced by Betty Davis.
The Sunday play at 4:30 tomorrow afternoon in the home service is Episode 1 of The King Must Die by Mary Renault, a saga of ancient Greece dealing with the legendary exploits of the young hero Theseus. In the first episode, Theseus as a boy is played by Carlo Hura, and as a young man by Keith Mitchell. The Sunday film on BBC One tomorrow evening is Hell's Island, starring John Payne and Mary Murphy and Francis L. Sullivan. The story concerns the adventures of an out-of-luck gambler who leaves the gambling tables to seek a fortune elsewhere. He's sent to locate a large ruby somewhere in the Caribbean, which had mysteriously disappeared after a plane crash. The plot is complicated by the wife of the owner of the crashed plane, who turns out to be the gambler's ex-fiancée. Hell's Island can be seen on BBC One tomorrow evening at 7:25. The Kipling story on BBC One tomorrow is called 3 and an Extra, and it's mainly concerned with two love intrigues in colonial India, a pair of eternal triangles. And among the guest stars are Jean Kent and Keith Barron. The Kipling story is on BBC One at 9:10 tomorrow night.
From her had been received at her home. The subject of Britain's exports, why didn't the trade figures this week show an increase? What might be holding them back? Was referred to in both today's main public speeches, one by Sir Alec Douglas Hume and the other by Mr. George Brown. Last night in a broadcast, Mr. Maudling, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, said that the one really worrying feature of the situation was that exports were not rising as they'd thought they would. This at a time when industry was confident and export orders seemed to be flowing in at a pretty high rate. The Prime Minister, speaking today at Aberfeldy in Perthshire, said the trade figures illustrated 2 points in a way which anyone could understand. These were that if we allowed prices and costs to rise, all our prosperity could very easily be lost, and that it only needed the very smallest effort by each individual, and just a little more efficiency, to increase our national earnings to a point which would ensure that prosperity continued. The plain truth, said Sir Alec, is that if we do not keep our sales up overseas, and if we lose our share of the world market, full employment goes, and with it the opportunities for a fuller life, which nearly everyone in our country has recently come to value and enjoy. Mr. George Brown, in a speech at Swadlincote in Derbyshire, said the Conservatives were playing for time by pretending there was nothing wrong with the economy. They were hoping desperately that the situation would not get out of control for the election. You didn't have to be an economist, said Mr. Brown, to know that there was something seriously wrong with the economy. Every housewife knew that prices so far this year had risen very nearly as much as they did in the whole of last year. The fact was that not only was British industry not competitive with the rest of the world, it was also concentrating on the wrong products. Instead of turning out science-based equipment, all too often we were making items well within the capabilities of the less industrialized countries. 7 people, including 3 young children, were thrown into the sea when their yacht capsized in the Menai Straits this afternoon. They were Mr. and Mrs. Robin Greenwood of Penmine Mar, their children aged 2, 3 and 4, Mr. John Greenwood from Stoke, and Miss Dany Cheron from France. All were wearing life jackets and managed to get to the shore, about 50 yards away. There they were picked up by an RAF helicopter from Valley Airfield and taken to hospital. The children were given oxygen, but are not in danger. The 3-ton yacht, the Welsh Girl, sank within minutes. Later, only a few miles away, in Cardigan Bay, a motor pleasure cruiser capsized. 12 people, including a 2-year-old girl, were rescued after 2 helicopters, yachts, launches, and a lifeboat had been alerted. Breathing apparatus was used for the girl when she was landed at Abersoch, and she was later flown to hospital. The team of British potholers have abandoned their attempt to break the world underground depth record in the Berger pothole near Grenoble in France, because of deep flooding caused by torrential rain. Messages sent to the surface camp tonight said that nearly all the team were still cut off from the top of the pothole by the floods. They had no hope of getting out for several days, but were not in any danger and had enough food to last them for a month.
We present Geoffrey Matthews in Landfall, adapted by Stephen Grenfell from the novel by Nevil Shute. Landfall.
Wars come, and all the world is shattered by their blast. But life goes on, and through it all, young people meet and marry. Small people of no great significance who are caught up and swept together in the great whirlwind of war.
I don't know what's the matter with this wretched bus. Won't go anymore.
Oh, yes, it will. Start it up again.
Well, try if you like, but I don't think it'll go.
Go on and start it.
Huh? It just won't go. It's the rain or something.
Oh, well, I can get a bus from the corner.
No, don't go. There's a horse coming in a minute.
What horse?
A horse that's coming to tow us home.
What?
Yes, you can give it a lump of sugar if you like, but you must hold your hand flat. Otherwise you lose a finger.
Whatever are you talking about?
A horse. You can stroke its nose if you like. I'll hold it for you.
Where are you going to get a horse from?
Now, don't panic. The horse will turn up. You've got to sit here for a little while and it'll come.
I'll sit here till the next bus comes.
All right. What's your name?
You want to know everything, don't you?
Oh, there's not much to ask. You're going to spend the night with me and you won't even tell me your name.
Oh, I don't know what you mean.
Not so panic. It was you who said you'd stay here till the next bus came. Have you forgotten? It's half an hour before midnight, my girl. There won't be any more buses till morning, so you've got to sit here all night. And that's why I do think you might maintain some semblance of the proprieties by telling me your name.
Oh, you do say the most awful things.
Oh, what have I done now? You've done nothing but pull me up all evening.
You know what you said, all right?
Now, look, sweetie, I asked you to tell me your name, and you won't. Do you know what?
What?
I believe you're an enemy alien. I think I'll put the police on you.
I'll put the police on you if you don't take me home.
Well, a blackout. Ruddy great war on, and a bus like mine with a duff engine.
Well...
Now, look, I promise I'll take you home the minute the horse comes.
Oh.
In the meantime, I do think you might tell me who you are.
Well, you've seen me often enough.
Yeah, well, that's what's worrying me.
I know who you are.
Do you?
Oh, yes, you're from Emsworth Aerodrome. They call you Jerry, don't they?
Yeah, everybody calls me Jerry. How'd you know that?
Never you mind. What's Jerry short for, Gerald?
No, Chambers. Roderick Chambers. But you may call me Jerry.
Oh, you do say horrid things.
Yeah, I know you said that. Tell me, what is your name? I've told you mine.
Oh, Mona. Mona Stevens.
Mona. That's a nice name.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I mean, there aren't so many Monas about. It's better than being called Emily or something like that.
Where'd you work?
Oh, think hard.
Damn it, I am thinking hard. Ah, you aren't the old charwoman who cleans out my quarters, are you?
I'm certainly not.
Ah, pity.
I know what you had for supper tonight.
What did I have?
Steak and chips, a bit of Stilton cheese, and 3 cans of bitter.
Oh, you're one of those gypsy fortune tellers with the crystal ball.
No.
You jolly well smelt my breath.
Oh, don't be so rude.
I've got you, of course. What a clot I was. You work in the Royal Clarence in the snack bar.
Well, aren't you ever so quick?
Well, I knew it all the time, of course. I was pulling your leg.
Yana.
Oh, honestly. Don't think I'm the sort of chap who goes to the pavilion dance hall to pick up girls, do you?
Well, what else do you go there for?
To dance.
Oh, I'd like to have seen you dancing with them other officers you came in with.
Well, we were expecting Ginger Rogers, Merle O'Brien, and Loretta Young. But for some damn silly reason or other, they didn't turn up.
I'll bet.
Yep, so I looked around, and you were the only person in the room I knew, so I asked you if you'd dance with me.
You never recognized me at all.
Oh, you hurt me when you talk like that.
It'd take a hatpin to hurt you. What do you do out at the aerodrome?
Fly aeroplanes?
Is that what those wings on your chest mean?
That's right, I carry those as spares.
Are you a squadron leader or something?
Yeah, or something. I'm a flying officer.
Have you shot down any Germans?
Well, they don't come near these parts, thank God. No, all we do is go over the sea and report what ships we catch sight of.
It must be awfully exciting.
We get bored to tears. Hey?
I should move on and go home now if I were you. Getting a bit late, isn't it?
Well, I can't. Car's broken down. We're waiting here till a horse comes along to tow us home.
You don't suppose an air raid warden will swallow that one, do you?
Well, the lady did. It's good enough for her. It's good enough for you.
I should make him take you home now, miss.
I think you better go away and leave off bothering us.
No parking allowed in these common roads after blackout. We've got to keep them clear in case of fire engines and so on.
Oh, dear.
You can park in the station yard if you're going on all night.
If we'll... I think he's got us there. Have to go.
He's got a nerve. It's nothing to do with him.
Oh, it's not worth a row. Besides, he's right.
I had a lovely evening.
I'm glad Ginger Rogers couldn't come. You dance much better.
Oh, you do talk soft.
Would you like to do it again?
All right.
What about tomorrow?
Same time at the pavilion.
Well, I'll have to shake off Loretta Young, but I can get rid of her, all right. I'll tell her I got chicken. Eh? 10:30.
All right. Here we are. I told you it wasn't far, really.
Is this where I kiss you?
No, it is not.
Wrong then now.
Oh. Be careful tomorrow when you go looking for ships.
You bet your sweet life I will. Careful Chambers, they call me in the business.
Good night.
Good night.
Sergeant Reader Peterson. Sir? Who was the last pilot out on patrol this morning?
Chambers, sir.
Did you see anything?
Well, nothing out of the ordinary, sir.
Damn. Didn't any of the pilots see the LaKenty?
The LaKenty?
Well, there's a blazing row going on about a ship called the LaKenty. She's been torpedoed somewhere off St. Catherine's.
This morning?
This morning.
Is that what the Navy are raising hell about?
That's it. And this, unless I'm very much mistaken, is it. Yes?
Captain Burnaby on the line, sir.
All right, put him on.
Wing Commander Dickens?
Yes?
About the LaKenty.
Ah.
I have a signal from the trawler that's bringing the survivors in. The ship was definitely torpedoed 10 miles from St. Catherine's, bearing 192.
They're quite sure it was a torpedo, are they?
Certainly, the track was seen. It happened at 10:05. The vessel disappeared at 10:17, leaving some wreckage and a boat which my trawler got at 11:18. Will you please tell me what reports you have from your aircraft?
Well, so far, the reports to hand are negative.
So far. Have all your machines got back?
The last one had just come in.
Is his report negative too?
Yes, the visibility was very bad.
This action took place in the area covered by your morning patrol. Do you mean that none of your aircraft saw anything at all?
Apparently not. The visibility was such that a machine could pass within a couple of miles and see nothing, you know.
I don't know anything of the sort. My trawlers found the place all right.
Well, it's often clearer right down on the water.
I quite agree with you. That's exactly what I say whenever the usefulness of air patrol comes up in discussion. What organization have you got to ensure that your pilots do patrol the areas they're supposed to?
We'll get on better if we keep this civil, Captain Burnaby.
I'll be as civil as the facts permit. I have to make a report upon this matter to the Commander-in-Chief, and I want the facts.
Yes, I understand that.
I'm glad. So far I know that a valuable ship has been torpedoed right under my nose. I know there are 13 survivors and that nearly 100 people have been killed, including several women. I know that my trawler saved the 13 lives. I know that my applications for more trawlers have always been turned down because it was said that air patrol could do the work more efficiently. Now, have you got any more facts upon this matter that you can give me?
No, I'm afraid I haven't.
All right, Wing Commander. I shall put in my report upon those lines. Ready.
Damn the blasted Navy.
We never got that signal, you know.
Huh?
No, I got it from Purvis in T-87. He flashed to me by lamp about 1 o'clock.
We ought to carry more life-saving equipment. I'd have got more of them if I'd had a couple of collie floats.
Well, couldn't the boats have got them?
There were only 2 proper seamen in the boat. They had their work cut out to keep her head to sea, of course. The ones in the water were just drifted away. It was a stinking bloody mess. I've never seen anything like it.
Much fuel oil about?
God, yes. They were covered with it, the ones that were in the water. Just choked with the bloody stuff. I'd have picked up a few more if it hadn't been for that.
I suppose they were practically gone when you got them.
Just floating in the life jackets, you know. To all intents and purposes, they were dead.
Bill, I don't understand why they only got 1 boat away. They weren't shelled, were they?
Not that I know of. We'd have heard it anyway. But she went down, still steaming ahead at about 6 or 7 knots, as far as I could make out from what they said. They never got her stopped to get the boats down.
She just went on till she went under?
That's right.
Oh, hell.
Who owned her?
I've got no idea.
Sanderson and Moore, I think. Sunderland. They had the Lecenty and the Glentay and the Glen Ormond.
I'm sorry, I've been listening to what you types have been saying. I heard you mention the Lecenty. I'm Coastal Command patrolling in your sector.
In an Anson?
Yeah, that's right. Tell me, was it a submarine?
It must have been too deep for a mine. There's 30 fathoms of water out there.
Did you see anything of the South?
Not a smell of the basket. Did a spot of listening, but she'd been gone an hour. Nothing to go by.
She'd slip away 10 miles and then lie quiet on the bottom till nightfall. Ruddy thing might be anywhere.
How'd you get her when she surfaces?
Well, it's tricky. We've got a couple of drifters out there now on listening patrol. Just a chance they'll contact her in the dark.
What are you drinking?
I really see why you should. Oh, well, gin and it, thanks.
Gin and it, please, miss.
Righto.
I was on the morning patrol, you know.
Were you now?
Only my zone was to the east of you. Filthy visibility. You could hardly see your own ruddy aeroplane. I'm afraid the body who had that zone missed the ship altogether.
Here's your gin.
Thank you.
I know, an aircraft flew near us twice while we were picking up the boat. We heard it, but we couldn't see it.
It's a wonder you came out at all in this sort of weather. Bill Stammers picked one of your Ansons out of the ocean on a day just like this about a month ago.
I know. Cheers.
Cheers.
A chap called Smithers was the pilot. Flew right in. He and the wireless operator just about ruined themselves.
A bit too cold for that sort of thing in this weather.
Yeah, you're dead right. For December, it's not as cold as it might be.
No.
Could certainly do without all rain. Well, thanks a lot for the drink.
Don't mention it.
Got to push off now. Got a date. Anyway, I'll keep my eyes skinned for your little friend when I'm out tomorrow.
Yes, do. And if you see the bloody thing, give it everything you've got.
Okay, I'll do that. With your love.
What else did you do today, Jerry?
Well, this in the shop.
Oh, what is it?
Well, kiss-proof, I hope, so the girl said. Should I strike a match and see?
Oh, silly.
Hey, what about yours?
My what?
Your lipstick. I've got to go back to the mess before I can wash my face.
Mine comes off like anything. All the other officers will know what you've been doing.
I'll get cashiered.
What does that mean?
Sacked.
What? In a war? I'll wipe it off for you in a minute when you take me home.
When are you coming out with me again?
Well, you haven't asked me yet.
Tomorrow?
No, I can't. Uncle Ernest is in the Iron Duke. He's coming to see us tomorrow night. I said I'd be home early.
What about Thursday?
All right. Oh, let me clean your face.
No, I better do that when I get you home. You never know. Might get dirty again. I'm on early patrol tomorrow, so I really ought to get just a modicum of sleep.
What a filthy breakfast.
I know. Price we heroes have to pay for eventual victory, my lad.
Aye, well, that cook, the price is too high.
Anything new?
Haven't you seen the Winco's latest?
No.
Oh, well, there it is in his board. Affects your zone, too, so you better copy it into your wee notebook.
Ah, where is it? No submarine, repeat, no submarine is to be attacked today, December 3rd, in area SL between 1200 and 1500 hours. In area SM between 1400 and 1530. And in area TM between 1430 and nightfall. Air Stiggins, Wing Commander. Well.
Yeah, it makes you think, eh?
What about the LeConte? Let the ruddy thing get away. Just like them. Old Hitler makes rings round us.
Ah, love, could thou and I with fate conspire to grasp the sorry scheme of things entire, would we not shatter it to bits and then remould it nearer to the heart's desire?
I tell we would.
Ah, here's Hooper. He looks a bit strained.
Hello, Jerry. Hi. Sergeant Hudson's gone hospital. What about it? Good job, too. He's been breathing influenza germs all over me for the last 2 days. Who can I have instead? Nobody. Well, that's a magnificent show, I must say. Am I supposed to go without a second pilot? I don't know who there is to send with you. Do you? That means I've got to take the thing alone. Send Corporal Jones with you if you like. No, thanks. I've got Corporal Lambert for the rear gun and the wireless operator. He can pass me up the charts. Okay, Jerry. If you go on patrol alone this afternoon, I'll let you have Sergeant Abel for tomorrow. Better have a round of Perky Dye for it after mess. Anyway, thank God it's better visibility today. Yes. Don't want any more LeContes. Well, sea might be stiff with LeContes and submarines for all it matters to us. Not allowed to bomb the ruddy things till we see them. Don't take it too much to heart, old boy. After all, the brass hats up top know what they're doing.
What time do you reckon we'll land, sir?
What's it now?
3:38, sir.
Yeah, about 4:15 then.
It's got probably overcast, hasn't it?
Yes. Not much future in this job. I'll take it down a bit. Fly about 1,600 feet, just below cloud ceiling.
That's the best thing, sir. What do you make that out to be ahead, sir?
Where?
About 2 miles ahead, sort of lump.
2 miles in. My God! Lambert, it's a sub.
A submarine, skipper?
Yeah, it's a submarine, all right, going slowly in a northwesterly direction. Yes, it's a sub! Radio operator, submarine, up at the surface about 2 miles dead ahead of us. I've got her, skipper.
Where's that blasted notebook? Let's have a look. Area SM up to 1530, and it's now 1539.
You're going into attack, sir?
Just a minute.
We turned out to sea again at 1527. That's 12 minutes on the new course since we turned, say 26 sea miles. Now let's see. We're on chart. We're still in area S. Area TM's a good 2 miles over to the west. This is it.
Captain to crew, we're going into attack.
Rear gunner all set, skipper.
Push her, Lambert. She's seen us. She's diving.
I'll drop my bombs on a turn and hope to hit her. Hold it. Identifier. There's the hydrovane coming up. It's grey. That's enough. Here we go.
Got her, skipper. Good show. That's for the LeConte. Better do another run just to make sure.
She's going.
Good show, ruddy good show. It's finished.
Oh, good show, sir. First one in the squadron.
Yes, it's probably the one that got the LeConte.
Naval trawler about 3 miles south, sir. Coming up fast.
Well, she can pick up a few cherries.
Fell on a ruddy submarine, my lad. Proper place for him, too.
Did you sink it, Corp?
Well,
ship's about it.
Did any other aircraft have an hand? Well, I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, well, the skipper sunk it, lads, Mr. Chambers.
I didn't do nothing but fire the gun, and that's no ruddy use against the sub, is it?
Was it the one that sank the ship that was torpedoed yesterday?
Well, can't tell. Skipper thinks he was, though.
Yeah, is this true? Sure enough, Hooper, old boy. We blasted it good and proper. Did you sink it? Sank it all right. Went right up on end. The bow was vertical. Bloody good show. Did anyone else see it? Well, there was a naval trawler about 3 miles away. I showed her where it happened, and I beat it back home to spread the glad tidings.
Come in. Good evening.
Evening, sir.
I understand, Chambers, that you sank a submarine on patrol this afternoon.
I attacked one, sir. I'm damn certain she sank all right.
This signal has just come in. I want you to read it, Chambers, out loud. Here you are.
From trawler T-383. Submarine destroyed by Anson aircraft 1541, area SMTM. Recovered floating 2 British naval caps, 1 British naval jumper, 2 empty packets British cigarettes. Returning to port immediately, position buoyed.
I'm afraid one of our own submarines is overdue. HMS Caranx isn't answering any signals. Yes?
Captain Burnaby on the line, sir. I'll put him on now.
I telephoned you gentlemen to meet me here because the sooner we get to the bottom of this afternoon's regrettable occurrence, the better for everyone concerned.
I agree.
Wing Commander Dickens, this is Lieutenant Commander Rutherford from Fort Blockhouse.
How do you do? How do you do? Now, this is Flying Officer Chambers.
Well, now, gentlemen. We're here to get at the facts. Before we decide what action we must take, Rutherford, will you tell us first what orders Caranx had?
She had orders to proceed here from Harwich, sir.
On the surface, I take it?
Oh, yes. She wouldn't dive unless there was very good reason for it.
What about her scheduled route and times?
Well, this operation I made out is rather long. Anyway, she was due to pass from area SL to area SM at 14:30, and from area SM to area TM at 1500. In the order for closing the areas against attack, I gave a half-an-hour margin each way on those times. She should have passed the gate between 1600 and 1615. If she was later than that, she'd have had to anchor in the roads.
I see. And this copy went to Coastal Command,
Yes, this is the sheet I received.
Flying Officer Chambers, you saw this before you went out on patrol?
I saw a shortened version of it on the notice board, sir.
I don't see how it could be made much shorter than it is.
Well, we left out the first 2 sentences for secrecy.
I see. Was the notice you saw intelligible to you, Mr. Chambers?
I understood that no attacks were to be made in certain areas at certain times.
You didn't know that one of our submarines was coming in then?
No, sir, I didn't know that.
No doubt the Court of Inquiry will go into that. Now, the signal from trawler 383 gives 1541 hours as the time of attack in area SMTM.
It was definitely in area SM, sir.
If the submarine was in area SM, you were clearly within your rights in attacking, subject to reasonable care. In area TM, you could not attack at all.
No, sir, but she was in area SM, all right.
Well, the trawler buoyed the place, so we shall know before long what had actually happened. Now, Mr. Chambers, when did you see the submarine?
Well, I saw her first, sir, about 2 miles away. It was beginning to get dark. Couldn't make out any detail, just that there was a submarine there.
I take it then you never saw the letters on the conning tower at all?
No, sir, I didn't. I never bothered about them. Once I saw that there was no identification marking on the hydroplanes. I did look for them once, but there was smoke all round the conning tower.
Didn't you think it was worthwhile to make certain?
I was certain, sir. It never entered my head that it could be a British submarine. We're usually told when our own submarines are in the channel.
That's what I'd suppose.
I'm quite sure this one was a German. There was definitely nothing on the hydroplanes.
It was getting dark, wasn't it?
Well, there was enough light to see the colour of the plane.
Did she have 1 or 2 jumping wires?
You mean the wire that runs from bow to stern over the conning tower?
Yes, that's right. 1 or 2.
I can't say. I didn't notice.
One last question. What colour was this submarine that you sank? Was she light grey or dark grey?
She looked very much like any of our own submarines. About the same colour. Sort of medium grey. On top, that is. She was all rusty underneath.
She was what, rusty?
Yes, sir. When she put her nose up just before she sank, the bottom was black paint all streaked with rust.
Caranx was only docked 6 weeks ago, sir. She shouldn't have been rusty after 6 weeks.
Are you quite sure of that, Mr. Chambers?
She was definitely rusty underneath, sir.
May I raise a point, sir?
Certainly.
It seems Caranx didn't answer any signals after 1400 hours.
So you must have been worried about her before 1541. We thought it was a temporary wireless failure. It's a point to remember, sir.
Certainly. I think there's no doubt that she was late on her schedule. It looks to me as if she'd had some accident or mechanical failure which delayed her and cut off the power from her wireless. Come in.
Where will you have all these things, sir? They're all over oil and water still.
Put them down here.
Right. There's 2 sodden packets of cigarettes, 1 seaman's jumper, British, 1 seaman's cap, another seaman's cap, also British.
I can't see how they got so soaked in oil. It's funny. Looks as if they'd been blown into a fuel tank by the explosions.
Is this all there was, Mitchelson?
All we could see. As soon as I saw these, I put a spar buoy down, right in the middle where the air was coming up.
What's the depth?
Oh, 50 to 60 fathoms at low springs.
God, we'll never get a diver down to him.
Well, gentlemen, I shan't keep you much longer. I shall report to the Commander-in-Chief, and he, of course, will order a court of inquiry to be convened. I don't know what your view is, Wing Commander. In my mind, there's no doubt that Caranx was sunk by this young gentleman with you, who does not seem to me to be sufficiently responsible to carry out the duties you entrust him with. A court of inquiry will settle where the blame should lie for the accident, whether with the captain of Caranx or with the pilot of your ensign. Is there anything else before we disperse, Wing Commander?
I don't think so. From what I've heard, I feel the blame does not rest solely on Mr. Chambers for this accident. The other thing I'm sure you must know already, that we in the Air Force regret what has happened most deeply.
Thank you, Wing Commander.
I'd like to say one thing. If I did make a mistake, I'm extremely sorry. Sometimes a bit difficult when you've got to act quickly.
No doubt, Mr. Chambers, but when you act quickly, you've got to be right.
Well, there it is. No use crying over spilled milk, as they always say.
Who would want to be a submariner with those clods and coastal command protecting you and yours? I can't see why they didn't send out divers, if they've really got the place.
Too deep, isn't it?
How deep can a diver go to anyway?
300 feet's about the record.
I thought they went deeper than that.
Well, the truth of it is they don't know where she is at all.
Oh, yes, they do.
You wouldn't be kidding, would you?
No, not Porky Thomas, one of the least inaccurate officers in the fleet.
Seriously, though. I sailed T192 right through the place this morning. We sailed through the slick with the oil coming up. It was just off departure point.
Was it now? Isn't Kitchener's drifter standing by in case anyone gets out of Caranx?
Not much ready hope of that now, is there?
Anyway, they opened the court of inquiry over in Blockhouse this afternoon.
Then someone's for the high jump.
Coastal Command on this occasion.
Well, me for grub. Anyone else coming?
Yes. Hang on a minute while I finish.
What's the matter with them all tonight? They all look as if they've lost a quid and found sixpence.
Well, didn't you hear?
Hear what?
The submarine's been sunk or something.
Yeah, well, Miriam, there's a war on.
Yes, but this one was one of ours.
What?
Yes. Isn't it awful? One of our Air Force chaps bombed it by mistake. HMS Caranx.
You don't mean it?
Well, that's what they were saying just now.
It's dreadful.
Now, I can't understand how it could happen. Haven't they got markings to show they're English?
I think so.
Well, then. Hello, look who's here.
Hello, Mona. Half can, please. Bitter.
I'll get it.
Thank you. Look, Mona, I can't go dancing tonight.
Oh.
I'm frightfully sorry, but I can't make it.
So am I.
Is there any way we could go and have supper instead?
Oh, well, I suppose so, Jerry.
I'll have a talk with you.
Well, why can't we go dancing then?
I do want to do that. Look, I'll tell you afterwards.
Jerry, you're not in any trouble, are you?
Oh, good Lord, no. What made you think that?
We could go to the Ace of Diamonds.
Okay. Where shall I meet you?
Well, you know the back entrance round in Clarence Lane?
I'll find it. What time?
10:30?
I'll be there. Bye.
Hey, what about your beer?
Oh, I'll scrub round it now. In a bit of a hurry.
Well.
Mona, is that you?
Jerry, I can't see you. It's ever so dark.
Here.
Well, aren't we going to the Ace of Diamonds?
Give us a kiss first.
A kiss?
Yeah, kiss. You've heard of them, haven't you?
Ma, aren't we being Clark Gable tonight?
Look, Mona, there's something you ought to know about... Well, I mean, you might not want to come out with me when you know. So I better tell you straight away.
Whatever are you talking about?
Do you know anything about submarines?
Well, the wavy Navy lads were talking about one in a bar tonight. It was one that was sunk. Caranx or something like that.
Mona, I sank it.
Oh, Jerry.
You poor thing. Now I know why you wanted to kiss me.
Yeah,
Was it an accident?
sort of. You can understand now why I didn't want to go to the pavilion, in case people saw me.
But they said there was a court of inquiry on.
Yes, well, that's it.
Well, what happened?
I can recite the findings to you by heart.
Poor Jerry. Oh, my poor Jerry.
HMS Caranx was sunk with all hands at 15:41 on December 3rd, 1939, by the action of an Anson aircraft of Coastal Command RAF under the command of Flying Officer R. Chambers RAF. That sufficient care had not been exercised by Flying Officer Chambers in identifying the submarine before attack, and that no useful purpose would be served by attempting salvage operations before the conclusion of hostilities.
But they couldn't do anything to you for that, could they? I mean, it was an accident.
Can't they just? I won't be able to stay on here after this.
Oh. Will they send you away?
I'm going. I got in before they did. I was to be transferred away from here to some other job. That's why I wanted to see you tonight. I'm going away.
When?
Tomorrow.
Where?
To Bomber Command. They don't mind you dropping bombs all over the place. Either I go to France or somewhere in the north of England.
You won't be around Portsmouth anymore?
Darling, look, that's what I'm trying to say. It's better to get away and make a new start somewhere else.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
It's been fun, going out together, dancing. But for that, I should be glad to get away.
Jerry, I've loved going out with you.
You know, I told you I was making a galleon.
So you did?
Would you like it?
Oh, Jerry, I'd like it ever so.
Good, I'll bring it round to your home tomorrow.
I'll be at home tomorrow afternoon.
Good. Poor thing but my own.
Jerry,
Yeah.
you never told me where your home is.
Oh, didn't I? Well, I live at Market Stanton.
What was that?
It's a little village on the Yorkshire Wolds, about 10 miles from the North Sea. I'm going there on leave first to see my mother. The sooner I get away from Portsmouth and all these iron-jawed naval captains staring at me more in anger than in sorrow, the better.
Well, sir, that's the end of that.
Except for one thing. The Admiral wants us to draft the terms of the announcement to the press.
Yes. Let's get it over now.
An accidental explosion, I should think.
I think so.
Right. Something like this. The Admiralty regrets to announce that HMS Caranx, a submarine of the 1933 class, has been lost with all hands due to an accidental explosion while at sea. That'll do. It's true enough.
Yes. Oh, by the way, sir.
Yes, Rutherford?
You know we discussed the way those caps and the naval jumper were soaked in fuel oil.
Yes, strange that. I supposed in a mixture of oil and water, they'd take up the water in preference.
And I said I thought it was the other way about.
So you did, Rutherford?
Well, I tried an experiment in surface tension.
Oh?
Yes, sir. In that glass-stoppered bottle by the window, there are some bits of cloth floating in a mixture of oil and water.
And which do they take up?
Water.
Not oil. What does that mean?
Well, I don't know, sir. There are several points about this thing I don't understand.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's all over now.
Except to see that it doesn't happen again.
I'll see to that if I have to put a naval officer in every aircraft of Coastal Command. It won't happen again with this particular pilot anyway. He leaves tomorrow to do his damage elsewhere.
Pass, Mrs. Allen, the milk, Roderick.
Oh, sorry, Mother.
Roderick!
Oh, I am sorry. Wretched cup just jumped out of my hand. I'll go and get a mop.
It's the war, you know.
I know, it's awful.
His nerves are terrible. But then it's only to be expected. Until he came up here, he was out flying every single day to protect the convoys, looking for submarines, you know.
I hope he sank some of the nasty things for us.
Of course he did, but they aren't allowed to say, you know. We can't get a thing out of him, even about the new job he's got near here.
Come in. Oh, good morning, gentlemen.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
I sent for you, officers, because I've been asked to supply a volunteer for special duties. I don't know what the work is, except that it's some sort of testing to be carried out on Wellingtons. Now, I want a volunteer, because I understand it's not quite so safe as, as flying over Germany, bombing the jetties with leaflets.
Can we have some sort of idea what kind of work it is, sir?
Oh, not much, I'm afraid. About all I know is that it's out over the sea. Now, I picked you chaps because you've all had a good bit of experience over water, and because you're all adequate pilots on the Wellington.
Can you tell us what the establishment is, sir?
Oh, I don't think there is any establishment, Chambers.
I see.
The pilot who gets this job will be the first. He should be quite all right in that way.
Yeah, unless he falls in the drink.
Yes, unless he falls in the drink. I want to volunteer for this because I gather it's, a tricky sort of business. And I want to volunteer pretty quickly. What about you, Jackson?
I put in a month ago for a posting to a fighter squadron, sir.
Yeah, so you did. David?
Well, I'll go if I have to, sir, but I'd rather stay here.
I see. Chambers?
I think I'd like to have a stab at it, sir.
Good man. Well, you others can go.
Thanks, sir.
Well, I'm sorry you're going, Chambers. You've done quite well here.
Thanks, sir.
I was going to send you as first pilot in command of a machine the next time we had a show.
Very nice of you to say that, sir.
Well, there it is. You're to report to Titchfield Aerodrome at once, to the Marine Experimental Unit.
Titchfield?
Yes, it's somewhere down near Portsmouth.
Portsmouth? But I've just come from there, sir.
Have you? I thought you came from Coastal Command.
Yes, sir, I was at Emsworth Aerodrome.
What's the matter?
I didn't much want to go back to Portsmouth, sir, for a personal reason.
Well, I'm afraid it's done now, Chambers. Is your reason very serious?
Well, I don't think so, sir.
Good. Oh, well, you better take off and get to your new job, Chambers. I'm sure you'll do well in it. In wartime, we can't pick and choose our postings, you know. Anyway, I'm damn sure you'll find it interesting.
I'm sure I shall, sir.
And if you happen to have had a spot of trouble in Portsmouth in the past, don't worry over much. These things are quickly forgotten in war.
Oh, you man. I bet it's a dirty story.
I swear it isn't. It's a newspaper cutting.
Well, could be a dirty story still, couldn't it? Here are your gins.
Thanks, Mama.
Well, what is it you've got there?
Oh, show it to her, Melody, for heaven's sake.
I told you it's a newspaper cutting. My uncle in America sent it to me.
Oh, is it a bit from an American paper?
That's right. My uncle sent it. He lives in Norfolk, Virginia.
Well, what does it say?
Ah, read it to you, sweetheart. Ace wartime skipper saw British sink Nazi U-boat. Alex Jorgen, blue-eyed, red-haired captain of Dutch motor ship Heloise, told our reporter of hairbreadth escapes in England's blockade zone. In traversing English Channel on December the 3rd, said Dutch captain, we saw a U-boat sunk by British off departure point. Violent explosion about 2 miles inshore broke glasses in the steward's pantry. Then bow and stern of U-boat appeared separately before vanishing forever. Jorgen said British were as hot as Nazis in the war on neutral shipping.
These U-boat stories are ruddy great lie anyway. No submarine was sunk in those parts till January.
Oh, but what about...
What about what?
Nothing. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway, much as I'd like to stand here nattering, I can't. Not with a room full of thirsty matlows to serve. I've got work to do even if you haven't.
Very well, Professor. If you can calibrate the circuit in the trial runs, that's good enough. I don't see where the difficulty arises.
And we can calibrate for any given frequency, Captain Barnaby. The difficulty lies in assessing the conditions as the aircraft nears the ship.
But as I understand it, every ship has its own frequency.
Yes, every ship of the same class has similar characteristics.
And the frequency is always the same? From month to month and year to year?
That is so. But of course it will be modulated by the direction of the ship relative to the meridian.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid I'm a little out of my depth, you know.
May I butt in, sir? The course corrector deals with that. The pilot sets the course of the target ship upon the dial, you remember?
Yes, I see that, Wing Commander.
But that's a relative correction, not an absolute one. It has no bearing on our difficulty.
You say, Professor, it's going to take 3 months to do these calculations?
Oh, at least, I'm afraid. It means that we've got to plot the influence round several known ships in 3 dimensions. From that, we can construct the diagrams for any other ship.
Suppose we haven't got the time for that. Suppose I tell you that this thing has got to be in service in 3 months' time from now. I understand there's no production difficulty.
It could be used in 3 months' time, sir. Deliveries will be starting in a week or two.
But we really must find out the conditions before we can make it work at all.
Can't we fly it over a known ship and explode off half a dozen of them, each with a different setting?
Surely we can bracket it like that.
I don't think you can go at it that way. You see, gentlemen, you have to have a bursting charge to free the satellites. You can't do it with a dummy.
I'm afraid I don't quite get that point.
Well, if in fact the frequency is lower than the setting, it probably won't work at all.
Mm-hmm.
If the frequency is high, then there's a danger that the bomb will go off in the aeroplane. We can't take out the bursting charge, you see.
I can see that. I suppose that if the bomb exploded in the aeroplane, we'd lose both the machine and the pilot?
I'm afraid so, Captain.
But I don't think it need happen. We can go at this from the low-frequency end and work up gently.
Yes, that seems all right, so long as we go carefully.
I don't think we could possibly do that.
Why not?
Well, think of the risk.
Well, if we get it wrong, of course, we lose the aeroplane. But I don't see any reason why we should go wrong.
It seems to me that we'd be taking very great risks if we go at it that way.
Professor, Mr. Winston Churchill was talking to the Admiral about this yesterday. It's very important that this thing should be in service in the spring. He wants 3 squadrons fitted with it.
We could do 3 squadrons, all right, sir.
Time of war, Professor, one has to take certain risks.
If you go at it this way, we may have accidents.
I agree with you, Captain Burnaby. I think there's a case here for taking a bit of a chance.
The pilot must be very well instructed before anything is done.
Certainly. And we must have a good, steady pilot for the job.
We've already got one, sir. He's just come down from Market Stanton. I had a talk with him this morning. He's a good, reliable type who did well with his squadron up north.
Good. Well, the professor here will have to do whatever he can to safeguard the boy in case there should be an accident.
God, these sailor boys don't half rush you off your feet. Drink like fishes. Don't they just? And they're almost kids, most of them. Hey, what happened to that boy of yours, Myrna? The one in the Air Force with the lovely smile. Oh, he's up in Yorkshire. He's not, you know. Now they're transferred... What did you say? I said he wasn't in Yorkshire. No, but...
Hello?
Jerry! Whatever are you doing here?
I came in for half a can buying.
Yeah, but what are you doing here?
I told you buying half a can of beer.
Oh, you and your half can. Here. Are you just down here on holiday?
Oh, no fear, on a job. All the best.
Jerry, how have you been?
Well, darling, I got rid of my ringworm, but my galloping thrombosis has been troubling me a weeny bit. I don't think I've got very long to live.
Oh, you look like it. Jerry, are you back at Emsworth?
No. Titchfield now. Some damn silly scheme or other they wanted volunteers for.
Volunteers?
Well, you know how it is. You want a volunteer to go and make love to a lovely young barmaid down at the Royal Clarence in Portsmouth. What about you, Chambers? She's your type, exactly. Oh, and there'll be all sorts of other fun and games too, Chambers. I bet there will be. Anyway, I start with them tomorrow.
Oh, Jerry.
It's quite all right, Chambers, so long as we go at it carefully. But it's a bit tricky, as you can see.
Well, I can see what has to be done, sir, but I'm afraid I don't understand it in the least. I don't see what makes the thing go off.
Ah. Do you think you could break it down into simple language, Professor Legg?
I think so.
Very well, then. I'll leave you to it.
First of all, do you know how a thermionic valve works?
More or less.
Well, no. Look here, my boy. I've been warned, ordered, I suppose, not to let you into this business. It's secret. Damnably secret. Well, I'm going to take responsibility. After all, you're flying the aeroplane.
True.
What does the gadget look like to you?
Well, rather like a very wizard new bomb sight.
So it is, but a bomb sight with a difference. This one controls the destroying agent you're using.
I see.
That's why it's so secret. And it's dangerous because part of that destructive agent remains in the aircraft.
I see.
I can tell you no more than that, I'm afraid. Well, there's the thermionic valve. That's the grid. Now, we begin these experiments with a battleship that the Royal Navy is, laying on, I believe the term is.
Good Lord, sir. You realise we've been at it for 2 solid hours?
Yes. I'm afraid I get carried away. You must forgive me.
Not at all. Anyway, Professor, I gather the milliameters of the thing I've got to watch.
You must watch it all the time. The modulator should maintain the current at about 25 milliamps. If it goes higher, you must throw this switch. This one here. That breaks the primary circuit.
Mm-hmm. And if I don't do that, I suppose the current will go on rising until the thing goes off.
Yes, you must watch it very carefully and throw your switch immediately.
Aha. Fun and games for everybody if I don't.
Oh, you young men. I've been thinking a good deal about this current rise, my boy. I had arranged with Wing Commander Hewitt to put the switch on the instrument panel just by your hand.
That's what this new thing on the panel is, I suppose, isn't it?
Yes, now I think it would be better if we send up somebody with you to watch the milliammeter and throw the switch immediately it starts to rise.
I don't think that'll
In fact, I think I'll come myself.
I don't see that that's necessary, sir. I've only got to throw the switch if it goes over 25, haven't I?
Yes, but I mean, you'll have your machine to fly, my boy. This thing will want watching very carefully indeed.
I'll put the aircraft on the autopilot, and I shan't have anything to do except watch. Just one thing, sir. How quickly will it go up if it's going to go up, I mean?
Let me see now. Yes. For the battleship, I should expect it to go up at the rate of 10 milliamps in 3 seconds.
Oh, good heavens. Time to have a shave, shampoo, and right home. And it goes off at 40 milliamps.
Yes.
Well, that's 4.5 seconds. Money for old rope.
Nevertheless, I think another person in the machine would be a help.
Well, I'm damn sure he'd be a bloody nuisance.
Well, it's as you wish.
Well, there are 2 things I'd like. One's an armoured seat, in case that bomb goes off bang under my backside. And the other is a beer before lunch. I've got very simple taste, Professor. Just a can of beer and a young woman to take to the pictures. Just look at that old bird, sir. Pacing up and down in front of the wimpy as though he's got bile, indigestion, and the cares of the world all at once.
Well?
I don't see what he's getting so worked up about. He's only got to watch.
Professor Legg feels responsible for this test. He took it very badly when the Navy cut the time short, you know. Since then, he's been working long hours on his distribution curbs.
He looks as though he'll have a litter of them any minute.
Don't be irreverent. Here he comes.
All right, my boy. All the best.
We'll go out the blind tonight if this thing works out all right, Professor. I'll have a blasted mortar if it doesn't.
Well, good luck. We must go. We have to join the naval officers in the trawler.
Right. Well, I shall take off as arranged in 20 minutes' time. I hope all those little slide rules of yours are accurate, sir.
All right. Give him the light.
Aye, aye, sir.
There's the red flare from the Wellington. Yes, he's ready now.
Right. Now he's going for the battleship.
He's coming up. Nearly opening now.
Nothing.
No.
Wretched thing won't work.
Give it a chance. Is banking?
Yes, he'll turn and fly over it again.
Blast!
Nothing again.
What do you think could have happened, Professor?
No idea, Captain Barnaby.
Well, the pilot's probably just being very careful.
Well, he's making his 3rd run.
Yes, nearly there.
Coming up now.
Now.
It works! It works!
Fantastic! I do congratulate you most heartily, Professor Legg.
Thank you, Captain.
And you too, Wing Commander Hewitt.
Thank you, sir.
There wouldn't have been much left of it if that stuff had been fully loaded.
Oh, I don't know. I should think the multiple pom-poms would have got the aircraft.
Wing Commander, I would very much like to see the installation of the machine.
Well, sir, it's rather late now. I dare say the pilot's had enough for one day.
I agree, but what about first thing tomorrow?
I'll drive you out to the aerodrome, sir.
Excellent. I'm fascinated by this whole thing. Besides, I'd like to have a word with the pilot.
I'll introduce him to you, sir. You'll like him.
Nothing like a hot cuppa after a good day's work.
You and your work. I believe you just play about at that aerodrome.
Have another donut.
Well, finished.
Well, I will.
honestly, what do you do all day?
I can tell you one thing I did yesterday.
What's that?
Made my will.
No kidding, Jerry.
Show it to you if you like.
I don't believe you. People don't make wills until they're about
to die. Can happen in wartime, you know.
Jerry, I didn't mean...
Well, I haven't got it with me, but I'll tell you what's in it. You'd like me to tell you?
Well, if you want to, Jerry.
I left everything to you.
What did you do that for?
Why, it's not enough to bother about. There's a couple of £100 in war loan that Aunt Molly left me, and the car.
But, Jerry, I don't want your money. Honest, I don't.
I hope you're not going to get it. I shall be very upset if you do.
But what did you want to make a will for, anyway?
Well, somebody's got to have what I've got, in case I should get killed or anything.
So you thought you'd leave it all to me?
That's a smart girl.
Why me?
Because we had a fine time, Myrna, dear, ever since we met. Because you were so nice to me after I sank Caranks. You know, it did a lot for me then. I wanted to do something, if I could, to pay back what I owe you. Even if I was to do myself a bit of no good at the same time.
You don't want to talk like that, Jerry.
Yeah, well, all right, let's drop it. Hey, let's talk about something else.
Yeah, that's right. Let's talk about what happens if you live to be 90.
Hey?
You're trying to make out you owe me something. If you die, I get 200 quid in your car.
Well, don't forget my wireless set.
Yeah, but that's all if you're dead. What do I get if you live to be 90?
Well, I'll tell you. If this were peacetime and things were normal, I should want you to marry me, Mona. But I don't want that.
What do you want then, Jerry?
I want to go on as we are.
All right, then. But there's one thing I don't understand.
Yeah, me too, darling.
Well, all this about being killed.
Well, it does happen from time to time, you know, and even in the best conducted wars.
Is what you do at Titchfield very dangerous?
All kinds of things are dangerous in wartime. It's one of the penalties of being a hero. Not to fret, though. As a matter of fact, the most dangerous thing I've got on my plate tomorrow is meeting a few naval types who want to shake my palsied hand and have a look at my aeroplane.
Yesterday afternoon was a great success. Everyone was very pleased.
Oh, I'm glad about that, sir. It seemed to go all right.
Oh, it went very well indeed. What was the matter on the first two runs?
Well, on the first one, the milliammeter went right up, sir. It went to somewhere between 32 and 36. It was jumping about a bit, so I switched off.
I see. What happened on the second run?
On the second run, it didn't work at all. The milliammeter stuck at about 18. It never got over 20, and nothing happened.
That's bad. And the third time?
Third time, it went perfectly, sir. Didn't feel it go at all. I just saw the needle go back to zero.
Yes, it went perfectly. The Navy thought it was wonderful. I don't think they liked it much.
I don't suppose they did. Hitler could give the silent service the heebie-jeebies if he had it.
Oh, there you two are. This is Flying Officer Chambers, the pilot, sir. Captain Burnaby.
Good morning, Mr. Chambers. Did you feel satisfied with the trial yesterday?
Yes, sir. I think it went all right, sir.
Do you feel competent to carry on and complete the series of trials?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have a word with you alone, Wing Commander Hewitt.
Very well, sir.
That was very odd of Captain Burnaby.
Yes, Professor. He's an odd man.
You knew him before?
Oh, yes. I sank one of his submarines last December.
You sank a submarine? British one?
That's right. I took it for a German. And I can imagine the grim joy with which he's telling Hewitt all the gory details of this very moment.
I can't think what postings are about, Captain Burnaby.
Nor can I, Wing Commander.
Still, there he is, and we must make the best of him.
I hope you don't propose these trials should continue in his hands. In our view, he's completely responsible.
I'll tell you what our view of that is tomorrow morning, sir.
The trial tomorrow must be cancelled.
We shall cancel it only if we find our pilot is unfit to do the work.
Do you consider him a fit pilot, then?
I must see my AOC. Yesterday, I thought him a very suitable pilot for the job, and I still do. His conduct of the trials to date has been both serious and competent.
I can't deny that. At the same time, the trials have only just begun. The Royal Navy very much object to going on with him.
I need a drink, my dear. It's been a wretched day.
What happened, darling?
You remember that Air Force cub who sank Caranx?
Yes?
Well, the RAF has made him, of all people, pilot for these trials.
Oh, Fred, I am sorry.
Heaven only knows what makes them do these things.
Enough pink, dear?
Exactly, thank you. Where's Jim?
Out on his motorbike. It's repaired.
Repaired? What happened? I knew nothing about this.
He ran into the back of a milk cart during the holidays.
I can't go on paying out for that motorbike like this. If my son will have accidents, he'll have to pay for the repairs out of his allowance.
Oh, but it costs £6.15.
Jim's got no business running into milk carts.
Oh, don't be too hard on him, Fred.
I'm not being hard on him, my dear, but he's got to learn.
He is learning. You know, Fred, you are hard on young people.
I'm hard on young people? Hard on them?
You are rather, darling. After all, they are young, and they're learning, just as we had to do at their age.
Yes, sir?
Fort Blockhouse?
Putting you through, sir.
Fort Blockhouse, sir.
Duty officer.
Very good, sir. Duty officer.
Burnaby here.
Yes, sir?
I want you to ring up Air Commodore Hughes at Emsworth.
Yes, sir.
Present him with my compliments and tell him I have altered my decision. The Royal Navy is perfectly prepared to continue the secret trials with Flying Officer Chambers. Good night.
You get any of the crew from the Jerry sub? No. There was plenty of them in it, but they're all as dead as doornails. What's everybody drinking? Same again?
Yes, please.
Same all round, please, Moreland.
Whiskey. Right.
Did you learn anything useful from the U-boat, then? Oh, I don't know about that. We went off on another salvage job.
Yes, the whiskies.
Oh, thanks, love. I only know there was one ruddy funny thing we found.
Oh, what was that?
Tell him about the torpedo tube, sir.
Well, there's only one tube. I went in at low tide to see if any of the tubes were loaded.
That was a grisly sort of job.
Yes, it was, rather. Well, cheers.
Cheers.
Well, I opened the back door of all the tubes, and one of them was full of fuel oil.
Fuel oil?
Yes, I opened the door, and it came out all over my boots and everything.
Well, how did that stuff get into a torpedo tube?
Well, that's not all. What do you think came out with it?
An Esther Field mice and a tea cause, eh?
Most of a British ratings kit.
What?
In the oil? In the oil, in the torpedo tube. There was a hat, a couple of jumpers and a shirt, a pair of tags, and a lot of Portsmouth City Council tram tickets, if you please. Oh, all sorts of junk.
But how on earth did it all get there?
Oh, it's just one of Jerry's very special little tricks.
Is it? By gum.
They keep a tube full of fuel oil and British sailors' kit. If they get in a tight corner, they discharge the whole caboodle. Just blow the tube through with compressed air.
Nice people, aren't they?
We see a lot of oil and air come up, so we stop dropping our depth charges. And then, of course, when we see a British Matelot's cap floating in the oil, we get all hot and bothered and stop proceedings altogether.
And while you're all in a dither, Jerry just scarpers, eh?
Exactly.
How long have they been doing this?
God only knows. We've only just cottoned onto it anyway. This one on the Goodwins was the first definite case we found of it. Oh, steady on, old girl. My nerves won't stand that sort of treatment, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
It's the third glass gone this evening, Mona. Mr. Harris went off be cross.
I know.
Are you all right, miss? Oh, as white as a sheet. Look as if you'd just seen a ghost.
Well, perhaps I have. Well, heard of a ghost would be more like it. I'm sorry I startled you, boys. It's just I was thinking about something else. What was it that officer said about the slick? When you were all coming up? 40-something. 40 Thomas.
We sailed right through the slick with the oil coming up. It was just off departure point.
But it wasn't off departure point at all.
It was just a departure point.
Oh, ask Jerry.
Departure point, darling. No fear. It was much more towards the island.
But somebody said something in the bar about submarine being sunk off departure point. James. Mulder James off departure point. On exactly the same day, too.
We saw a U-boat sunk by the British off departure point. Departure point.
No fear. It was much more towards the earth.
Oh, it doesn't make sense. Oh, Jerry. Jerry. Oh, poor Jerry. 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 Oh! It was a different submarine.
Yeah, girl, what's going on? What are you in such a 2 and 8 about?
Who is it?
It's me, girl. Your Dad.
Oh, Dad. Dad.
What is it? Been having a nightmare, eh?
Dad. Oh, Dad. Dad, you couldn't sink a submarine unless you knew it, could you?
Yeah, girl, what's all this? Who couldn't sink a submarine?
Dad, I mean, if a submarine got sunk, somebody know who'd done it, wouldn't they?
Should do. Now, who's been talking to you?
Oh, no, nobody special. I was just dreaming.
You're making enough row about it.
Dad, it's just what I heard in the bar.
Ah.
There was one sunk, and no one seems to know who sank it.
Sunk in the channel? These parts?
Off Departure Point, they were saying.
Off Departure Point? Well, girl, the only thing would be if it had been sunk by another German submarine, by mistake, like. Nobody would know then who'd done it.
No, Dad. I don't think that makes sense. Oh, it doesn't matter. But I was only wondering because they was all talking about it.
Well, that's the only way I knows that it could happen without anybody knowing.
No, it wasn't Caranx after all.
What's that?
No, nothing really, Dad.
Come on, girl, up with it.
Dad, do you know Jerry?
Jerry who?
Flying Officer Chambers?
Well, the bloke what takes you dancing?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, seen him once.
Well, he sunk a British submarine with bombs when he was on patrol.
What? Yeah.
That's what the Court of Inquiry said, but it's all wrong, Dad. Honest, it is.
Let's get this right. What is it you say he did?
He sunk a submarine called Caranx. Only he didn't. The Navy had it in for him. And you ought to know, Dad, what the Navy's like when it's got an idea in its head.
This seems to mean, then, Professor Legge, that we're practically home.
I think we shall be very near that stage, but only as regards the battleship, you know.
But as regards the battleship alone, we're very nearly ready for service use?
I think that is so.
I must congratulate you, Professor.
Thank you. The cruiser is a different problem altogether.
Which we are here at this moment to solve.
Yes.
Here's the pilot, sir.
Good.
Hello, Chambers.
It worked all right on the cruiser at the second shot, sir. They're loading up now for the trial this afternoon.
Any idea, my boy, why it didn't work the first time?
None at all that I could see, sir. As a matter of fact, it didn't go a bit as you said.
Oh?
You said the current on the milliammeter would go up suddenly in 2.5 seconds.
Yes, I was worried about that.
Well, it just went creeping up very slowly. Much slower than the battleship. It must have taken 7 or 8 seconds. I switched off when it got to 36.
That's bad. I don't understand it.
Yes, sir. Went up very slowly.
Mr. Chambers.
Sir?
Are you, in view of this, prepared to continue with the trial this afternoon?
Continue? Of course, sir.
Good man.
And he's down here again now, Dad, at Tetchfield Aerodrome this time.
I see.
Well, what ought I to do? I mean, Dad, someone ought to know about it.
Or in a ship, the officer of the watch would be the one to tell. But with this, well, I don't know, I'm sure. It's not as though you know anything, really. It's just what you suppose.
No, I don't see that, Dad. It seems to me it's the only way it could have happened. That Court of Inquiry never saw Porky Thomas or Moulder James or anyone. They never even knew about the clothes in the torpedo tube, because that's only just been found out.
Well, girl, I don't know what to say.
Well, if you can't help me, Dad, I shall have to find somebody who can. Oh, poor Jerry. He needs all the help anyone can give him, and I'm going to see that he gets it, Dad.
Well, Professor, now for the cruiser.
Yes. That pilot of ours, Captain Burnaby, he's a very gallant young man.
I agree.
They're an extraordinary race, aren't they, these airmen?
Why do you say that?
Well, before he took off this morning, one of his friends strolled up and said, "Bloody nice day for a war. Going to flirt with death again?"
It's their special language, their defense mechanism.
Yes, I suppose it is. Even so.
Here comes the Wellington on its first run.
tower seems a bit near the cruiser. Close rapidly and circle at 1,000 feet. All this lamp flashing from a bridge. This is it. Time for the run. Switch on power to the apparatus at the main switch. Pull over the safety switch. Millimeter. Showing 16 or 17, about normal at the beginning of the run. Check direction of cruiser. Rudder slightly to maintain course. Millimeter. Only 18. Funny. Not rising as it should. Correct course again. Millimeter. Where the... My God, the needle isn't there. Yes, at 50. Switch. Oh, no.
I'm taking you in to see the commander. Don't let him frighten you. No, I won't.
Come in. My name is Sutton. How do you do, Miss Stevens?
How do you do?
Would you sit down? A cigarette?
No, thank you.
Well, now, what's this all about?
At lunchtime today, sir, Miss Stevens approached me. It's about the Caranx accident. She, Miss Stevens, thinks another submarine was sunk on that same afternoon off Departure Point, and that one was really Caranx.
Good heavens. What makes you think that, Miss Stevens?
Well, it's like this. I work in the Royal Clarence in the snack bar.
I know you do. You've served me there.
Yes, sir. And you know how people get talking of an evening over a few beers when they meet old friends? Not but what they're very careful, even when they forget about the girl behind the bar.
Yes?
We get to hear ever such a lot of things you can't imagine.
I think I can.
Well, the day after Caranx was sunk, all the naval officers, the young ones I mean, well, they seemed to know all about it. And they was arguing where it happened. And somebody said that somebody called Ruxton had told them that it was off Departure Point. In area SL, I think it was.
Ruxton, eh? Departure Point is in area SL.
That's what they said. And they said that an officer called Porky Thomas had sailed through a lot of oil coming up from the bottom just off Departure Point. And I heard him too, sir.
This was the same day?
No, sir. That was the next morning after Caranx had been sunk.
I see. It's, well, it's a bit second-hand, isn't it?
Oh, I don't think so. Anyway, sir, I didn't think nothing of it at all until I saw in a newspaper that an officer called Mulder James had... I'm terribly sorry. I don't know their proper names. Porky Thomas and Mulder James. I only know what their friends call them.
That's all right. Do you know if they were RN or RNR?
RNVR they were, both of them.
And what was this in the newspaper?
Well, it was an American newspaper, just a cutting, you know. And it said that the captain of a Dutch ship had seen a submarine sunk in the channel off Departure Point. And it was on December the 3rd, the paper said. And that was the day that Caranx was sunk, wasn't it?
You seem to know a great deal about Caranx, Miss Stevens. Yes, that was the day.
Yeah, well, there's another thing in the paper. It said that the submarine broke in 2 bits, with the bow and the stern showing at the same time, like. But Caranx didn't do that. She went down upright with only the bow showing.
Yes, so she did. You know, young lady, you're beginning to surprise me a bit.
Well, that's what made me think there must have been 2 of them, you see?
Yes.
And then only the night before last, there were some officers from a salvage ship in the bar talking about the submarines. And they said that the Germans carry British sailors' clothes in their torpedo tubes sometimes, and they fire them out to make us think we're attacking a British submarine.
What?
That's what he said, yes. So then I got to wondering which of them was which. And if it really was the English one that our people sank. So then I came and saw Miss Hancock when she was pointed out to me in the bar.
Well, Miss Stevens, it's been very good of you to come and put this up to us. Very public-spirited indeed. Now, I'm going to ask you to wait in Miss Hancock's office for about half an hour while I see if I can get hold of these people. Then we'll have another talk.
Oh, I don't mind waiting. It's my afternoon off.
Oh, good. Goodbye, Miss Stevens.
Goodbye, sir.
Miss Hancock, I want the file on Caranx, the Court of Inquiry, at once.
Very good, sir.
And I don't want that young woman to leave the building under any circumstances whatever. Better put a signalman at the foot of the stairs.
Well, Miss Stevens, it isn't often that a young lady comes into this office and gives me, as Commander-in-Chief, as clear and succinct a story as you've done.
Thank you, sir.
This officer is Captain Burnaby.
How do you do, Miss Stevens?
Pleased to meet you.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Miss Stevens, Captain Burnaby and I have listened very carefully to what you've had to say. And there's one question we'd like to ask you.
Yes, sir?
Burnaby?
I'm afraid it's rather a personal question, Miss Stevens.
Oh, I don't mind.
Are you engaged or going about a lot with anybody in particular? You needn't answer it if you don't want to.
Oh, sort of engaged.
He's in the Air Force, isn't he? Is he a pilot?
Yeah.
Is he the pilot who sank Caranx?
No, he never did. You and your precious Court of Inquiry tried to make out he did, but it's all wrong.
We only want to get to the bottom of the thing, Miss Stevens. We can't do that if you hold out on the essential fact. But we don't know where we are then at all. Look, tell me the whole of it. First of all, what's his name?
Chambers. Jerry Chambers. Oh, no, I don't mean that. I mean Roderick Chambers. He's a flying officer.
And you're engaged to him, are you?
Well, no, not properly. Sort of half and half.
And I suppose that when he was in trouble over Caranx, he told you all about it.
Yeah, well, he had to tell somebody. Who else was there for him to talk to? You was all against him.
We're not blaming him or you, or anybody for that matter. We're trying to help.
Well, Miss Stevens, that clears up everything.
Except...
yes, except...
My dear, I'm afraid we have bad news for you.
Evening, sister. Got a new accident case, I see.
Yes, we have.
Who is he?
A young pilot. Been up to some daftful trick, no doubt.
Bad?
Aye, he's bad, all right. And if you ask me, Dr. Foster's out to make him worse. I doubt he'll die before the morning.
Bad as that?
Aye. 2 ribs and the right thigh. Maybe the pelvis, too. And burns on both hands and arms. Shock, of course.
I see he's had strychnine.
Aye. A heavy dose. Did you ever hear the like? The laddie comes in here, conscious and excited, and they give him strychnine. And chattering fit to beat the band he was.
Chattering?
Aye. And the language. My God, the blasphemous young rascal kept saying, we've been a pack of bloody fools. It's so easy, he says. Such a simple little trick. It would have taken all the risk out of the trials and saved my life. I'll damned well live, he says, until I've told the professor.
Did he really?
Mm-hmm. And the professor's closeted with him at this very minute.
What, with a man dying?
Yes, and there the laddie is, talking away 18 to the dozen about engineering and the Lord knows what.
Not so loud, sister. Here comes someone who looks like your professor now.
And about time, too. Well, Professor, I'm glad to see you've decided to leave him alone at last. I hope you'll go away now.
Don't worry, sister. I've got it all now.
And it's overjoyed I am that you have.
What are his chances?
1/2 of what they were before your visit. And that's the truth I'm telling you.
Yes, he's a very brave young man. A very gallant boy indeed.
Well, now that you've finished badgering the poor soul, I'm going to give him his morphia injection.
Yes, give him that. If any man on earth deserves its lifting of pain, he does.
What I cannot understand is that you order me into Weymouth when I already have a Navy cert, and when therefore no examination is necessary.
Captain Jorgen, may I introduce myself? Commander Rufford.
So? You are also of the British Contraband Control?
I belong to another branch of the service.
Sure. And what is it then that you wish with me?
Would you take a look at this newspaper cutting, Captain? And tell me if you've ever seen it before?
Let me see. Yeah, I have this in my book also. My book of cuttings, you understand.
It comes from a newspaper Norfolk in America.
That's quite correct, Captain. Now tell me, is this account of the submarine correct? Did you really see a submarine destroyed like this?
Yeah, truly. I have written it in the log.
My business is with submarines, Captain. We are very anxious to find out all we can about that particular sinking. May I see your log?
With pleasure. You are able to read Dutch?
I'm afraid not.
No, never mind. I shall translate. There is the date.
Yes.
December the 3rd.
Yes.
There the time. 14:15. Strong detonation. Distance 2 miles on starboard side with indication of wrecked submarine. Sea moderate. Departure point bears north 36 degrees west.
That's the bearing of the ship, I take it, not the submarine.
Here's the chart. That is our course.
Yes.
That is the position of the ship. There, the detonation.
I'll take that position down. Thank you, Captain. Now, what exactly did you mean in your log by indication of wrecked submarine? Did you see the submarine before the explosion?
We did not see because of the rain.
I understand.
It then passed the squall, and at once we hear the explosion. That rattles the whole ship very strong. We look, and we see a very big tower of water.
Mm-hmm.
And then we see the two ends of the submarine, both at the same time above the water.
Did you see the ship that sank her?
There was no ship at all. Not one in sight.
What did you think made the explosion, then?
Commander, how should I know? How should I tell what made the explosion? You know everything already about it.
Not quite everything, Captain, but thanks to you a great deal more than we did.
I have been of help.
More than you know, Captain.
To your British Admiralty?
To them, and to one young British officer in particular.
Hello, Jerry.
Hello, darling. You're looking very nice today.
I bought you some grapes.
Oh, wizard.
How are you feeling?
Okay. Except it hurts like hell when I do my arms.
Oh, must do. Still, you are looking better.
Good. Do you like my screaming orange pajamas?
They're very cheerful.
Ah, that's fine. You're going to see a lot of them.
If you start talking like that, I'll go away.
I nearly did, didn't I?
Did what?
Went away. For keeps.
Yes, Jerry, you nearly did.
Oh, well. Better luck next time.
Don't talk like that.
I was only pulling your leg. You know that.
Jerry.
Hmm?
One thing I do know. They're ever so pleased about what you did when you had this accident.
Oh, are they really? How'd you hear that?
Well, there was a Commander Sutton talking about you.
Mm-hmm.
And he got to know we was friends.
Oh, they really think it was a good show, then?
Oh, they do, Jerry, honest. They think you've done terribly well.
Wow, that's something to set off against Carracks.
They're beginning to worry about Carracks now, Jerry.
Huh?
Commander Sutton was saying there was another submarine sank in the channel that day.
Oh, see, by heck. Do you mean... Do you mean they think there was a chance that the one I sank wasn't Carracks?
Something like that.
Oh, damn it. I always knew that ruddy thing was a German.
Well, all I know, Jerry, is they're looking into it again.
I don't much like hanging about like this. A sitting duck for any U-boat to take a pot shot at.
Well, Dad has a great deal to do. I told him he's got to be certain.
Look, Commander Rutherford, I wonder if you'd mind putting me in the picture.
Yes, of course. Well, we know something's down there. We think it's a submarine. We want to establish if it is.
To see if it's Carracks.
To see if it is Carracks.
And if it is Carracks, then the one that was buoyed in December, that Coastal Command sank, then that's a German.
Exactly.
I see.
Twitch is on the hook rope, sir.
Oh, good. He'll be coming up then.
More likely Charlie has had some bits and pieces up first, sir.
I hope so.
Quite a bundle on the end, sir, by the feel of it.
The more, the merrier.
Here she comes.
Open up the bag.
Sir.
One broken plate.
Yes, engraved starboard center in English.
And one pair of Ross binoculars. Ross hand wheel, also engraved in the English language.
Double-ended spanner marked in inch measurements. Oh, there's not much doubt about that, is there?
No doubt at all.
Darby coming aboard, sir.
Unscrew the front window and remove his helmet.
Aye, sir.
Well, it's a submarine, all right, sir. One of ours, too. See them words in English on the hand wheel?
Yes, I saw that. Is she very much damaged?
Yes, she copped a packet, sir.
Well, how do you think she was damaged?
I reckon she got torpedoed.
Why do you think that? It might have been a mine.
It didn't look like any mine I've ever seen, sir. It was more local, if you take me, more like a torpedo does. As a matter of fact, I did think I saw the tail of a torpedo crashed up underneath the aft part of the break.
Did you see her name?
It was painted over, sir.
Yes, of course, of course.
But the letters were raised, and I ran my hands over them.
Well?
Carrying, sir.
Thank you. You can pack up your gear.
Aye, sir.
I wonder if you've got a prayer book on board, Harrison. We better read the service for these poor devils before getting underway.
Now, Rutherford, your report.
Well, no doubt at all, sir. The submarine off departure point's carrying's all right.
Was the other submarine really sunk? It has been established, has it, that she didn't get away?
We had a sweep yesterday, sir. There's definitely a ship at the bottom there, but it's too deep to get a diver down to her. I think there can be very little doubt that she's the submarine that Flying Officer Chambers sank.
I see. Well, as you would reconstruct the matter, then, Carranx was proceeding towards Portsmouth at 2:15 in the afternoon in a squall of rain. On the surface?
Oh, certainly on the surface, I should say, sir. She sent a wireless signal at 14:03.
Yes, on the surface. As the squall passed, she was sighted by a German, which unfortunately was in a position to torpedo her, and did so.
That, I'm afraid, is what happened.
The supposition is that after that, the German took up the course that Carranx had been steering on for Portsmouth, and that he ran upon the surface as Carranx had been doing. He took a very bold course if he did that.
Well, I think he was probably a very bold man, sir.
He was doing his best to behave exactly as Carranx would have done, in an attempt to get right close into the gate.
Might have done a lot of damage if he'd pulled it off.
Yes, unfortunately for him, he was late on schedule.
It's a bit of luck, sir, that Air Force pilot got him.
Wasn't it? Well, I'm glad we've been able to clear it up. Any other points anyone has to raise?
As a matter of form, sir, the Court of Inquiry ought to be recalled to reconsider its findings.
Oh, I shouldn't waste much effort over that now, Burnaby. It affects nothing now.
They censored the pilot in their findings, sir. I think that should be rectified with as little delay as possible.
Oh, I'd forgotten that. Well, you'd better get that done at once. We owe rather a lot to that young man.
First of all, he gets a strip torn off for sinking Carranx, when what he did was really to save our bacon for us, and then we go and blow him up in Burnaby's devilish experiments.
We might consider that as well now, if you like, sir.
Yes, he seems to have deserved well of us on two counts.
How's he getting along, by the way?
He'll be flying again in 6 months.
For the submarine, he deserves a mention in dispatches. Everyone agreed?
Oh, yes, agreed, sir.
For the experimental work, I take it that we owe him a great deal. That is so, isn't it?
That is correct, sir. The RQ apparatus will be ready for service in a month from now. That's very largely due to the risks he took.
Hasn't the Air Force got a special medal for that sort of thing?
Yes, the Air Force Cross, sir.
Well, that would seem to cover it.
Well, it's not a matter for the Air Force, sir. It's their decoration.
Oh, I don't agree with you at all. This was a naval trial. The Air Force supplied the aircraft and the pilot. Apart from that, they had nothing whatever to do with it. The matter of a decoration is entirely in our hands. I quite agree that this gallant young man who I was largely instrumental in... I quite agree he should have the Air Force Cross. And I suggest, sir, that as Commander-in-Chief, you should make a recommendation in these terms to the Air Ministry.
Well, Mrs. Chambers?
Can you see the land still, Jerry? I can't now.
I think we've seen the last of it.
How long shall we be away in Canada, do you think?
For all I know, a war like this, we might stay there forever. Would you mind a lot if it turned out like that?
Oh, I don't mind. when you start fresh, like getting married, I don't know that it makes a lot of difference if you change your place as well.
No, it doesn't. We shan't see any more now. Let's go below.
So let them pass. Small people of no great significance, caught up and swept together like dead leaves in the great whirlwind of war. Wars come, and all the world is shattered by their blast. But through it all, young people meet and marry. Life goes on, though temples rock, and the tall buildings start and crumble in the dust of their...
In Landfall, adapted by Stephen Grenfell, from the novel by Nevil Shute, the part of Jerry was taken by Geoffrey Matthews. The rest of the cast was as follows. Mona, Penelope Lee, Wing Commander Dickens, Frederick Treves, Captain Burnaby, Rafe Truman, Matheson, Gabriel Wolfe, Flight Lieutenant Hooper, Gordon Faith, Radio Operator, Glyn Dearman, Commander Rutherford, Kenneth Hyde, Trawler Commander, Kevin Flood, Air Force CO, Norman Claridge, Wing Commander Hewitt, Gerard Green, Professor Legg, Hamilton Dice, Mrs. Burnaby, Olga Lindo, Mona's father, John Boxer, Commander Sutton, Alan Haynes, Admiral William Fox, Nurse Mackenzie, Dorothy Smith, Nurse Loring, Margaret Wolfett, Captain Jorgen, George Hagan, Airman Wesley Murphy. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davis.
We present Anna Massey and Trader Faulkner in Requiem for a Wren, adapted by Stephen Grenfell from the novel by Nevil Shute. Requiem for a Wren.
Dad. Somehow I can't really believe that our only remaining son is coming back to us at last. This Friday. It just doesn't seem possible.
Tremendous, isn't it?
Oh, what a lovely morning we've been blessed with.
It's a bonza day.
I wonder what Alan will look like after all this time.
Oh, I don't suppose he'll have changed much.
Well, he's a good deal older. Do you realize that the war's been over nearly 9 years and he's only been back here at home once?
This time, my dear, I've got a feeling that Alan's coming home to settle down.
Oh, I do hope so. So very much.
What about some tucker?
Dad, you'll be calling for breakfast on Judgment Day.
Madam!
What on earth's the matter with Annie?
Madam, a terrible thing has happened. Oh, a dreadful thing.
Annie, pull yourself together. What is it?
Oh, madam, she's dead.
What?
She's dead.
Who's dead?
Jessie. She's dead. The poor young woman's dead.
Jessie? But she's getting our breakfast.
Now, Annie, now take it quietly. Now, what's happened? Where is Jessie?
She's in her room, sir.
But Annie...
When I saw her, it was 7:30, and she hadn't come down. I went up to her room. I knew that she must be ill.
Annie.
Well, I knocked on her door. There wasn't any answer.
Oh, God.
Oh, madam, she's lying there in her bed, just as though she's still sleeping. Her face is peaceful and innocent as a wee baby.
Annie, are you certain the girl's dead?
Quite certain, Colonel Duncan. She's already cold.
I just can't understand it.
On the table, next to the bed, there's a wee bottle, madam. A wee empty bottle.
Oh, that placid, happy girl. Suicide. I just can't believe it.
Oh, it's the truth, sir. God rest her soul. It's only too true.
What a homecoming for my son.
Seatbelt, Mr. Duncan.
Oh, what did you say?
Fasten your seatbelt, please. The warning's been on for ages.
Oh, sorry. I was miles away.
Oh, no.
Haven't seen Essendon Airport for 5 years.
You're from Melbourne?
My hometown. Well, Coombagana, really.
Sheep station?
Yes, out beyond Skipton and Forfar.
When we land, would you like any help down the gangway?
It's clever of you to realise that going downstairs is the tricky part.
Oh, I didn't mean to embarrass you.
You haven't, really.
The wall?
Yes. I'm all right if I'm allowed to take my time. I'll just wait till all the other passengers are off, I think.
Right. I'll be around anyway. Just give me a shout if there's anything at all I can do.
Thanks.
You should have sent us a telegram, Alan.
Oh, darling, we were sure that you wouldn't be here until Friday.
I flew another route just for the hell of it. New York, San Francisco, Sydney. Quite a trip.
You got here safely, darling. That's all that matters.
Mother,
Yes, dear.
driving from the airport, Harry told me about what's been happening here.
Harry should learn to keep his mouth shut.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dad, you didn't think you could keep a thing like that a secret, did you?
Oh, no, I suppose not.
We didn't want to spoil your homecoming.
This parlour maid, what's her name?
Jessie Proctor.
Jessie Proctor. You say she was English?
That's right, son.
Did you get her through a registry office, Mum?
No, that was the funny thing.
Funny?
Well, she just turned up here one day, working her way around the world with a rucksack on her back.
So I offered her a job here. Now, darling, let's talk about something else, shall we? This is your homecoming, and I won't let anything spoil it.
This has been a great shock to us.
Is there going to be an inquest, Dad?
It seems so.
Mum, why did the girl go and do a thing like that? Was she depressed or something?
I don't think so. She was a very, reserved sort of girl, Alan. She didn't talk about herself or her affairs.
Was she an attractive girl? Was there a man?
Well, she was rather plain, if anything. Oh, it wasn't that, I'm sure.
Then what on earth possessed her to do a damn fool thing like that?
I'm sure it was an accident, Alan.
An accident?
Yes. I think she took a sleeping tablet to help her to get some rest. Then she had a nightmare and got up, walking in her sleep, and somehow felt in her dream she had to take the rest of the tablets. I'm certain that's what it was.
The bottle was empty.
No, Alan, there were 2 tablets left in it.
But, Dad, surely if she was going to commit suicide, she'd have taken the lot. I mean, she'd want to make sure, wouldn't she? Well,
Oh, let's talk about something else.
Oh, Mum, that's not like you. You can't just shrug off a thing like a young woman's suicide.
I'm not shrugging it off.
Did she get any letters yesterday?
Well, she never received any letters at all.
No letters? Well, isn't that very unusual? Did she write any?
Annie says no, never.
Or could she write?
Oh, she was a very well-educated young woman.
What about her relations?
As far as we know, she hasn't got any.
What?
No, there isn't a scrap of evidence in her room to tell us who she is.
But this is fantastic. Well, there must be something. A passport, for instance, inoculation certificate, things like that.
No, Alan, nothing. Just her clothes and, a few novels.
Well, I'm damned.
Annie thinks the girl came out from England several years ago, but I don't agree.
Why not, Mum?
Well, she once told us that she landed in Australia only a few weeks before she turned up here.
She was probably married, though.
Married?
We never thought about her being married somehow.
I mean, an unhappy marriage she wanted to forget. That would explain why she wasn't very keen to talk about herself.
Perhaps.
And if her documents were in her married name, well then, that's why she destroyed them.
I dare say you've hit the nail on the head, son. It'd account for all the mystery, wouldn't it?
Alan, I think you're wrong. I'm certain she wasn't married. I don't really know why, but I'm just sure.
Do you remember old Jim Plowden?
The boundary rider? Of course I do, Dad.
After you left last time, I put him in charge of our rabbit pack. We've got about 30 mongrels on hand. Those ruddy rabbits. We're going to start experimenting by laying down superphosphates in the air.
Oh, Mr. Allen.
I wondered if you'd still be up, Annie. Can I come in?
Oh, you're always welcome, Mr. Allen. Now, make yourself comfortable, as you used to do when you were a wee laddie. It's good to have you back home again, Mr. Allen.
I'm back for keeps this time.
Is that the truth?
Yes, Annie. This time it's the truth.
That's fine.
Mind you, I still don't think I've wasted all these years since the war ended. After all, I did take my degree at Oxford, in spite of Hitler. Though I don't suppose being called to the bar and the sort of work I was doing is going to help me much when I come to run Kumbagana.
Perhaps that'll be sooner than you think, Mr. Allen. Your mother can't manage the stairs alone anymore. And that operation your father had last year, it's shaken him a lot.
Yes. Annie.
Uh-huh. This girl, Jessie Proctor? Yes, Mr. Allen.
You were the person who knew her best.
I did that.
Then tell me what you think about her.
Well, I'd say she was 28 or maybe 30.
Mm-hmm.
I think she came from London. Oh, your mother's going to miss her a great deal.
Mum was fond of her?
Aye, that she was.
What did this girl Jessie do on her days off?
Well, she liked dogs and shooting. She liked that fine. Mostly she'd go out with Jim Plowden and the rabbit pack, either with a gun or a rifle. They say she never missed.
I just can't make this parlour maid out at all.
Your father wondered if maybe she could have been a farmer's daughter.
But you don't think so, Annie?
No.
Was she unhappy, do you think?
No, I wouldn't say that. Very quiet she was these last 2 or 3 days, but then she was always quiet.
Sulky, you mean?
No, that she never was. Very even-tempered, easy to get on with. And we got on fine, the two of us.
Was she the sort of woman who took a lot of pills and things?
No, that's the odd thing. Aspirin sometimes, very occasionally a tablet from that wee bottle that Dr. Stanley took away.
What kind of sleeping tablets did she use?
I have no idea.
The more you look into it, the fishier the whole business becomes. And there were no letters or papers in her room at all?
Not one single scrap of paper. Maybe she got rid of everything when she decided to make an end to herself.
You don't think it could have been an accident, Annie?
If it was an accident, Mr. Allen, there would surely be letters or papers of some kind, wouldn't there?
Annie, is there really nothing? No ornaments, lockets, or anything like that?
Would you like to have a look inside her room?
Is she up there?
Aye, she's lying there, covered over with a sheet. More peaceful in death than she was in life. There's nothing to be afeard of, Mr. Allen.
I think perhaps I ought to have a look.
We must be careful not to disturb the others.
Yes.
Well, this, Mr. Allen, was Jessie Proctor's home for nearly 1.5 years.
What a simple little room.
Aye.
This bottle of ink. It's nearly half full.
Mm-hmm.
Did she have a fountain pen?
Oh, I saw it in her bag. Uh-huh. Here it is.
This pen's been used. Very recently.
She never wrote letters.
Well, look at this ink on the nib.
Aye.
Still damp.
Mm-hmm.
No Bible.
Nope.
No prayer book.
Would you want to take a look at her, Mr. Allen?
No, Annie. Leave her be. Cheers. To myself. No. To Jessie Proctor. The whole thing's fantastic. So absurdly deliberate. How could she possibly have been so certain of her death? Because she was certain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have destroyed every single scrap of evidence. I've been drinking too much whiskey tonight. Suppose she didn't burn all her papers. Suppose she packed all the stuff she wanted to get rid of in a box or a suitcase and hid it somewhere. Where at Kumbagana would she be likely to hide a suitcase? Somewhere that was accessible to her, but where nobody would see her when she went to hide it. One of the 2 rooms used as lumber rooms. Why not? By God, yes. Who's that?
Oh, did that startle you, Mr. Allen?
Oh, startled me. He nearly scared me out of my wits, Annie.
Well, I heard the noise and wondered who it could be.
Come in and shut the door.
Oh, Mr. Allen, I've already looked in here.
Yes? You thought what I did.
So it would seem?
Nothing?
No, not a thing.
Annie, you remember that place in the roof where the possums used to nest when I was a kid?
I can well everything that happened to you when you were a wee lad.
That's where she hid her stuff. I know it.
Then you'll be wanting a ladder. You're no longer as spry as you were when you were a wee lad.
Yes. It had to be there. It just had to be there. My dear, I'm sorry to have to do this to you. Poor, wretched, frightened soul. Papers and letters neatly tied up in bundles. A dozen quarter manuscript exercise books. A diary. Yes, that's it. And passport must be somewhere. Ah. Good God. It isn't true. It can't be. Janet Prentice. Leading Wren, Janet Prentice. Janet, who belonged to Bill. Don't those damn sergeants ever get tired of chasing Marines all over the place, Bill?
You kidding, Alan?
I'd forgotten you were a ruddy sergeant, too.
Ah, brings out the maternal instinct in us, the sight of shivering recruit.
Yeah, I'll bet it does. Why my own brother had to go and join a shower like this? Well, it fair beats me.
It could be worse.
But only just, I know. Hey, do you realize, Bill, it's 2 years since we saw one another?
Oh, I know. And now you're a brass hat at fighter command ops. Mate, what some people do for a living. You know, you shouldn't be talking to me by rights.
Oh, cut it out, Bill. By the way, what were you doing up at the aerodrome when I flew in?
Well, our flight sergeant up there in charge of photographic reconnaissance, a mate of mine.
So?
Well, with Operation Overlord coming up, nobody's allowed to have a camera down here. Very security-minded, etc.
So?
So, he's a good type, and he takes your picture for $1. And the good prints, too. Janet and I went up there the other day, and he took one of us. Well, I got it today. Here, to think of it.
Of her, you mean? Let's have a look. Not bad. And just who is Janet?
A leading Wren I know.
Ah, leading Wren I know? Oh, come off it, Bill.
Would you like to meet her?
When?
Well, tomorrow, Sunday.
Okay, you're on. It'll be all right as long as I take off by dawn on Monday.
Well, Janet's got a full day off tomorrow, and she's got a boat laid on, too.
I'll have to nip up to the aerodrome in the morning and ring the office.
Oh, well, you could make the call from here.
Ah, it's got to be a scrambled line.
Oh, that bloody rings and gongs of yours.
Not a fact?
Ah, so.
In her last letter, Mum was going on about you getting a commission.
Well, if I'd been an officer, I'd never have met Janet.
Oh, turn it up, Bill. What does she do, anyway?
Ordnance artificer on HMS Masterton. Looks after the guns on the landing craft. Force J, mostly, on the Bewley River.
This Popsy actually services real guns?
Yeah, that's right. If a craft reports defects in its Ehrlichen or its Twin Lewis, then Janet goes on board. If it's crook, she takes it back into the armoury and swaps it for another. I've heard she knows her stuff, that girl.
You engaged to her?
No, Alan. Nothing like that. Not till after the balloon's gone up.
But you'd like to be, eh?
She's a beaut girl, Alan.
How would she go down with Mum and Dad?
I say she'll be all right at Kumbangana.
Bill, what are you going to do when it's all over?
Me? Alan, I'd like to marry Janet and go back to Kumbangana and stay there just looking at the sheep for a long, long time.
Like that, is it? Well, one of us ought to get back there as soon as possible, you know. Dad says the rabbit's a real murder.
Oh, what about you going back, Alan?
You make an honest woman of this girl, Bill, and go back and help Dad work the place up again. If ever I do come back, well, the place is big enough to split into two. And what's this girl's background, anyway?
Well, that old man's a professor at Oxford. Dr. Prentice.
Oh, the name's familiar.
Yeah, he teaches semantics. Nothing to do with Jews, I understand. It's words or something.
Well, Bill, I'll cast my brotherly eye over this Popsy of yours and see what it gives. Bit 5.
You don't say.
Oh, sorry. How old is she?
21. She joined the Wren straight from school. Somehow, well, she seems much older than she is. Why, she goes on with the ratings if they're not up to scratch. They're scared stiff of her on the landing craft.
Sounds as though she's got quite a reputation.
Too right. Anyway, she's probably the only leading Wren in the service who's ever been congratulated personally by the First Sea Lord.
Okay, now pull the other one.
No, I mean it. It happened at Whale Island. HMS Excellent. You know, the Naval Gunnery Training and Experimental Establishment.
Why the hell do these chair-borne baskets from the Admiralty have to come tooling down here?
Spot of fresh air, sir, after Whitehall.
Sheer waste of time for busy people like us.
Yes, sir.
As soon as the brass arrived, I had to stop my training shoots. Now I've got 100 ratings and a dozen Wrens hanging about idle, waiting for all this confounded experimental nonsense to finish.
Would you like me to dismiss them, sir?
No, I refuse to pass them out until every single one of them has had a proper shoot. These idiots from the Admiralty seem to think training doesn't matter.
Eyes down, sir.
What?
Director of Naval Gunnery, sir.
Commander.
Sir?
I don't mind telling you, Commander, but the radar chappies and I are a bit worried about this towing aircraft.
Oh, yes, sir?
Oh, the damn thing just streaks across the sky like a bat out of hell. The predictor chappies say, well, not unreasonably, that for efficient fire control they ought to have some idea of the thing's size.
Yes, sir.
And the radar chappies say it gives an uncommonly bad response on the cathode ray screen.
I understand, sir.
But the First Sea Lord General
Dave.
Sir!
What's the delay?
What is it that blasted thing got down?
Aye, sir.
We'll get on with it then.
Millers, Johnson. Sir. Come through on the quadruple Vickers to begin with.
Aye, sir.
And then we'll use the multiple pom-pom on it. It just isn't possible.
Well, you see, sir...
You people have been playing that blasted target for now. 10 runs past the grid.
Yes, sir.
And the thing is still flying merrily about the blasted sky, sir.
On the top, right?
Yeah, what is it, Chief?
I got a wren down there, could hit that thing.
On the Erika?
Yeah, sir, she's a natural.
Could she really hit it?
Piece of cake. Just ask if some of the training class go and have a bash. Leave the rest to me.
Right, Chief. We have 3 training courses waiting on the grid, sir.
Well, Commander?
For their final day of eye shooting, sir.
Eye shooting, eh?
Perhaps we could save time, sir, in getting out another aircraft by letting them try their hands at this.
What does the director of gunnery think? Well, sir, I don't really think you can expect very much from that. I've no objection. Interesting to see the comparison. Well, go ahead, Commander.
Aye, sir. Chief?
There you. Leading the range 20. On the Hurricane, look top about it. Yeah. Take it easy now.
Try it first about 180 knots.
Right.
And if that don't work, fill it up towards 200 like what you've been taught. Now, wait till I tell you to fire.
You bet you.
Here's the basket now. Remember, don't look at the tracer, just keep looking at the sights. And mind what I told you. Wait for it.
I've got it fair and square between the rings about 4 o'clock.
Steady now. Fire! Well, leading Wren Prentice, you did it.
Thanks, Chief.
That'll be an extra coconut.
Thanks, Chief.
Now release yourself from the back strap. That's it. Now I just wonder what some of them cheerborn so-and-sos thought about that little lark.
Good afternoon, leading Wren Prentice.
Good afternoon, sir.
You know who I am?
Yes, sir. The first Sea Lord.
That was splendid shooting, young lady. I congratulate you.
Thank you, sir.
Some rather ungallant officer suggested somewhat resentfully that you were probably a senior wrangler in civil life, eh? Taught trigonometry.
I wasn't anything, sir. I mean, I was at school.
School? What about it, eh? Do you know? And you, DGD, eh? Think my blasted girl with 5 bobs worth of sights on a gun? God bless my soul. I've enjoyed it often like this in years. Prentice, what were you best at school?
Well, sir, I like Latin best.
Latin. Did you have any difficulty learning eye shooting?
No, sir, I just did what the Chief taught us.
Well, Chief, I congratulate you on this young lady. She is a credit to you.
Now listen to me, you Wrens. I've just been congratulated personally by the first Sea Lord himself on account of what Lady Wren Prentice just done. Now, what Lady Wren Prentice just done, any one of you can do, if you take the trouble. Otherwise, you'd better change your category and go for a cook, right? Stand easy.
Janet, did you really see the first Sea Lord? I saw him all right. What did he say? He asked me what I did before I joined up, and I said I went to school. And then the director of the gunnery division asked me what I was best at when I was at school, and I said Latin. I think they're all crackers, if you ask me, mad as March hares. No wonder they can't hit the bloody aeroplane.
Here's my brother man. Janet, he won't bite you.
Hello there, Bill.
Hello, Alan. Janet, this is my brother Alan. Alan, this is Janet Prentice.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
Sir? Hey, steady on.
Bill's got an oilskin for you. I'm afraid this boat's in a bit of a muck.
Oh, don't bother about me.
But you'll get that lovely uniform all dirty. We'll put the oil on anyway.
All right.
It may be a bit wet outside if we go round to Key Haven. Right out. The engine.
Somehow it just doesn't seem possible that all this happened less than 10 years ago. A man who still thinks of himself as a young man, but who is already beginning the long, wretched slog of middle age, sits alone by the fire in the home of his parents, thinking back over a wasted life, I suppose, and dreaming of his brother long dead, and of a girl, now dead too, who came to this house as a servant, but who should have been proudly welcomed as its mistress. Annie, what on earth are you doing out of bed? It's past 2 o'clock.
I couldn't sleep either.
Go back to bed.
Mr. Allen, it's all over and done with. No good can come from thinking about that poor young woman. We can neither harm her nor help her anymore.
I've been sitting by the fire all this time, Annie, thinking about the war and Bill.
Now, we'll try. Please, Mr. Allen, to get some rest.
I'm back in the past, Annie, and those days won't let me sleep.
No.
Annie?
Yes?
This suitcase on the table.
What of it?
One day soon I'll explain it to you.
I can bide my time, Mr. Allen.
Until I do, Annie,
I want you to give me a solemn promise that you won't mention the suitcase to any other person.
You have my word.
Believe me, it's better this way, for all concerned. The living and the dead.
Very well, Mr. Allen.
Do you think it would be in order if I were to call you Janet?
Yes, but I don't think I could bring myself to call you Alan.
Why ever not?
Well, not with all those rings, and those splendid gongs, and all that fruit salad.
Well, as long as you don't start calling me sir.
I'll try not to do that. It's an awful long time, you know. He should have liberated that beer by now.
Oh, he's thinking a few pints in the pub while he's at it.
I suppose he is the rest. Bill told me you were at Oxford before the war.
I was at the house.
Really? What were you reading?
Law?
My father's a don at Oxford.
Yes, I know. Semantics.
When you heard Bill's ghastly joke.
Janet, forgive me for asking this, but you do like Bill a lot, don't you?
Yes, a lot. Bill said you were in the Battle of Britain.
Yes. I suppose I'll be able to tell my grandchildren that, if any. I did 2 operational tours on fighters. After the second one, they buzzed me up to fight a command. Running out of Spitfires or something.
Did you like it there?
I want to be operational again. When they bash in with the invasion, I'll put in for an operational posting.
Will you miss it?
Miss what?
Oh, gentlemen in England, now bad. You know, miss being there at the very beginning.
I suppose I will.
Bill's mixed up in something awfully funny.
Royal Marine frogmen are apt to get mixed up in some strange capers at this time.
I think he and his friend Bert Finch go across at night to the far shore. Mess about on the French beaches, getting samples of sand or something like that.
It doesn't sound an occupation with a great future in it.
No, it doesn't, does it?
How's your father coping at Oxford in these blood-curdling times?
Oh, Father isn't there anymore. He's gate-crashed the party.
You're not trying to tell me that when Eisenhower blows his little whistle, your father...
Father goes too.
But how old is he?
63.
He must be mad.
He's going as an aircraft identifier on a merchant ship. You see, he was in the Observer Corps, and they asked for volunteers.
Well, he must be a fantastic character. 63.
He seems to imagine age doesn't matter.
Oh, there.
Ah, here's Bill.
Yeah, and about time, too.
Sloshed to the gills, I shouldn't wonder.
Grogged up sport. You'll have to learn the language.
Well, children, success. Boy, I had a crook Tom half-inch in the grog, I can tell you. My word.
Getting the grog in you mean?
Oh, the ruddy pub stiff with blokes, all screaming blue murder for their grog. And all bigger than me.
Morning, Janet.
Morning, sir.
What do you think my landing cost?
1 Sten gun, sir, and a box of ammo. Oh, will you sign for the stuff?
Okay, every little helps.
We should be getting a lot more in a few days, sir. I'll do what I can.
Thanks, Janet. Well, I'll be. Enemy aircraft approaching. Anti-aircraft station.
That's a German, sir. Hadn't somebody better man the Ehrlichen?
Dead lost. Both my gunners are on leave.
Oh, my God.
Tell you what, Janet, you take the port gun and I'll cope with the starboard.
Aye, sir.
Jameson, open the lockers and pass out the drums. Aye, sir. The rest of you, what the hell are you standing there for? Don't you know the drill? Wear your ruddy tin hats.
Everything shipshape your side, sir?
Okay, here. I'm afraid we lost the so-and-so.
What is it, anyway?
Yonkers 188.
What do you suppose he's doing round here?
Photographing everything. He can get his beady Teutonic eyes on. He's got a perishing nerve, I must say. Oh, damn, I'll be blanketed off by Monkey's Island in a minute, Janet, so he's all yours.
Aye, sir.
Will you just know? Burning like a haystack.
Oh, God.
Damn good show, Janet. No, I bet you're the only red in the service who's ever done that.
Bloody right, sir.
Did I really do it? Wasn't anybody else firing?
1 or 2 duck bolters fired further upriver, but you did it, my child, with your little bow and arrow. I was unsighted. You got 3 hits right in the cockpit. Marvellous shooting.
I shared it 4 times, sir. I never saw the like of that before.
Anyway, now, you cooked his German goose good and proper. I'm going to spool across and have a look. Coming. Get a move on there, chaps. Drag the bodies over here, and then we can lay them out on this parachute silk. Once we have a deco. What? Oh, you must. It's rain here. Stop the thing down. Oh, you'd have the sense to do it someone else. How many bobs in it? 7. 7? The JU-188 only has a crew of 4. Well, they must have been sitting on each other's knees. That's the last time they'll sit on anybody's knee, isn't it? I must say, they all look rather pallid now.
You're leading Wren Prentice, are you?
Yes, sir.
Well, this is Flight Lieutenant Rigby of the Royal Air Force.
Yes, sir.
I understand that you shot down an enemy aircraft earlier today.
Well, I shot at it, sir, and hit it. But I think other gun further along the river fired at it, too.
I see.
I'm not sure if I was the person who actually shot it down.
Well, from the evidence, I'd say there isn't any doubt that you did the shooting down. But leading Wren Prentice, it so happens that you don't belong to an operational unit. So why did you fire the damn thing at all, eh?
Well, sir, there weren't any gunners on LCT 702, and the sub-lieutenant wasn't doing much about it, really.
Well, that's so.
The thing was an enemy aircraft, and it seemed obvious the guns ought to be manned. Well, sir, I think I asked Lieutenant Craig, but I'm not really sure. It all happened terribly quickly.
These things always do. Now stand easy, Prentice.
Thank you, sir.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Now, the commanding officer of 702 informs me you were acting under his orders. Of course, he had no business to give you any orders at all. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You're not operational, and you're not under his command.
I realize that now, sir.
It's a pity you didn't realize it before. Now, Rigby here's intelligence. He tells me that about the time you opened up with your Hurricane, this Jerry aircraft put its wheels down. Did you notice that?
I know the wheels came down while I was shooting, but I think somehow I hit the aircraft at least once before the wheels actually came down. So, again, I'm not sure.
You went on firing after the wheels came down?
Yes, sir, I think I did.
Haven't you any idea what it means when an enemy aircraft lowers its wheels in the air?
I seem to remember it means something about wanting to surrender.
That's exactly what it does mean.
I'm afraid I got carried away in the excitement of the moment, sir.
I've got to establish whether that Junkers wanted to surrender or not. And we also want to know, without any shadow of doubt, whether, in fact, you were the person who shot it down. You see, Prentice, the trouble is that we now think that aircraft was trying to find an aerodrome and surrender peacefully.
How could that be, sir?
Rigby?
Oh, there were 7 men in an aircraft designed to carry a crew of 4. And their pay books show they were all Czechs or Poles.
God.
They were all NCOs, and it's quite on the cards they'd stolen the aircraft and were trying to fly it to Britain to surrender, with the object of volunteering information about the invasion defenses.
If so, they picked the hottest spot on the south coast to do their stuff.
Yes, well, they couldn't possibly have been briefed for a flight like this.
No.
Anyway, sir, all I wanted from my report was the fact that this Wren began firing before the wheels came down.
Yes.
No need to lose any sleep over the aircraft. It's a write-off, but we know the type well. I think it probably was trying to land, but who's to say?
Well, I'm not going to take any disciplinary action, Prentice. I don't blame you for doing what you did. After all, we are at war. But remember in future, you have absolutely no right whatsoever to fire any gun of any kind at the enemy. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
You may go now.
Letters. Letters by the dozen. Letters from her mother, her father, from Bill, and from his comrade in arms, Albert Finch. Number 4, LCOCU, GPO, May the 6th, 1944. Dear Miss Prentice, I don't know if you will remember me, but I was with Bill Duncan the day you first met him. I'm very sorry to say I've got some bad news for you. Bill and I had a sort of operation at a place abroad, and I'm afraid Bill copped it. This is all I'm allowed to write at the moment. If I see you after this caper is over, I will be able to tell you more about what happened. I know poor old Bill would have wanted one of his mates to tell you about him. I am so sorry. We don't know what to do with his dog Deb that he called after De Valera. Remember?
The captain says to shoot it, but I wondered if perhaps you would like the dog. If so, and you could let me know, I will bring him over to Mastodon myself. I'm sorry to have to write you a letter like this. With best respects, Miss Prentice, yours sincerely, Albert Finch, Sergeant, Royal Marines. Ellen, I want to marry Janet, go back to Kumbagana, and just sit and look at the sheep for a long, long time. Dozen school exercise books. Page after page of firm, clear writing. All alive in these pages. Poor little wretch. 1944. April, May. Ah, here it is, May the 6th. Father gave me a letter today.
It was first finished. Bill's pen. Bill is dead. Gave Vala the letter to read. She says she's worried because I haven't been weeping and carrying on since the letter came. But what's the use? Bill's dead and I shall never see him again. I simply have got to do something about Bill's dog. Bill would never forgive me if I failed to do that.
Like another gin, Catherine?
No, thanks. Jeff? I've just been having a talk with your ordnance friend.
Janet Prentice?
Yes. Her boyfriend's been killed.
What happened?
They won't tell her. He was in one of those combined ops special units, you know.
Oh, what awful luck.
She wants to take his dog over and have it here. But the captain won't have dogs around the place.
Oh, really? I've never heard such nonsense.
The captain wouldn't hear of it when Second Officer Foster wanted to have her dog here.
Well, he's not going to hear of it now. There are ways and means of sorting things like this out. The captain's got enough to worry about anyway. I sent for you, Prentice, because Third Officer Collins happened to talk to me about you.
Did she, sir?
She tells me you want to keep a dog here.
The captain won't allow it, sir.
I've been having an unofficial natter with McAllister, the gardener.
The gardener?
Yes, and he suddenly discovered that he needs the dog to guard his greenhouses. Tells me the ratings are nipping out at night and liberating lettuces, tomatoes, and what have you in the salad line. I've had a couple of ratings and knocked a kennel together.
Sir, I just don't know what to say.
It's nothing whatever to do with the captain or even their lordships if the gardener decides to import a dog to guard his lettuces.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't cry, Janet. Keep your chin up. Come along to McAllister's cottage and have a word with him. And let Mac bring the animal in, not you. You understand, Janet?
Yes, sir.
Look, I'm awfully sorry, Janet, and
I can't help crying. I'll be all right in a moment.
I'll go and see Mac anyway. And remember, he's going to swear black and blue the dog's his.
Oh, Vala, isn't it a wonderful sight? Have you ever seen anything like it? All those ships and stuff. This is it, isn't it? Oh, everybody seems to think so. I don't know, suddenly it's different somehow. Look at the stuff they're taking with them.
And the messages. Look out, Adolf. Here we come. Berlin or bust. Yes, Janet. This is it, all right.
All these ships. We're looking at a fleet of shipping bigger than anything anyone's ever seen before. I wish one could do more. Don't worry about that. There'll be bags to do when this lot starts coming back for a second load. Oh, Deb! Deb, come here! Here, give me a hand with this Ehrlichen ammo, huh?
Okay. Up.
What was it like?
Oh, bloody terrible. The shells have got landmines, old shells, anything that'll go off on the bank tied up on them ruddy beach obstacles. 3 craft of our lot copped it and sank in 2 feet of water on the beach. God, what a shambles. You've never seen anything like it, miss. Reckon Jerry's a mile or so inland by now.
What about Jerry Aircraft?
Oh, one or two of them come over. Saving our lads on the beach. Everybody had a bash at them. Brought a couple of the baskets down.
Leading Red Princess? Here, ma'am, in 709. Oh, Princess, I'd like a word with you. Right, ma'am. In private. Shan't be a tick, ma'am. Here, ma'am.
Janet, I'm afraid I've got some bad news. It's about your father.
He's been killed, hasn't he?
You've been told?
No. No, nobody told me. Thank you for coming all the way down to the heart to tell me, ma'am. It's very kind of you. He's certainly a just God, isn't he?
God?
Very just. I killed 7 men who weren't Germans. Wretched Czechs and Poles who were trying to come over to our
Now,
side.
Janet, don't let's go into all that again.
As though that weren't enough, he decided to take Daddy too.
I've arranged for you to go on 48-hour leave immediately.
I don't want to go on leave, ma'am.
I think you ought to go and see your mother.
I can't. Not until this flap's over.
All right, Prentice? Anyway, you'd better phone your mother at once. That's the very least you can do in the circumstances.
Very good, ma'am.
I'll go back to the Rennery and see if I can get the GPO line for you.
Dog got run over by a Sherman chainsaw.
Oh, what the hell's the dog doing here anyway?
Shoot him. Please shoot him for me, sir.
Who does it belong to?
He's mine. Please, shoot him. Quickly.
Just beg out the hard and try not to listen.
Thanks.
Janet. There's no future in sitting here.
Oh, Father, I can't just bloody well stop howling.
No, sweetie, I'm going to take you back to the Rennery.
No, I can't leave.
Oh, nonsense.
Miss Spikins can't cope with all these ships alone.
Of course she can.
No, even so, I can't leave her. I shouldn't.
But there's no more loading here tonight. Here, take my hanky, Janet. I'll go and make my number with the hardmaster and tell him.
If only the girl had written to me. If only she'd given somebody an address. Surely she could have told me what was happening. Surely she could have done that for Bill's own brother. Disappearing like a ghost. And me searching. Searching hopelessly for a girl my dead brother was once going to marry. Searching for her all those years after his death.
What I can't understand is how you got onto me, Mr. Duncan.
Look, Miss Dawson, couldn't we be a bit less formal?
All right. My name's Viola.
Mine's Alan.
Yes, I know.
It's a long story, Viola.
You've got plenty of time, if I know anything about the service here.
I never met Janet, you know, after that day I told you about, when she managed to liberate a boat and she and my brother Bill and I went for a sail to Keyhaven.
She told me about it, Alan.
Well, I wrote to her at Masterton some 4 years ago. It was a couple of months after the invasion. About August.
She'd left by then.
Just what did happen?
Your brother Bill had a dog.
Oh, yes, I always wondered what happened to Deb.
When Bill didn't come back from that thing at the garage, Janet took Deb over.
I see.
Just after D-Day, the dog was run over by a tank.
By God, that girl really had a fill of D-Day, didn't she?
She told me afterwards that she'd taken one last look at your brother's dog, whispered goodbye, and then walked away. She heard the dog screaming, and then 2 shots. She said to me, Viola, with those shots, my service in the Wrens has come to an end.
I know what she meant.
If Funny, wasn't it? She stood up marvellously for your brother's death, and then her father's a few weeks afterwards, but when Dev bought it, that finished everything for her.
What happened after that?
She was sent on sick leave.
Now, what was she like when she came back?
She never came back, Alan.
Oh?
She went up to a medical board in London after a month or two of being messed about. They gave her a discharge. Compassionate grounds.
She had the grounds, all right.
The truth is, I suppose, that she just wasn't any use to the Navy anymore.
They'd certainly had their whack.
Indeed. She was the most marvellous person I ever served with.
Well, I've spent the best part of the last 4 years looking for her. You won't believe what I've been through. Her mother's dead now.
Yes, I know.
Well, finally I traced May Spikings and one or two of the other Wrens.
I wondered how you ran me to earth. Well, I'm terribly sorry, Alan. I simply can't help you. I wish to heaven I could.
Damn.
In the autumn of 44, I heard somewhere that Janet had gone into a home near Henley. One of those places for people who've had nervous breakdowns.
I know the place.
I simply couldn't go and see her at the time, but when I did manage to, she'd already left. I talked to the matron about her. The old girl remembered Janet well. As a listless sort of girl, rather inclined to be suicidal, she said. And obsessed by the feeling of guilt for something she thought she'd done in the war.
Yeah, that damn Junkers again.
What happened to you, Alan?
Oh, nothing very spectacular. I boarded right at the end. New Year's Day, 1945.
Yeah, I remember. That fantastic morning when the Luftwaffe fighters had one last bag.
Yeah, some bash, too. I was after a Fokker Wolf 190, and I suddenly smelled burning rubber, and I realized I was on fire, which was a charming thought. Suddenly, too, I felt a frightful pain in both my feet. Well, somehow I managed to bail out of the typhoon I was tied up in, and then I blacked, which was just as well. The first thing I knew after that, I was sitting in the snow with some chaps of the RAF regiment practicing tourniquets on the legs.
What awful luck. Going for a Burton when the whole thing was practically over.
I was luckier than Bill. The RAF vets did their damnedest, but they weren't able to save my feet, so they chopped them off.
Your mother's had her share too, hasn't she, Alan?
I suppose you could put it like that.
You went back to Australia?
Yes. In 45 I felt, well, a bit disenchanted with England, so I buzzed off to our spread at Coombagana. Well, a cripple's not much use on an Australian sheep station running over 30,000 merinos.
You came back?
Oxford again. No strain for a cripple there, you know.
Please, don't go on about it, Alan.
Well, I kept on writing to Janet, care of any address, any friend I could think of. The letters always came back marked, gone away, address unknown.
Disappeared, just like that.
The original girl in the Chinese cabinet. Then this year I got a letter from her uncle in the United States.
Oh?
And he put me in touch with a charwoman who'd once worked for Mrs. Prentice. When I ran her to earth up in Yorkshire, she was able to give me a little gin, but it was only that Janet had had a nervous breakdown after the war. Well, I don't quite know how to put it, but, well, the picture of that clear-eyed, competent Wren was still terribly vivid in my mind. She'd been Bill's girl, and she was in trouble. It seemed to me that the Duncan family owed her something. So I reopened the question of Oxford with my father, and here I am.
What's the next move?
God only knows. I still want to find her. I mean, well, if things had been different, that girl would be living at Coombagana today.
I think you've fallen in love with Janet Prentice.
Oh, nonsense.
You have, Alan.
With my brother's girl.
Why not? He's dead, isn't he? It isn't incest. Or something listed as untouchable in the Book of Common Prayer.
I just want to find her and see that she's all right.
Oh, well. Anyway, you know where I live in Earl's Court, if ever you want to look me up. And I'd like to know where Janet's gone and hidden herself, too.
The bottle out now.
Johnny had it last.
Oh, Johnny, for heaven's sake.
Yes, Jim's new 1954 Cooper.
But this is still 1953.
Oh, take the child away and explain the facts of life to her, someone.
Well, it's silly, isn't it? I mean, you can't have next year's car this year.
This is Goodwood, sweetie, not Mayfair.
Come and get it.
Oh, it smells good.
Hey, with the Duff Primus stone for the galley, it's a miracle I managed anything hot at all.
You said galley.
Well, Alan?
And what did you do in the Great War, Grandma?
Grandma yourself. I was in the Royal Navy.
Ah, I thought I detected a faint female matelot tang about you. Wrens, I take it.
What else? Another banger?
Tar. What category were you in?
Boat's crew, of course. First to Brightling Sea, then Pompey and HMS Hornet.
When were you at Portsmouth?
44 and 45.
I don't suppose you ever ran up against a Wren I used to know in those days. A leading Wren Prentice. She was an ordnance artificer, I think, at HMS Masterton.
Oh, not the famous Wren who shot down that Jerry aircraft.
Yes, I believe she did do something like that.
Oh, Janet Prentice.
She was engaged to my brother before he bought it.
Well, I knew her, all right. Well, there couldn't have been two leading Wrens called Prentice and Bewley at the same time.
Oh, she just dropped out altogether. Completely disappeared.
Oh, a girl I know called Viola Dawson would be the best person to help you.
Oh, I've already seen Viola.
Oh, recently?
No, we met a few years ago.
Well, I'd try it again then.
Oh, why?
Well, I bumped into her last month.
Yes?
She happened to mention Janet Prentice, said she'd heard from her or about her or something like that.
Cynthia, you've made my day.
Well, I hope something comes of it. Now, for heaven's sake, let's have some food. All this nostalgic war napping makes me feel slightly queasy. Don't know why. Career, perhaps.
I simply didn't know where to get in touch with you, Alan.
No, I suppose not.
Well, now you are here, you'd better help yourself to a drink. I'll go and wash this paint off my hands.
Ah, I didn't realize you were an artist.
Oh, my job's really set designing movies, mostly. This sort of thing I do for fun.
Can't say I know much about art.
Yeah, that makes two of us. By the way, Alan, since I saw you last, I've done one of Janet.
Have you got it here?
Where do you think it was? The National Gallery. Grab a drink while I get it.
Thanks. What about you?
Cooking sherry. Don't expect too much. There you are, matey.
Thanks.
Leading Wren Prentice in the unlawful process of firing an Ehrlichen at a Ju-188. Pre-D-Day, during the Second War to end all war. Amen.
By God, Viola, you really caught her.
Think so?
Yes. Oh, yes. The broad shoulders and the dark hair. That kindly, broad, rather square face of hers. Those dark, thick eyebrows.
Her eyes were always so calm and cool. I never thought anything would ever shake her.
I know, but it did.
I've got some news for you.
Where is she?
May Spikins, another Wren who's down at Bewley.
Where is she?
All right, Alan, give me a chance.
Oh, I'm sorry.
May and I are meeting next week. I'll pass the Jen on to you, if you don't go off again.
I promise.
She thought an awful lot of you.
Janet did?
Oh, yes. She was scared stiff about meeting you that famous Sunday. Thought she wouldn't pass inspection.
She passed.
So I gather. And you passed, too, it seems.
Oh?
Well, when she came back that night, she said, in spite of all his gongs and rings and being one of the few, he's absolutely terrific.
She said that?
She was absolutely bubbling over. She said you were the sort of person who seemed to have been everywhere and done everything, but you weren't at all big-headed about it. But you were terribly quiet. She didn't make friends very easily, you know.
Viola, could I possibly have that painting you've done of Janet?
What do you want it for?
Well, it's very like her. After all, she was my brother's girl. We ought to have a picture of her. If you can spare it.
I said you were in love with her, didn't I?
Nonsense.
It's absolutely crazy. You only met her for a few hours, 8 or 9 years ago.
I'm only trying to find the wretched girl.
And when you found her, what then? Do you honestly think she's the same person she was 9 years ago? Or that you're the same person you were in the war? Oh, for God's sake, Alan, try and be your age. Stop behaving like a soppy teenager.
I suppose after that it's about time I made myself scarce.
You can have the picture.
I'm sorry if I've said anything to hurt you.
Take the blasted thing. How could you hurt me?
Well, I'm most grateful.
When I've seen May,
I'll let you know what she's got up her sleeve.
Thanks, Viola.
After that, I don't think I want to see you anymore.
If you say so. And let me have a bottle of Australian wine, please, waiter.
Australian wine, sir?
Yes. We convict cobbers down under do make wine, you know, sport. A Burgundy, if you've got it.
I'll see if we stock such a wine, sir.
Yes, you go and do that pronto. Pompous idiot. Viola. Oh, it is good to see you again.
Janet's in Seattle.
Seattle? The United States?
That's the place.
Well, what on earth's she doing there?
May Spikins only said Janet went to America to stay with an aunt. Anyway, I've got her address.
I really am very grateful, Viola.
Are you, Alan? 831 to 37th Avenue, Seattle, Washington, USA, and the rest of the gubbins. Sealed with a loving kiss.
Janet writes to May Spikins, does she?
Not anymore, apparently. But she started just after the Korean War broke out. And wrote pretty regularly for a time.
Well, what's the Korean War got to do with it?
Well, May Spikins is a second officer Wren's at the Admiralty now.
Well, you don't really mean that Janet's trying to get back into the Wrens?
She was. You'll write to her straight away, I suppose.
Yes. Oh, yes, I'll do that, of course. There won't be time for me to get an answer before I go.
I didn't know you were leaving England.
Oh, didn't I tell you, Viola? Yes, I'm booked to fly to Australia in a few days' time.
No, Alan, you didn't tell me. That was something that must have slipped your mind for some reason.
I think I'll cancel my present reservation and go back via the States.
That'll be just dandy for you, won't it?
I'll be in Seattle early next week. Almost as soon as my letter gets there.
Yes.
Oh, look, Viola, I really am terribly grateful for all you've done.
Janet and I were very good friends during the war. She's taken a good many bad knocks, and I'd like to see her happy.
I don't suppose she'll really be happy until she gets back into the Wrens.
No. I'm afraid she won't do that now. When will you be coming back to England?
I shouldn't think for some years.
Perhaps it's just as well, Alan, for both of us. You going to ask her to marry you?
Well, we'll both have changed. You said that yourself.
You'll marry her, all right. And you'll both be deliriously happy, and I'll send you a wedding present I can't really afford, and be godmother to one of your kids.
Oh, please, Viola.
I don't want any food, Alan, not now.
I'm sorry things have turned out this way.
Oh, it would never have worked anyway. I realize that now. Janet will always be between us. A memory, anyway, even if you never saw her again. Well, my dear, we're not children. So let's part as friends,
Goodbye, Viola. And thank you again.
Bye, Alan.
Yes?
My name's Alan Duncan.
Yes?
And I'm looking for a friend of mine, a Miss Janet Prentice. I think she's expecting me. I wrote her airmail from England last week.
Say, you're English, aren't you?
Well, British. Australian, really.
Your letter's still here, Mr. Duncan.
You mean she hasn't got it yet?
Your friend left here about 18 months ago, right after the old lady died. We bought the house from them, Sam and me.
Oh, no, this is too much. Did she leave a forwarding address?
My, you are English, aren't you? Address. No, I'm sorry to say she didn't. I was going to give your letter back to the mailman this noon.
No, I'm afraid I'm not able to help you at all, Mr. Duncan.
Oh, it was just a wild shot.
As the British Vice Consul here in Seattle, I knew of your friend's existence, naturally. But you didn't choose to take me into her confidence.
No, she wouldn't.
As far as I'm aware, your friend returned to England some considerable time ago. Well, to the best of my knowledge and belief, that is.
Can I help you, sir?
I'd like to make a reservation on your next flight to Sydney, miss.
Sydney, Australia.
Well, I didn't know there were any others.
Sydney, Australia. Oh, tomorrow noonday.
Fine.
Flight PA 763. Oh, you must be at the terminal building 1 hour before noonday. Oh, your name, sir?
Alan Duncan.
Mr. Alan Duncan.
I'm staying at the Conroy.
Well, we'll call you if there are any changes in your flight arrangements, Mr. Duncan.
Thanks.
Have you been in our city long, Mr. Duncan?
Approximately 6 hours.
6 hours? Oh, I'm afraid you need longer than that to see our city, Mr. Duncan.
Yes, I dare say, but then I didn't really come to see Seattle. Although I'm sure it's a splendid city.
Oh, it is.
I came here to look for somebody. Somebody I've been searching for since the end of the war.
Oh, for nearly 9 years? Well, then it must be a girl, I guess.
Yes.
And you found her?
No. No, I haven't.
Well, I thought maybe you found her and you both discovered you'd changed a lot after all those years.
Oh, we've changed all right. I'm certain of that. Wherever she is. And if she's alive.
Well, you don't really suppose she's dead?
I just don't know. I don't know if she's alive or dead, where she is or even what she is anymore.
You're going to Australia to look for her?
I'm giving up the search.
Oh, don't do that. Oh, sorry, sir. I shouldn't have said that.
Well, what else can I do? No, I'm going back home to be a sheep farmer. And believe me, I won't worry about her any longer.
For the life of me, Mr. Allen, I can't understand you. You sit up half the night looking through poor Jessie Proctor's things and staring into the fire. And when I come in to see what's going on, you're angry with me.
I'm sorry, Annie.
You order me off to bed, and when I do go, and I happen to fall asleep, which I didn't think was possible the night, you come creeping into my room and tell me to get up. Oh, I don't know whether I'm on my head or my heels.
Annie, I want you to come with me into Jessie's room.
Why, Mr. Allen?
You see all these exercise books?
Huh?
These books are her diary.
Oh, does it say why she chose to make an end of herself?
I don't know. That's why I came to you.
But I've told you everything I could about her.
You can help, Annie. Just now I read one extract from her diary, and I felt just as though I'd done something to desecrate a church.
Would it not be better if we just put her things away again where she hid them and forgot that you'd ever found them?
No, we can't do that. You'll understand why in a minute. I want to read a diary, Annie. I've got to. And I want you to be with me when I do it.
I understand.
But I want to read it in the room where she is. We'll go there now, and you'll understand why these diaries are so very important to all of us.
Mr. Allen, would it not be better if I were to light a fire? If we're going to be here a wee while?
Yes, do that, please. Annie, earlier tonight, when we were in this room, you asked me if you should pull the sheet back so that I could look at that dead woman there.
You did not so wish?
I haven't been back in this room until now. And yet I know who that dead girl there is.
What do you mean, Mr. Allen?
Annie, did you know she was Bill's girl?
I didn't know it for certain, but I thought perhaps it might be something of the sort.
Well, that's the girl Bill would have married if he hadn't been killed. Her name wasn't Jessie Proctor at all.
No.
It was Janet Prentice.
There's more strife in this world, in a person's heart, than we can imagine.
I knew that girl, Annie. I met her with Bill a few weeks before the invasion. Then she left the service. She was a wren in the Women's Royal Naval Service.
I thought she was a lassie who'd been something in the war.
Well, she completely disappeared. And on and off, I've been searching for her for most of the years since the war ended.
Mm-hmm. And if things had been different, Mr. Allen, she would have come here to Kumbagana.
Indeed she would, Annie. Eventually to be its mistress. And she did come here. But she came without Bill. She came alone. God knows why, using a false name and looking for work as a parlour maid.
Why should she want to come here at all?
I think these diaries will tell us that. Perhaps she came here to be near the mother of the boy she was going to marry, to see his home, and to know more about that boy than she'd learned during their brief love affair. Why, when she'd done that, she should suddenly decide to take a life? That's something to do with me, Annie. I'm sure of it.
With you?
Oh, I come into it all right. But how? That's what I'm not sure of yet. So we must find out. Here and now. We're going to learn what it was that drove this girl, nearly 9 years after I saw her, to destroy herself.
April the 16th, 1944. Tomorrow, Brother Alan. I wish Bill and I could go on as we are, Sergeant and leading Wren. But of course we've got to meet each other's relations. Bill thinks such a lot of Alan that I'm really rather windy. Bill was quite right, of course. Brother Alan really is something rather terrific. 3 rings, wings, 5 metal ribbons, including the DFC and bar. I'm not a bit windy now about meeting Bill's people. They can't be so different to us as I thought. May the 7th, 1944. I'm glad now I never told Mother and Father about Bill. I couldn't stand anybody being sympathetic. Bill never told any of his people about us, only his brother. I wrote Bert Finch and asked him to go through Bill's gear and look for any letters or photographs of us together and send them back to me. Bert's a good sort, and somehow I think Bill would have wanted it like this. September the 16th, 1946. They don't want me back in the Wrens. Now that Mother's dead, it seems the only person who wants me in the world is Aunt Ellen. I don't suppose I'll like America, but it's time I got out of the groove I'm in here in England. May the 28th, 1951. The Admiralty still don't want me, in spite of Korea. I'm glad in a way it's over for me, all this hoping. I suppose I'll eventually have to leave Seattle, now Aunt Ellen's dead, and go back to England. But I don't really know what to do. If I go on, I'll have to start a new life. But I'm too tired to face up to that. It would be terribly easy to give up, because I've got enough of Aunt Ellen's stuff to kill a horse. I would make the 7th person, too. The 7th sacrifice, I suppose one could call it. All the people I've loved have died. Bill, and I loved him most of all. Father, Mother, Deb, Aunt Ellen, and her Jimmy. I'd make the 7th, and then all the men in that Junkers would at last be paid for. Perhaps I'll make one last effort and go and see Dr. Ruttenberg again. He may be able to help.
Medically speaking, Miss Prentice, your case is not a complicated one.
And I've nothing to worry about.
I didn't say that, Miss Prentice. As you no doubt know, your problems are psychological.
Horrible word.
Now, you've spoken to me very frankly. I can understand that the circumstances under which you lived in 1944 were good and valid reasons for your not wanting strangers to know about your love affair with Bill Duncan. But the circumstances of 1951 are very different.
Are they?
Look, Miss Prentice, if Bill Duncan had lived, you would have become part of his family. You would have owed certain duties, certain allegiances to your new relations by marriage.
It didn't work out that way.
I don't really feel that you have thought about them enough.
No, Doctor. Perhaps you're right there. I always was selfish, I suppose.
Well, your aunt's recent death has given you a certain measure of independence. You would benefit from a long sea voyage, you know.
You mean I ought to go out to Australia?
Yeah, why don't you do that, Miss Prentice? Why don't you visit Australia, seek out the Duncan family, and satisfy yourself that all is well with them, that they're not in any need of help from you?
It's something I'd never really thought about.
From what you told me, these people were farmers. The old folks must be slowing down a lot by now. They may be in some sort of distress.
June the 2nd, 1951. Dr. Ruttenberg has given me an awful lot to think about. He's probably right, as usual. I'll have to go out to Australia and snoop around, probably under a made-up name, like a spy. If Bill's people are all right, I can just retire quietly and come back. Anyway, it'll mean a month on a ship, Honolulu, Fiji, New Zealand, Sydney. It would be a marvelous trip. August the 30th, 1951. Well, here I am at long last. Not actually at Kumbagana yet, but at Forfa, the nearest town. I must say, I really have been a clomp. I've come all this way for nothing. Kumbagana isn't a village, it's an estate. Well, apparently it's a marvellous place. A really enormous sheep station in the Western District. 14,000 acres, a big house the size of the Admiralty, and heaven alone knows how many sheep. I've been such a fool. But then I often am these days. I ought to have known there was nothing I could do for Bill's mother and father. Went into the post office hotel in Forfa and asked the proprietor, a Mr. Collins, if I could have a job for a week or two. Gave my name as Jessie Proctor again. Said I was working my way around Australia and going on to Adelaide.
If you like working with us, Jessie.
Very much, Mr. Collins.
You don't find it too tough, sweeping up, I mean, and helping to carry the barrels of grog in.
Good Lord, no. All English girls aren't made of sugar and spice, you know.
I just wondered. Oh, hello there, Colonel.
Hello, Dick.
Oh, Colonel, I'd like to introduce a new member of my staff, a girl out from home, Miss Jessie Proctor, Colonel Duncan, Jessie.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Proctor. Hope you like it out here in Australia.
How do you do, Colonel Duncan? Yes, I like it very much indeed.
Good on you. As you'll find we say here.
Yes.
Dick, has Harry Chalmers been in?
Not yet.
If you see him, tell him I want a word with him, will you?
Right.
See you again, I hope, Miss Proctor.
Yes, I hope so, too.
He's a grand chap, the Colonel.
Yes.
Had a rough time, though.
Oh?
Oh, very rough. My word. Had two sons. One was killed just before D-Day. Bill. Oh? You lose somebody in the war, too?
Yes.
Nice lad he was, too. Clean, upright. Made a great sheep farmer. The other son, Alan, he's back in England at the moment. He had a rough time, too. He was in the Royal Air Force. Crashed. Had to have both his feet amputated, poor devil.
I didn't. What dreadful luck.
Too right.
Shouldn't the son who's still alive, Alan, you said his name was?
Yeah.
Well, shouldn't he be here to take the station over? I mean, the Colonel's getting on.
Alan Duncan's a lawyer. Never was a man for the station, really. May come back sometime and take over when the old man goes. The Colonel's in a bit of a state at the moment, too.
Why, Mr. Collins?
Oh, just fired the married couple who worked for them.
Oh.
Good riddance, too, ruddy foreigners. Anyway, the Colonel's looking around for someone to work the house. There's an old Scotswoman there, but she's been there since the boys were babies, and I don't suppose she's much help anymore.
September the 4th, 1951. I've taken a job at Kumbagana. I did it on the spur of the moment. I rather wish I hadn't now. It's only for a week or two until they get another married couple. September the 8th. I must have been crackers to come here. Mrs. Duncan is so terribly, terribly like Bill, it's almost unbearable. I think I'm going to understand more about Bill than I ever did. This is where he grew up. This house and this lovely view made Bill what he was. No wonder he was different to all the other Pongos and couldn't help being different, living in a breathtaking place like this. Even so, I still think I was crazy to come here. In the end, I shall only suffer more, I suppose.
ferrets in, you see, Jessie.
Uh-huh.
They'll chase the bleeding rabbits out, then we'll shoot them as they scatter.
I say, Jim, could I have a go?
Well, you ever fired a gun?
Good Lord, yes.
Well, I don't suppose there's any harm in it. Here, Jessie, take this one.
Thanks.
Here they come, Jim.
Right. Ready, Jessie?
Ready.
Well, watch it. Don't go blasting Harry or Dick or one of the dogs, or the Colonel really will play hell.
I won't.
Get on with it.
Right, Jessie. Wow, be confounded. Jessie, my word, I never saw a woman shoot like that or reload like that either.
Oh, well.
You've been holding out of Jessie Proctor.
4 rabbits in 4 shots. My word.
You horses, you think you're the only people in the world who can ride or shoot. Anytime you want anything shot, Jim, just get a pommy girl fresh out from home and she'll knock it over for you.
Yeah, young Bill would like to see that. If I gun that boy, I like an eagle.
Did all the men like him, Jim?
They did that all right. Mr. Allen, too, and he was different. Bill was one of us.
Oh, Jessie.
Ma'am?
Our son's coming home. Alan's written to say he's quite made up his mind his place is here now. Oh, he was so restless after the war, being crippled. But I'm sure he's got it out of his system now. Oh, I do so much want him to find a nice girl and settle down here at Kumbagana.
I hope he will, ma'am. I think, ma'am, that I ought to be leaving here quite soon.
But I thought you were happy with us.
Oh, but I am. I haven't been so happy for a long time.
Well, then, why talk about leaving us?
When I came, it was only for a week or 2.
But that was 18 months ago. You're one of the family now, Jessie. It's almost as though you've become a kind of daughter to us.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
Then don't let us have any more talk about you going away.
It's been a great day for them. I'll definitely have to move on somewhere else before Alan gets here. He'd be bound to recognize me. He'll be able to help his parents, and I won't be wanted any longer. It's going to be a dreadful wrench leaving this lovely place. I might have another crack at getting back into the Wren. Eliza Kent. I simply don't know what to do. I would like to see Alan again. He was such a grand person. I hate going away. If only I could meet Alan somewhere before he came here. Yesterday morning I was dusting in the hall, and when I'd finished, I suddenly heard Annie and Mrs. Plowden talking about Alan in the kitchen.
Well, I don't know, Annie. Mr. Allen did take her to the races at Hamilton.
Oh, years ago. It meant nothing. Mind you, you'll be needing a wife, our Mr. Allen. And this girl, Sylvia Holmes, will come into her folks' property one day.
As far as I'm concerned, he could do a lot worse than look in his own kitchen.
Shh. The girl's dusting in the hall. Well, now it's in the open at last. I think I'm glad. I realize now what's been wrong for a long time. This interest in Alan that I felt growing in me. This is what has been keeping me here at Kumbagana. Not the memory of Bill, however hateful it may be to write that down coldly. All this time I've been kidding myself about Alan. What I've really been doing is to hang around until he turns up, so that I can make him fall in love with me. Then I wouldn't have to leave Kumbagana. I think that's what I've been reaching out for, really. And I damn nearly made it. Oh, Bill. Bill. I can't imagine what I've been doing. How I've got myself into such a mess. There's no way out of this one. I can't meet Alan. You can't possibly fall in love with a man you met 9 years ago when you were head over heels in love with his brother. October the 22nd. Alan's plane arrives 3 days from now. I know now
I can never be happy anywhere else except at Kumbagana. But it's not possible for me to stay here. I've still got enough of Aunt Ellen's knockout drops, a whole bottle of them. Everything will be over and done with by the time Alan gets home. I'm sorry about the old people. I think they really came to like me. But when Alan's home, everything will soon be forgotten. Old people are like children in a way. Their grief doesn't last very long. October the 23rd. I went for a walk round the garden for the last time. I picked out an enormous red azalea in bloom and took it to Alan's room. I put it in the blue jar on his table. It'll look lovely by Friday. I do hope they keep it watered.
I told you we'd find the reason, Annie.
It would better have been left hidden, Mr. Allen. Far, far better.
No, I don't think so. There was a ghost here at Kumbagana, Annie. It had to be exorcised. That isn't heartless. Believe me.
Perhaps it is, as well. Well, the household will be moving soon.
Yes.
I'll go and make you some tea.
Yes, Annie, that'll be a very good idea. And I know you won't talk about what's happened. It mustn't be known round the station.
Morning, Alan.
Morning, Dad.
You're up very early, son.
As a matter of fact, I didn't go to bed at all.
Too restless on your first night home?
Dad? During the night, I found a suitcase that girl left behind, hidden up in the room. It had all the papers in it.
There's something going on here I don't understand.
I know. I've got a lot I want to tell you before Mother appears.
Right, we'll go into my study.
Before we start on the whole thing, though, and it's a very long story, there's a telephone call I want to put in. Operator? This is Kumbagana. Yes. Will you please get the overseas radio telephone operator in Melbourne and book a call for me? No, Alan Duncan. Yes, I want to book a call to England. It's a London number. Fremantle, 7261. Yes, a personal call for a Miss Viola Dawson. No, Viola Dawson. Yes, I shall want about a quarter of an hour. Right, I'll be waiting, thanks. Now, Dad, I'm going back to England, flying as soon as I can get a reservation.
I see.
But I don't expect to be there more than a week or so. Then I'm coming back to Kumbagana for good.
And all this, for some reason I don't yet understand, is to do with a person called Viola Dawson.
Yes, Dad, very much to do with her. Now, let's go into the study and I'll tell you why. What I'm going to tell you will take a long time. You won't find it easy to grasp at first, and I think you'll agree with me that it must be kept from Mother. It's, an obituary, I suppose. No, a requiem's a better word.
Requiem?
Yes, Dad. A requiem. A requiem for a girl who was a wren.
That was Anna Massey as Janet Prentice and Trader Faulkner as Alan Duncan in Requiem for a Wren, adapted by Stephen Grenfell from the novel by Nevil Shute. The rest of the cast was as follows. Mrs. Duncan, Brenda Dunrich, Colonel Duncan, Russell Napier, Annie, Molly Rankin, Bill, John Bradley, Viola, Diana Olsen, Lieutenant Commander Cartwright, Norman Claridge, Admiral, Kenneth Hyde, First Sea Lord, Peter Pratt, Petty Officer Waters, Michael Goldie, Sub-Lieutenant Craigie, Alan Haynes, Captain Gibson, Frederick Treves, Flight Lieutenant Rigby, Gerard Green, Sergeant Albert Finch, Andrew Sachs, Catherine Collins, Margaret Woolfett, Lieutenant Parks, Gabriel Wolfe, and Clerk, Nicolette Bernard. Other parts were played by members of the BBC Drama Repertory Company. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davis.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. You know, scientists are continually working to bring us greater efficiency and more speed in aircraft. And so in tonight's play, No Highway in the Sky, we tell you the story of a rather absent-minded scientist who, because of one transoceanic flight, found himself the most talked-about man on 2 continents. As the stars of this intensely absorbing drama from 20th Century Fox Studios and recreating their original roles, we have one of the most capable actors on the screen, James Stewart, and one of the most glamorous women in the world, Marlene Dietrich. Yes, glamour is an international word, just as Lux Toilet Soap is an international complexion care, because lovely women everywhere who want fresh, lasting, new beauty depend on daily Lux facials. Now, No Highway in the Sky, starring James Stewart as Theodore Honey and Marlene Dietrich as Monica Teasdale, with Evelyn Eaton as Marjorie Corder. One of England's proudest possessions is the aircraft establishment at Farnsborough, where some of the world's finest commercial planes have been developed. It's closing time, and one of the officials has just left the plant. With him is a scientist, Mr. Theodore Honey.
It's very kind of you to drive me home like this, but I assure you that
Yes, you've told me several times, Mr. Honey, you could just as easily have taken the bus.
I always go home on the bus.
Mr. Honey, I'm rather curious about that experiment of yours in the vibration shed. Perhaps Sir John told you I've been away for several months, and now that I'm back, may I ask just what you're up to in there?
Well, yes, I'm vibrating.
So I understand. The entire tail assembly of the new Rutland reindeer is suspended in midair, and you're vibrating it. Why, Mr. Honey?
Well, I'm waiting for the tail to fall off.
Oh, I see. But these planes are already in service.
Yes, they are, yes.
Sir John tells me you're an American, Mr. Honey. Rhodes Scholar, eh?
Yes, I've been here for several years. I can't remember exactly how long I've been here.
He's quite proud of you, Mr. Honey. Tells me you're invaluable. But what are you trying to do to our reindeer aircraft?
Well, that's rather difficult to explain in words of one syllable.
I have managed as many as 2 syllables on occasion, Mr. Honey.
Oh? Well, very simply, the purpose of my work has been to arrive at an end result for the original theoretical hypothesis of Kerslinger of Bâle and Schildgard of Uppsala, in which they postulate vibration as a source of energy. Now, I reason that since this energy does not appear in any of the ordinary forms, such as heat or electrical potential, it must be absorbed by the metal itself, and that sufficient absorption would result in nuclear fission of the aluminum atom in an isotopic form with crystalline affinities.
And what all that means is that the tail will fall off the airplane?
Exactly, yeah. Oh, here's where I live. Oh, you wouldn't care to come in?
Thank you, I'd like to.
You would? Oh, well, I'm afraid all I can offer you is some sherry.
Well, that'd be very nice.
It's probably not very good. I've had it quite a while.
Well, perhaps it's time to see if it's suffering from fatigue.
Oh, that couldn't happen to sherry. Oh, no, you see, sherry is that's strange. I'm sure this is the right key.
Well?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
This is the second time this week, Mr. Honey.
Oh, yes, this row of houses, they all look alike.
Yes, they do, don't they?
Yes, it's the one next door. You know, it's very easy to make such an error, you know.
Especially if you've just moved into the neighborhood.
Oh, we've lived here 11 years. Oh, this is my house right here. I'm sure this is my...
Good evening, Father. I'm glad you're not late. I have everything planned for... Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
You don't recall where we put the sherry, do you, dear?
The top cupboard, behind the dishes. You said we'd be out of Mrs. Higgins' way.
Oh, the top cupboard. Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I remember perfectly. I have to put it up here behind the... Oh.
Yes, Father?
It appears to be empty. I guess Mrs. Higgins found it after all. Well, I'll get some more.
Please, I wish you wouldn't.
Oh, no, it's no trouble at all. The shop's just around the corner. Elspeth, will you entertain Mr... I don't believe you told me your name. Scott. This is my daughter. I'll be right back.
Well, Elspeth, now all these books are your father's, I suppose.
Oh, yes. They're all over the house. It's very difficult being a scientist. One has to think so much.
Oh, I know.
When my father's working, I keep very quiet.
And what about your mother? Does she help you keep quiet?
My mother's dead, Mr. Scott. An air raid during the war.
I'm very sorry, Elspeth. You must miss her very much.
Yes, I do. My father does more, I think.
And what do you do when your father's not busy?
Well, quite often we play games. He makes them up. For example, we play pyramidology.
Pyramidology?
It's based on the science of the Great Pyramid, and it's very scientific. The Great Pyramid is the only known architectural example of squaring the circle. That is, the area of the base is directly equal to that of a circle, with the height of the structure.
While you were gone, Mr. Honey, Elspeth was telling me about the games you two play. Very interesting.
Of course, I don't have much time to spend with Elspeth, but she's quite good at being by herself. Her mind is really developing quite remarkably.
Mr. Honey, I'd like to hear more about that tail falling off. When do you expect you'll know when the failure might occur?
Oh, well, I've known that for some time.
You know?
Oh, yes. The answer is 1,440 hours of flight.
But thousands of aircraft have flown millions of miles without the tail assemblies falling off, any of them because of vibration.
Yes, that's quite true.
How long has your test been running, that tail assembly in the vibration shed?
832 hours, 14 minutes, and 7 seconds as of shutdown tonight. They don't allow me to run it more than 8 hours a day. The people in the neighborhood complain about the noise.
But didn't you give them your figure, 1,440 hours?
Oh, no. I never include the tail in my preliminary report, Mr. Scott. Science is in no hurry. Whether I reach it a day or so later or earlier, it's of no importance.
It could be vitally important to the 50-odd people who take off in these reindeers every day.
No, now, Mr. Scott, you don't understand. I'm a scientist, and science is very exacting. It requires the utmost concentration. I can't be concerned with people. If a doctor is trying to find a cure for some disease, what would happen if he let himself be upset every time somebody got sick and died? He'd never get any work done at all. Now, people must be somebody else's concern, Mr. Scott. I can't let them be mine.
Yet these very people are the ones...
No. I have nothing more to say at the present time. And now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'd better be getting home now. My hat, I thought I left my hat.
But, Mr. Honey, you live here.
I'm afraid I became upset, Mr. Scott. And when I'm upset, it's very easy to forget where I am. Goodbye, Mr. Scott.
Goodbye, Mr. Honey, and thank you for your time. And after I left Honey's home last night, Sir John, I came back here to the plant. I read the report on that reindeer that crashed in Labrador 2 months ago.
Oh, yes. Pilot error, I believe. Went straight into a hill, didn't he?
I looked up how many hours of flight that particular reindeer had prior to the crash. The estimate given is 1,407.
You trying to prove Honey's theory for him?
No, not quite. We seem to have several photographs of the wreckage, but oddly enough, there's no photograph of the tail assembly.
They never found the tail assembly. Nothing unusual in that, I assure you.
I still think another inquiry should be made.
Very well, Mr. Scott. We'll take the taxpayers' money and send someone to Labrador to comb through that godforsaken country for a section of the tail spar. Is that what you want?
Yes, sir.
You don't know much about boffins, do you, Scott?
Boffins, sir?
Yes, scientists, researchers, the lab men. In the first place, a boffin has to be a bit balmy to be a boffin.
Yes, sir.
Well, now, Mr. Honey is typical. He tells us the reindeers will fall apart after 1,400 hours. If I made statements like that, they'd lock me up. Well, how long before that infernal vibration of his is due to prove something?
Well, it'll be weeks yet, sir.
And get it on a 24-hour basis today. And assign someone to handle the complaints when they start coming in.
Very good, sir.
How many hours have been flown by the other reindeers we've delivered?
Oh, I doubt if any of the others has done more than 500, sir.
Well, praise heaven for that. I shouldn't want the job of asking the airlines to ground their nice new ships with no more to go on than what Mr. Honey says.
About the man who will go to Labrador.
Mr. Honey, of course. He started all this. Maybe a stiff climb up a hill will do him good. Still, he knows best what to look for, I suppose.
Yes, sir.
That's all, Mr. Scott. Tell Mr. Honey he's flying to Labrador immediately.
Well, you can loosen that safety belt now, Mr. Honey. Here, let me help you.
Oh, thank you, stewardess.
We'll serve dinner in about half an hour, but if you care for coffee or a sandwich...
Well, I brought some sandwiches. My daughter made them. Her name's Elspeth.
Well, they're probably much better than ours. You're sure you didn't bring your own coffee?
No, just sandwiches. Miss, that woman over there, isn't that the film actress? Isn't that Monica Teasdale over there?
Why, yes, she's crossed with us often. Would you like me to take over your autograph book?
Oh, no. I don't even have one. No, I wouldn't want to trouble her.
I'll be back with your coffee in just a moment.
Very good, miss. Thank you.
I've just been talking with the pilot, Captain Samuelson. I want to apologize, Mr. Honey.
Apologize?
I had no idea you were an expert on aviation, and here I've been talking to you as if you'd never flown before.
Oh, well, I haven't. What I know about airplanes is more when they're in pieces.
Well, Captain Samuelson said he'd like to show you the plane. They don't do that for everyone. These new reindeers are beautifully equipped.
Reindeer? Is this a reindeer we're in?
That's right. A nice new shiny one.
Yes, I think I'd like to see it very much.
Well, now that you've met the crew, Mr. Honey, let me tell you about our engines.
Well, I don't suppose many things go wrong with them these days, do they, Captain?
Almost never. We don't even use reconditions anymore. We get brand new ones every 600 hours. These happen to be our third set. Now, about the
Did you say the third set of engines?
Yes, that's right, sir.
I thought the reindeers were new on this Canadian run.
Oh, they are, but this particular aircraft was one of the first off the line. We were loaned out for a while on the South American run.
Well, for how long?
Oh, Dobson, how many hours has this plane flown?
According to the logs, 1,422 up to takeoff today.
1,422?
Yes, sir.
Captain, I must speak to you alone. Now. At once.
You seem disturbed, Mr.
I am disturbed considerably. Now, where can we go?
Well, there's the baggage locker off, but why can't we...
Captain, please. Please hurry.
I don't understand this at all, Mr. Honey. It's not that I doubt your calculations, but...
I tell you that if this airplane has flown more than 1,400 hours, the tail assembly may fail at any moment. That's the reason I was on my way to Labrador right now to investigate.
Investigate?
That crash 2 months ago, that reindeer crashed at 1,407 hours, within a few hours of my calculations. Less time than this plane has flown.
And you know for certain that the tail assembly failed?
The tail assembly wasn't found with the wreckage.
Oh, I see.
Every minute we spend talking about it,
The matter is that all of this is just your opinion. Well, if you have any suggestions,
Yes. You can cut the inboard engines to break up the vibration frequency and then turn back. Turn back. And if you don't turn back, this airplane's going to crash into the sea. And we're all going to be killed.
I see. Well, I'll radio a full report of all you've told me. If London tells me to turn back, I will. Meanwhile, I'll cut the inboard motors as you suggest. It'll make us late at Gander, but I'll take that responsibility.
Gander, that's in Newfoundland.
Yes, sir, I'm quite aware of that.
But you told me you would radio London.
I will. But there won't be anyone at the airport at this time of night to make a decision like that. My instructions will be to maintain the course.
Very well, Captain. Let's wish ourselves luck. I didn't mean to disturb you, Miss Teasdale. My name's Honey, Theodore Honey, and I'd like to talk to you.
Of course. I'd be very pleased.
I've always Mrs. Honey and I've always felt I owed you a great deal.
Oh?
Your pictures, they meant a lot to my wife, and that's why I want to talk to you.
You're very kind, Mr. Honey.
I'm afraid we're in very serious danger. The tail of this airplane may drop off at any moment.
Is that so?
Yes, now, I've been looking around the plane, and when it happens, go to the men's room and sit on the floor. Now, the partition there is very rigid because the stove in the galley is bolted to the floor on the other side, you see?
Bolted to the floor? I see.
Yes. Now, if you survive the initial impact, try to get on a life raft, and they may pick you up when they search for us in the morning.
That's certainly very interesting. I'm to go to the men's room.
Yes, that's right.
And sit on the floor.
Yes.
And if I survive...
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Honey.
Yes.
I'm afraid Miss Teasdale's very tired. We really should let her rest, don't you think so?
No, but I
Yes, I am rather tired, but thank you very much, Mr. Honey.
Oh, you rang for the stewardess, did you?
Well, yes, I did.
I'm very sorry. I was only trying to help.
I'm sure you were. Some other time, perhaps.
You shouldn't have done that, Mr. Honey.
Yes, it's quite sure. Clear I shouldn't have.
I'm sure you don't want to alarm people. You won't do it again, will you?
No, I won't do it again. You know about this, don't you?
Yes, Captain Samuelson just told me. Well, he'd rather that you didn't speak to any of the other passengers.
May I speak to you?
Of course.
I'd like to tell you what I was trying to tell Miss Teasdale.
Well, do if it will make you feel any better.
Well, now, if it happens at this altitude, there'll be a little less than 3 minutes before we hit the water.
Yes.
Now, there's one place where a person could have a chance to survive the impact. It's in the men's room. Now, at the first sign of trouble, you go in there and sit on the floor with your back against the partition. Now, the partition's very rigid because the stove in the galley is bolted to the floor. Do you see?
You're very observant, Mr. Honey.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm very observant. I tried to tell Miss Teasdale because I felt I owed her something, and now I want you to know. And I won't talk to anyone else.
No one's worried about me like that for quite a while, Mr. Honey. But I think they're going to be all right.
Well, just be calm. And please remember what I told you.
Meanwhile, try to get some rest. That's it, Mr. Honey. Here, now, let me fix your pillow.
Before we return with Act Two of No Highway in the Sky, here's our Lux Hollywood reporter, Libby Cullen.
Reporting on Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's glorious new Technicolor production, Singin' in the Rain, starring Gene Kelly, Donald O'Connor, and Debbie Reynolds.
The dance numbers are superb, particularly the Singin' in the Rain number, where Gene Kelly dances and splashes his way along a rainy street.
Because he's fallen in love with adorable Debbie Reynolds, an irrepressible flapper who becomes one of the first talking picture stars.
As a rhythm team, Gene Kelly and Donald O'Connor are tremendous. They hoof through 2 comedy routines.
And in contrast, the ballet episode is a vision of loveliness.
Producer Arthur Freed has chosen 10 songs, including Broadway Melody, You Are My Lucky Star, and Would You. They're all in Singin' in the Rain.
John, didn't Debbie Reynolds look exquisite in her close-up?
Yes.
Her breathtaking complexion certainly shows the new beauty that results from skin tonic action in Lux Soap Care.
Girls, skin tonic action will work for you, too. You see, skin tonic action means Lux Care actually stimulates vital moisture within your skin. Vital moisture that makes your complexion smoother, fresher, with a dewier look, a younger look.
Skin tonic action works real magic on dry skin.
Yes, dry, flaky skin especially needs moisture from within. And that's just what skin tonic action of Lux Soap Care gives you. It works from within to make your complexion definitely smoother, definitely fresher.
That's not just a promise. It's a scientific fact.
Right, Libby. New tests prove dramatically that skin tonic action gives softer, younger beauty to any normal skin. So be guided by scientific evidence. Be guided by the Lux Lovely complexions of glamorous screen stars. Try Lux Care now. Just 1 cake of Lux can make a thrilling improvement in your skin. Lux Toilet Soap and the beautifying benefits of skin tonic action are guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company. Now our producer, Mr. William Keeler.
Act 2 of No Highway in the Sky, starring James Stewart as Theodore Honey and Marlena Dietrich as Monica Teasdale, with Evelyn Eaton as Marjorie. It's a few moments later. Mr. Honey is resting. Across the aisle of the dimly lighted plane, Marjorie Corder, the stewardess, is talking to Monica Teasdale.
Well, I don't think it'll happen again, Miss Teasdale. He seems to be dozing now.
What's the matter with that little man?
I'm afraid he's got some rather odd ideas.
He certainly has. He told me to sit on the floor in the men's room. If that isn't an odd idea, I'd like to meet one.
I think he was trying to tell you the best place to be if there were an accident.
Is that what I really ought to do?
I think he's right about it being the safest place.
But if he's right about that, he may also be right about the tail falling off. Who is he?
Some kind of a scientist, I think. Oh, but I assure you there's nothing to be alarmed about. Captain
Now
Sanders...
listen, dear. The scientist says the plane is going to crash. The captain says it isn't. Your vote doesn't count because you have to string along with the captain, so that leaves it a tie. And as far as I'm concerned... What's that? The motors, they don't sound the same.
We've merely cut our inboard engines to save fuel.
Why should it be necessary to save fuel?
Well, all I meant was...
Just a minute. If I'm going to meet my maker, I'd like to know about it. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to have a little talk with Mr. Honey.
Miss Teasdale, please, I've just got him quiet.
Right now, I don't want him quiet. May I sit down, Mr. Honey?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr.
Well, when you came over before, I was only half awake and I only half heard. Would you like a cigarette?
No, thank you.
Now, about our crashing into the sea...
Well, it's hard to say for sure, but I don't believe we've turned back. They must have told the pilot to maintain a course to Newfoundland.
Then we are going to crash?
I would say there's an excellent chance.
I see. I don't see at all, of course. But the pilot should understand you. Why doesn't he turn back? Would it help if I talked to him?
No, I don't think so. Besides, I think we're quite near the point of no return anyway.
Point of no return?
Yes, that's whereas it's as short to go on as it is to turn back.
Oh. I thought you meant something else. Funny. I would have thought I'd feel quite differently being right up against it like this. All these other passengers.
Well, fortunately, I believe most of them are asleep, so...
Makes you wonder which one you'd pick out to save if you were God, and which one wouldn't matter much, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I never thought much about things like that.
No, you never had time, did you? You were so busy with your multiplication table. But you had a chance to play God for a little while. Why did you pick me out when you decided to save someone?
But you ought to live. I mean, the work you do, you ought to keep on doing.
Oh, the work. No, I don't think I buy that. A few cans of celluloid and a junk heap someday. But you're a scientist. You are worth something to the world. I think I've picked you to be saved.
Well, that's very nice of you, Miss Teasdale. But I think it'll be all right about me.
Haven't you any family?
Oh, my little girl, she's staying with neighbors until I get back.
The little girl is worth a lot to come back to.
Oh, yes. We're really very fond of one another. She's 12 now. She's much more soundly developed than most children her age. She really has a remarkable grasp of crystallography.
Oh, that's very good, of course.
Yes.
What is it?
Oh, it's quite fundamental. You see, crystallography...
Has she got a compact?
What?
One of these things, a compact.
Oh, I don't know. Why?
Never mind. That isn't it?
No, that's not it.
Some more minutes and each one is kind of like a present, isn't it? You know what I was thinking about just then? All the people who will come to my funeral. That'll be quite an occasion.
Do you have a family, Miss Teasdale?
No, not even a husband at the moment. But there's my agent. Oh, my agent, he'll be very sad. He had 5 more years to go at 10%. And then there's Lauren Colvin. She'll cry the most. She'll give a beautiful performance, and then she'll try to get the part in the picture I was going to make. I suppose that's why I don't feel the way I should. I would have stopped working quite a while ago if I could have figured out what to do with myself. I was married 3 times, but it never came to anything. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if it was all my fault. Maybe Providence is trying to tell me something. Maybe it took a first-class high dive into the middle of the Atlantic to make me quit. And maybe I'd rather it ended with a big splash.
Oh, no. Miss Teasdale, you've made people happy you don't even know about. Why, like my wife, Mary. Do you know that she took me to see one of your pictures that last night before the bomb came? She talked a lot about it after we got home.
Oh?
You made that last night very happy for her. Now, that's worth doing, Miss Teasdale. You know, when we used to go to pictures, we used to walk right out of them whenever Mary didn't like them, but we never walked out on one of your pictures.
Mr. Honey, this is not exactly the best compliment I've ever had, but maybe it's the nicest.
Well, that's why I had to tell you what I did. I have to do everything I can for you, don't you see?
You mean it, too, don't you? Scientists are always so busy figuring out new things. Why don't you figure out a mascara that won't run?
Oh, well, I'm afraid that's a little out of my field.
It's all right. I'll be as good as new in a minute. Thank you for holding my hand.
Come in, Miss Corder. The passengers, everything all right back there?
Everything quiet, Captain. They're asleep, most of them. We're behind schedule, aren't we?
Yes, hour and 20 minutes. Well, let them sleep. Coast is all closed in. Fog. We may have to sit up here till it breaks.
Want some coffee?
The only thing I want is to get this ship...
Take a look to starboard, sir.
Starboard? Well. Do I see lights down there, Mr. Dobson?
Yes, sir. Looks rather pretty, don't you think?
Radio Gander, tell them we've just sighted the coast. Unfeathered 2 3 inches.
Yes, sir.
Now, how long?
About half an hour. I'll take that coffee now, thanks.
Right. Miss Teasdale.
Oh, yes?
Sorry to awaken you. We're landing in about 20 minutes.
We're that close? We're still in one piece?
Yes, it's a lovely clear night.
Oh, it is. The stars are out. Oh, I must have fallen asleep on your shoulder, Mr. Honey.
Oh, well, that's all right. That's quite all right.
I'm sorry you had to be so worried, Mr. Honey.
How long will we be in Gander?
About an hour, I imagine. Excuse me, please.
Quite a night, Mr. Honey. I guess you must have multiplied somewhere where you should have divided.
Well, Mr. Honey, this is Gander.
Well, the stewardess asked me to stay here on the plane. She said...
Mr. Honey, this is Mr. Lund. He's in charge of all flights in and out of Gander.
Yes, how do you do?
Mr. Lund, I want this aircraft inspected as no other's ever been inspected. Every ruddy inch of it.
Yes, sir. We'll get on it immediately.
If, as I expect, this inspection is satisfactory, I'm refusing to carry Mr. Honey any further.
Well, now, just a minute here, sir.
I consider his presence aboard an unnecessary hazard. I'll arrange that all other flights leaving this airfield are adequately informed about him before they carry him.
Yes, sir.
And meanwhile, if there's an office or something in your building that's not being used, I'm going to radio London, Mr. Honey. Pending their answer, you're staying here at Gander Airfield.
Well, you all right, Mr. Honey? It's a nice warm office, isn't it? Here, I hope you like bacon and eggs.
Well, thank you. It's very nice of you, Miss Corder. What about the plane?
They're just about finished the inspection.
Well, they won't find anything wrong. I told him that. I wish people didn't think they knew everything.
You mean you still believe it's going to crash?
Yes, I believe that. I suppose if they take off, Miss Teasdale will go too.
I expect she will.
I think she believed me for a little while last night, and then I don't think she did.
Your eggs are getting cold, Mr. Honey.
That plane in Labrador, I suppose there was a stewardess on that one, too.
Yes, I knew her very well.
Couldn't you believe me, Miss Corder? You've been so very kind to me, and you ought to live and get married and bring up a family. You'd be very good at that.
Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Honey. You said that just about as nicely as anyone could. But I think everything will be all right. Captain Samuelson knows a great deal about aircraft. Well, I'd better be going. And you will eat, won't you? I won't lock the door if you promise not to speak to any of the other passengers.
I won't.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Honey. And please stop worrying.
Well, that's about it, Captain. The safety locks are out in the landing gear, but apart from that, your aircraft is clear. You can pick up new locks in Montreal.
There's no risk involved.
No, of course not. Keep a man standing by the lever on taking off and landing, just so nobody catches a coat on it or something. Be rather awkward, you know, if the wheels retracted while you were still on the ground.
Well, just sign us out and we'll be... What are you doing here, Mr. Honey?
Captain, I just happened
Mr. Honey, I'm flying this aircraft to Montreal. I want you to get off and stay off.
Captain, you mustn't take this airplane off the ground. You can't do it. Believe me, mathematics is a very exact science. It'll be just like that crash in Labrador and the stewardess and all these people.
Stop and get him off the
plane.
plane.
No, you can't do this. I won't allow it.
Get away from that
This
lever.
plane has got to be... Oh, it just folded up. I pulled the lever and it just folded right up and sat down.
Well, Mr. Honey, back in the office, I see. Only now there's an armed guard outside, isn't there? Mr. Honey, why did you do it?
I just had to do it, that's all. I had to do it. They wouldn't listen to me. Well, there'll be quite a delay for everybody now, won't there?
Yes, Mr. Honey, quite a delay.
Mr. Honey, if you believe in something, you believe in doing something about it.
Oh,
don't you?
yes. Hello, Miss Teasdale.
Don't these things cost an awful lot of money?
Oh, a tremendous amount of money. I don't know what they're going to do about it. I've never had any experience with anything like this before.
I should think nobody has. I think this is a kind of a world record. You didn't do it for yourself either, did you? No. We were leaving you behind, weren't we? Look, you better stay here, Mr. Honey. Some of the passengers are a little annoyed with you.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll stay here. I'm under some sort of an arrest, I think.
Well, I'll try to find out what happens next.
Well, it's very nice of you not to be angry about the delay.
Oh, it's worth it. You don't meet a world record every day.
You know, there'll be quite a lot in the newspapers about this.
Oh, dear, yes. Oh, that means my little girl will find out about it, too. Which I can't imagine what she'll think about me.
Look, I'll probably be sent back to London now for reassignment. Would it help if I went to see your daughter?
Oh, would you do that for me? Well, there's no telling what she'll hear, is there?
Well, whatever she hears, I imagine she'll understand.
Oh, she will? Well, frankly, Miss Corder, I wish I did.
Come in, Mr. Scott, come in. Well, I understand you finally got through to Gander.
Yes, Sir John, and it's true, right down to the last blasted detail. Mr. Honey wrecked the plane. Mr. Honey dropped that reindeer right on its belly.
It should interest all you gentlemen that in addition to frantic calls from the press, the ARB, the Treasury, and the Home Office, I also heard from Sir David.
Oh, dear.
It is Sir David's belief that there isn't enough money in the Bank of England to pay for the damage done to British aviation by the implication of the safety of their aircraft. Furthermore, he refuses to fly Mr. Honey back to England.
But Honey must be returned here at once, Sir John, for the inquiry.
Sir David has contacted the RAF. He said they, at least, are equipped to take risks.
Excuse me, sir. There's a Miss Monica Teasdale to see you, Sir John.
Teasdale?
Yes, the film star.
First of all, Miss Teasdale, we're curious as to how you got back here so quickly.
I came back with a crew, gentlemen. Something about having to return to reassignment, so I decided to come along. Now, about Mr. Honey.
Ah, yes. Mr. Honey is expected here tomorrow night. The Army has consented to bring him over in a bomber.
Miss Teasdale, if you can give us any idea of what really happened.
They were going to take off from Montreal, although he told them they shouldn't. And the lever was right there, so he pulled it. You've never seen such a commotion in your life. I guess a thing like that hasn't happened before in the history of the world.
No, fortunately, no. Have you known Mr. Honey long?
No. I met him on the plane. He came to tell me that he thought we were in trouble.
And what did he do? Explain his theory?
He did, and I believed him.
Did you understand it?
Not a word.
Well, then how could you? I mean, after all...
I don't know a thing about mathematics, Sir John. But I know when a man knows what he's talking about. That funny little man is brave and kind and on the level. But they'll throw him to the wolves now, won't they?
The wolves?
They'll say he's a lunatic and let it go at that. Well, that's why I wanted to meet the people he worked for. I want to find out if you're going to stand by him. Somebody's got to, you know.
We don't know whether Mr. Honey is right or wrong, but I assure you nothing will be spared to get at the truth. We sincerely hope to find it on the side of Mr. Honey.
Well, I don't think there was much need in my coming here, but I'm glad I did.
We're indebted to you, Miss Teasdale.
Isn't there anything I can do for him? His little girl. I thought that if I went to see her, maybe I could stop by just to see if she's all right.
Oh, I think that would be very nice. She's staying with neighbors, I believe. If you don't mind coming with me, I'll look up the address.
Thank you. Sir John, there's going to be trouble for Mr. Honey, isn't there?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Thank you again, and goodbye.
Well, here he is, Sir John. When he got off the bomber, he went directly
Now, Sir John, I protest. I protest very strongly. The vibration shed's under guard. They refuse to let me through. Now, why has my work been taken out of my hands?
Please sit down, Mr. Honey.
I'm not in the habit of going around wrecking things. You ought to know that.
If you please. The Board of Inquiry has agreed to defer the hearing concerning your conduct in Gander until your test in the shed has reached the 1440-hour mark. The figure you yourself suggested.
That figure was suggested and arrived at by the science of mathematics.
Fact remains that if your test proves your contention, the airline and everyone else will be extremely grateful to you. If it does not, or if we fail to get supporting evidence from Labrador...
Well, how can I look for evidence in Labrador when I'm ordered back here?
We sent someone else, Mr. Honey. Penworthy left yesterday.
Penworthy? Oh, very capable man. I approve.
Thank you. Meanwhile, the Board of Inquiry plans to issue a statement. Something to offset all this ruinous publicity. That yours was the act of an irresponsible and unbalanced mind. They want the supporting opinion of qualified psychologists. In other words, they wish to test you as well as that tail assembly.
To see if I'm insane?
Yes, that's right.
Do you think I'm insane?
No, I don't think so. I'd hate to have them look me over at the moment. You can refuse, you know. That's your privilege.
No, I won't refuse. Let them pry and poke if they want to. And tell them I'll be in my office in the morning if they want to see me.
Thank you.
Well, if there's nothing else, I think I'll go home.
We'll return shortly with Act 3 of No Highway in the Sky. Have you ever wondered how a star is born? Well, my guest tonight is just the girl to tell you. She's the 20th Century Fox starlet, Lux lovely Virginia McGuire.
Being groomed for stardom is work, Mr. Keeley. After winning a photoplay scholarship, I studied at Pasadena Playhouse. Now I'm learning from the stars out at Fox, like Susan Hayward. You know, Susan plays Jane Froman in 20th Century Fox's new Technicolor musical, With a Song in My Heart.
Yes, and the other wonderful stars are Rory Calhoun, David Wayne, and Thelma Ritter.
You'll see the romantic story of Jane Froman's marriage to the pilot who saved her life.
And how the courageous singer got off her hospital bed to entertain so she could pay for more operations.
Jane Froman recorded 30 top tunes for With a Song in My Heart. Her voice is thrilling.
So is Susan Hayward's sparkling complexion. Susan is devoted to Lux Soap Care with its newfound skin tonic action.
Well, here in Hollywood, we think skin tonic action in Lux Care is the beauty news of the year. It makes complexion so much smoother and fresher.
Skin tonic action actually stimulates moisture within your skin. It's this moisture within that gives your complexion dewy freshness. Yes, it's moisture from within that counteracts dryness, that makes skin look smoother, younger.
Its benefits are really wonderful.
Tests prove skin tonic action brings radiant new softness to any normal skin, your own skin. So try Lux Toilet Soap Care now. Just cream in the rich lather, rinse warm, splash cold. You'll see an immediate improvement in your complexion.
Mr. Kennedy, I love Lux for my bath, too.
Naturally. The big bath-size cake of Lux is Hollywood's way to all-over loveliness.
To the smoother shoulders, smoother arms, so important with summer's bare fashions.
Thank you, Miss McGuire. Girls, tomorrow, get Hollywood's own fragrant white Lux toilet soap. Remember, 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network.
And this is WDAN in Danville, Illinois, the commercial news station.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of No Highway in the Sky, starring James Stewart as Theodore Honey and Marlene Dietrich as Monica Teasdale, with Evelyn Eaton as Marjorie. Well, Mr. Honey has wandered wearily back to his house, and here another surprise awaits him. Marjorie, the stewardess.
So I thought I'd stay here with Elspeth because, well, we didn't think you'd be back here till tomorrow. She's asleep now.
Well, that's very kind of you, Miss Corder.
She's such a sober little thing, isn't she?
Was she worried about me?
Yes, so was I. Oh, did you see her presents?
Presents?
Miss Teasdale brought them.
Miss Teasdale, is she here, too?
No, but she brought her the loveliest things. Oh, and you should see the compact.
Well, what did she want to do a thing like that for?
I think you'd be surprised.
Now, everything that's happened, it's my own fault. I have no one to blame but myself.
You did think there'd be a crash, didn't you?
Yes, but what I should have done is to offer my hypothesis to Captain Samuelson in an orderly manner. Let him make his own decision. How is anybody going to take my work seriously if I go around doing things like that? They're saying I'm crazy. I don't blame them.
And if you had to do it again, you just let it go ahead and crash?
That's just the point. I probably would have done the same thing over again. I'm evidently quite a weak character, Miss Corder.
Well, I expect you know what you're doing. Well, I'll phone for a taxi and say goodbye, Mr. Honey.
Goodbye?
Well, I could come back in the morning. Would you mind?
Oh, no. No, I wouldn't mind.
I'd like to. I'd like to be here to see how things turn out.
Yes. Yes, Miss Corder. Thank you very much.
Miss Teasdale. Oh, come in, won't you? Oh, Mr. Honey's going to be so disappointed.
Gone? I suppose he couldn't wait to get to Farnsbury this morning to see his playthings again.
He was going to drop Elspeth off at school and then go on over there.
I'd like to hear about it. Any coffee left from breakfast?
Let's go in the kitchen. Oh, watch for the ironing board. I've been doing some pressing.
Yes, I see. Mr. Honey's pants.
Well, I had nothing else to do, and well, it looks as though he wears one suit and goes to sleep in the other.
That's very domestic. You're full of surprises.
Here's your coffee. I hope you like it strong.
Thanks. Well, what's he going to do?
I just don't know.
Funny that a kid like you would bother to see so much in anybody like him.
It's not so funny, really. You'll get around being a stewardess.
Well, this will take some thinking, won't it? Only now I don't have time for it. I'm leaving tonight for California. The studio's caught up with me. They want to get going.
But what about all the things you talked about? Helping Mr. Honey to find an answer and everything.
I meant it. Don't think I didn't, and I still do. I kind of go for that, Mr. Honey. Maybe it would have been the best chance I'll ever have to be a lot of things I'd like to be. Only I suppose you can't do a thing like this just a little bit. Mixing into other people's lives, I mean. You can start something that maybe you can't finish. What got me was his being so anxious to save me for posterity. Well, I've decided to go back and give posterity another break. It won't hurt to wait a while and see how things work out. Oh, that box I brought, it's a dress for Elspeth. I saw it in the window and it just yells to belong to her. Tell her I'll write, will you?
Can't you wait long enough to see
No,
them?
I don't think so. I might weaken. There's no use making anything of it. That's one thing you learn in my business. How to get off.
I wish you wouldn't go.
You're a nice kid, Marjorie. I have an idea you know what's going on. You might let me know. I get a price on a laboratory or two, just in case. Oh, about Elspeth.
Yes?
Keep on telling her how pretty and sweet she is, will you? It'll do her good.
I will, Monica.
Take care of yourself. And thanks for the coffee.
Good evening. I'm late, I know. I should have let you know.
It's all right, Mr. Honey, except I'm afraid that Elspeth's fallen asleep. What happened?
Oh, several things. I saw the psychiatrist this morning. They showed me a lot of ink blots. And these ink blots were supposed to make me think of tigers and elephants. all they made me think of was ink blots. We discussed that for quite some time.
And then?
And then 2 o'clock came.
2 o'clock?
My vibration tests. The 1,440 hours were up at 2 o'clock. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. My figures clearly indicated that the tail assembly should fail at 2 o'clock, and it didn't.
And now what?
Well, the Board of Inquiry meets in the morning, and I'll stand up and I'll explain my theory, and then I'll sit down and listen to them say that I'm insane. Perhaps I am. I'm not sure, you know. I just think that the truth is only that I've made a mistake somewhere in my work, and I must have time to run it down. But you see, there won't be any time, and I'll just sit there. I'll just sit there, and I won't say a word.
I see. Everything just as it was,
Yes, I'm rather glad it's all over.
But you can't just sit there. If you believe something is right, you have to do it if you want to live with yourself. If you don't, you'll have to pay for it sooner or later, and so will Elspeth.
Elspeth?
Everything is to be just as it was for her, too?
Yes, she was very glad to have it that way. She was very happy.
No, it's as simple as that. Well, I'll be running along, Mr. Honey. It's my last day, you know. I start my job again tomorrow night. Funny if they put me back on reindeers.
No, but you mustn't.
Supposing I did, would you let me? Never mind. I'm sorry I mentioned it. Good night, Mr. Honey.
Elspeth, it's 7 o'clock, dear.
Good morning, Father. Yes, I've been awake for some time. Did the tail fall off?
No, dear, it didn't.
You mustn't worry about it. It will someday.
Elspeth, is something the matter?
No. I was just thinking about it's all being over. Teasdale's gone, and Miss Corder goes tonight, and the newspaper people, and everybody wanting to talk to me at school. That sort of thing isn't very permanent, is it? It's like Christmas. Everybody very nice to everybody for a little while, but then it doesn't last, does it?
Oh, I don't know, dear. Aren't they always nice to you at school?
It's just that they don't talk to me very much as a rule because I'm different. Like my intelligence quotient being too high. Father, I was thinking that maybe if I didn't go to school anymore, I'm sure to learn much more with you because there wouldn't be the other things to think about. Things being impermanent.
Oh, Elspeth, dear, now, please, dear, don't cry. What's the matter, dear? What's the matter?
I have just one thing more to say to this Board of Inquiry.
Yes, Sir David.
I submit that the kindest thing we can say about Theodore Honey is that his mind is unstable, filled with obsessions that can carry him to great extremes. I insist an immediate finding to this effect be issued by this board.
Now, wait a minute. Now, here. Now, Mr. Now, what's your name? Chairman. Mr. Chairman. I've decided to say something. Now, I didn't invent the mathematics that made me believe what I did. And I still believe that there's some truth in my work, test or no test. And when you believe in something, that's what you've got to do, isn't it? If you want to live with yourself. All right. Now, well, the first thing I'm going to do is to resign right here and now so the Farnsburg establishment won't get mixed up in this thing. And then, every time a reindeer aircraft is going to take off, and it shouldn't, I'm going out there and I'm going to wreck it. Now, you may put me in jail, but the newspapers wrote a whole lot about me when I wrecked that one in Gander, and they'll write more about me here, and people just won't get on those airplanes. And I'm going to tell you something else. The minute something does happen to one of those airplanes, you're going to have to think of something better to say than anything I've heard out here this afternoon. That's all. Any other statements? That's all. Goodbye. And then Sir David, he said I was crazy, and I got up and I made a few remarks, and then I just walked out and I came home.
Then it's all over?
It's all over. That's all. Thank you for stopping by, Miss Carter. It's very nice of you.
There's few more remarks. What did you tell them, Mr. Honey?
Oh, several things. I told them plenty. I resigned, too.
You didn't.
Resigned. Well, I couldn't just sit there, could I?
But what are you and Elspeth going to live on? Have you any money at all?
Money? Why, I don't know exactly how much. There's a bank book in the drawer there, I think.
You don't know how much money you have?
No, I suppose I should, shouldn't I? But I...
Less than £4. Just look at this bank book. You haven't made a deposit for months. Well, just what do you do with your money?
Well, I think there's some in the back shelf there. Here. Yes, here, you see? Now, here, there's a box on the desk here. Sometimes I put the checks in that box. You see there?
Oh, no.
What's wrong?
Your salary checks, we'll just look at them. January, March, and this one from last November. Well, you have lots of money, Mr. Honey. I shouldn't have worried, should I? You don't need anyone.
Oh. Well, one of these days I'm going to take time out and go down to that bank.
Oh, but you do need someone.
Miss Carter, what seems to be... Now, you're not going to start to cry here now, are you?
I can't go away and leave you. It isn't safe. You've got to have somebody looking after you. I'm going to marry you and live here, whether you have a job or not.
You mean you're going to... Miss Carter, would you care to join me in a glass of sherry?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And so I came back here to say goodbye, Mr. Scott. There's several papers and reports I have should turn over to you.
Very decent of you, Mr. Honey.
Oh, yes, and this is Miss Carter here. She asked me to marry her, and I think I'd better.
He really should, you know.
Well, how do you do? I mean, congratulations.
Now, we can't stay long here. We're picking up my little girl at school, and we're going... What? My test. You're continuing the vibration test. Why?
I don't really know, Mr. Honey. There's been no order.
Mr. Honey!
Oh, that's all right, Sir John, now. It's all right. I haven't wrecked a thing. It's all right.
We've just heard from Penworthy in Labrador. He found the wreckage of that tail assembly.
Oh, well, good for him.
He says it broke off the plane, no question about it. Exactly as you claimed, Mr. Honey.
Is that so? Well, that's very interesting.
Yes, but that's only half the news. That plane you wrecked in Gander was repaired. They made the flight to Montreal.
Oh, yes, but I still maintain...
A few minutes later, while the plane was being taxied to the hangar, well, I could hardly believe it.
The tail assembly broke in two.
Why, yes. But how did you ever know? Mr. Honey, you have been completely vindicated.
No, I haven't. Not at all. At the end of this shed is a tail assembly that should have collapsed yesterday. I said it would, and I was wrong. As long as that tail assembly remains intact, there's still no positive proof that
Mr. Honey, it happened. There's your positive proof now.
It should have happened yesterday. I've been deplorably inaccurate. Somehow, somewhere, I've made a mistake. Now, wait. Just this shed. It's warm in here, isn't it? Marjorie, aren't you warm?
Yes.
Aren't you warm,
yes,
Marjorie?
Yes.
No, you aren't. You're hot. Isn't it hot in here?
You're hot.
Not feverish. Temperature. It's the temperature.
Oh, dear.
Temperature is a variable factor. That plane and Gander had been flying in the tropics. This test was in a heated shed. It would have collapsed on schedule if I'd lowered the temperature 40 degrees. Oh, Sir John, I'm a fool. I'm just a fool, sir.
Are you now? No, Mr. Honey. You're a boffin. Capital B-O-F-F-I-N.
Now, what do you suppose he meant by that?
Mr. Keeley will return with our stars for a curtain call in just a moment. But first, an exciting announcement from the makers of Lux Flakes.
Would you like to know the Hollywood way to beauty and charm? Now you can have the beauty secrets that are used by the stars on and off screen. Beauty secrets that will show you how to make your eyes look larger, brighter, how to make your lips luscious, inviting. Hollywood tricks of makeup, figure allure, complexion care, star-bright hair.
All these secrets and more are yours in the new Lux book, Hollywood's Own Secrets of Charm, for just one Lux Flakes box top and 10 cents. Write to Lux Flakes, Box 73, New York 46, New York.
Just think, a 32-page beauty and charm book containing 143 authentic Hollywood secrets never before printed. Secrets that will help you play a starring role in your own life.
Just send one Lux Flakes box top and 10 cents for each book to Lux Flakes, Box 73, New York 46, New York. That's Lux Flakes, Box 73, New York 46, New York. But hurry, the supply is limited. This Lux Flakes offer is good only in the United States, Alaska, and Hawaii.
Send for your Lux book, Hollywood's Own Secrets of Charm, tonight. Learn the Hollywood way to beauty and charm and play a starring role in your own life.
Now here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
And here they are coming forward to acknowledge your applause. James Stewart and Marlene Dietrich. Well, Marlena, what are you doing these days?
Right now, I'm looking for a baseball game.
Any particular one?
Yes. I've just seen Dan Daly as Dizzy Dean in the 20th Century Fox picture, The Pride of St. Louis. And now I wish to see Mr. Dean pitch.
Well, Dean doesn't pitch anymore, Marlena, but instead, why don't you see Deadline USA starring Humphrey Bogart? And then you can go looking for gangsters.
All right, Jimmy. I shall look for the pictures as soon as I return to New York.
And by the way, don't miss the magnificent new Lever House, which has its formal opening this week.
Oh, isn't that the building I recently saw in a magazine, almost entirely made of glass?
Yes, Jimmy, that's because it has 1,404 windows, but no windowsill. So it looks just a shining block of glass 21 stories high. I have a wonderful view of my New York apartment.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.